Welcome back to Darkness Prevails, where you share your scary stories with me, and I narrate them. Today's episode is a compilation of over 10 hours of forest-themed, allegedly true scary stories. And if you have a scary story of your own and want to hear it narrated on this show, share it with us at darkstories.org. I'd especially love to hear about your creepiest camping experiences or stories from the Adirondacks. Also, you can catch this show and my other show, Freaky Folklore, as a podcast at eeriecast.com for those who want to be able to lock your screen, use less data, and have less disruptive ads while you listen. Now then, let's begin. The Horror at the Edge of the Forest, from Lost in the South. I want to share a memory that has haunted me since I was a kid. Paint a background of horror that, if believed, should surely give you pause when the moon begins to rise. This is the reason I won't go near any forest or even dimly lit areas when the sun begins to go down, when the last rays of beautiful bright light start to cast menacing shadows across the world. Don't get me wrong, there was a time when I loved running around at night. Playing tag or hide and seek at night as a kid are probably some of the best games I'd played, and moments that I shared with people that I've since lost touch with over the years. But then again, after that one summer night many years ago, we all kinda just stopped hanging out with one another outside of school. I grew up in a densely wooded area in the deep south. The kind that would have miles of nothing but huge trees packed tight on both sides of the road before you'd ever see a house. I lived in a small neighborhood of maybe 15 houses that made up about 4 streets off the main road. I didn't mind much because that meant I always had someone to play with. We were the only kids for miles, and in the summer it seemed like there would always be some kids running through a backyard to get to someone else's house during the day. And when the sun would start to set, you may see those same kids rushing off to home trying to beat the streetlights coming on. Now, on one particularly cool July afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to set, I was sitting at the top of the steepest of the streets in our neighborhood, looking at the little dirt road at the bottom. I was with my best friend, Danny, and we were waiting for the cars that we knew were down that dirt road to leave. You see, at the end of this dirt road, maybe 150 yards from the main road, there was a small group of workers. They were building 2 new homes, and seeing how Danny and me were wanting to build a new fort, we needed supplies. Now I know what you're thinking. No, we weren't going to steal their things. But we 2 kids figured there would be plenty of scrap wood and nails lying around. The spare stuff that was destined for the trash dumpster anyway. Stuff we figured no one would even know was gone. The problem was we had been sitting there for almost an hour already, and we hadn't seen anyone come down that road or turn to leave. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of sitting in the same spot, staring at the same dirt road that disappeared back behind the same stand of way too tall trees, I'd had enough. I stood up and told Danny to come on, because I figured, screw it, they must have already left before we even got there. By now, there really wasn't any light left in the sky, and I was mad at myself for waiting so long to start down the dirt road. But I'd been sure that I saw the workers leaving at the same time, right before dark every day that week. Worst case, we jumped behind some trees on the side of the road if we saw headlights coming down. It took maybe 5 minutes to walk down that dirt road, but it was dark, and the light from the flashlight Danny had somehow thought to bring didn't really do much in the way of lighting up the road. If anything, it made the shadows on the sides of the road look way darker than they should. But we did come into the big clearing that had been cut out of the trees for the houses that were being built. When you first come into that clearing, the houses are sitting opposite of each other, maybe 40 yards between them. It appeared as if they would be building more houses there, beside those sometime later. But for now, I was more interested in the fact that the house that was almost finished had a light on inside, and there was a truck parked beside the house. By then, Danny and I had already stopped. We were looking and listening for any sound of someone inside. Maybe they were working late, or packing up tools to carry home for the weekend. Because some of those guys do have a lot of stuff to pack up when they're done. We didn't hear anyone though. Nobody was walking around. No one was coming outside with tools in their hands. No one was loading things into the truck. Without really thinking about it much, we had already snuck right up to the house and were standing in front of the open doorless entryway with its makeshift steps that looked like they shouldn't have been able to support the weight of a full-grown man going up and down them. Either way, I slowly crept up the steps, just far enough to poke my head inside and look around. I could see all the way through most of the house. They hadn't put up the sheetrock yet in a lot of places, but I didn't see anyone inside. I jumped back down the steps and told Danny that the guy must have left his truck there. Rode home with someone else, I guess. Maybe he'd be back later, but right now we needed to hurry, because our moms would already be mad that we took so long to get home from playing in the first place. We quickly started looking through the big pile of used wood that had been thrown out beside the house, hoping for some big pieces we could use for walls. After gathering up and testing the small load of scrap wood for weight to make sure it wasn't too heavy to carry, we went back inside the house to see if they had left any open boxes of nails lying around that wouldn't be missed. I found what I was looking for, but it wasn't a small box of nails. It was a big metal Folgers coffee can that looked like they had been pouring just any loose nails or screws that had been left over into it. I was wearing one of those short-sleeved shirts that still had a hood and front pocket on it, but would never really be warm enough in the winter to wear. So I grabbed a handful and shoved them into my front pocket of my shirt, starting back to the door, when I heard Danny fall behind me. I turned around to see him lying in what appeared to be paint that someone had forgotten to clean up after it was spilled. I laughed a little and gave him a hand up, and that's when we heard it. Someone was walking around outside, but it didn't really sound right. It sounded slow, almost like each step was thought out or deliberate, like whoever it was already knew we were inside and was purposefully walking around the back of the house like he wanted us to know he was there. We freaked out, taking off out of the front entryway, jumping down the steps, running off, leaving the small pile of wood we had collected, and dashing towards the small spot in the trees where the dirt road was leading back to safety, the safety of our neighborhood, and streetlights that would illuminate our way home. The problem was, whoever had been behind the house walking slowly around was now to the right of us, just far enough into the trees that I could only make out his shadow, but his shadow looked funny to me. As I ran full speed for the end of the road, I glanced to the right, looking for the shadow, but it was running off to the left of us now, and it was closer. Close enough I could see that it wasn't a person. It was too tall to be a man. Plus, no man had ever had ears that stuck up and back a little, coming to a point just behind the head of what I swear to Christ I thought was a werewolf. The long snout, the eyes that seemed to just faintly glow a dull green. But still, the thing was in shadows, and I was running scared, thinking I was about to be killed. So it wasn't like I could make out everything perfectly. That thing was big, though. My God, it was huge. My dad was 6'3", and this thing, even slightly bent over running, and mostly covered in shadows, was way taller than my dad was. We were almost to the end when this thing was suddenly behind us. It happened so fast it had just been beside us, but now, in the blink of an eye, it was just right there. So impossibly close, I thought it was going to grab me at any moment and rip me apart. Just then, I remembered why my shirt felt heavy, and it was flopping up and down as I ran for my life. A big old bunch of nails. I had the nails in the front pocket of my almost hoodie shirt. I quickly reached in and pulled out what I could, dropping them behind me as we kept on running. I was sure this thing was so big that it probably wouldn't even feel it, but I soon heard a yelping, snarling, pained kind of sound, followed by what I hoped was the creature falling. I could not believe my luck. It had stepped on those nails. Just then, Danny and I burst through the tree line, breathing heavily as we started running up the street. Maybe a little slower, but still we pushed on up the steep road to the top before we stopped underneath the bright glow of the streetlights. As we looked down at the trees we had just run through, the trees that should have been the last place I ever breathed another breath of air into my lungs, we saw it, just standing outside the trees. We could see it good now, and it frightened me to the very core of my being. Never have I experienced such raw fear in my life as that one moment when I thought it was going to start running up that street after us, because I knew that it had been playing with us before. I knew it was much faster, much stronger than it had been. I knew I had gotten lucky with those nails, and that if this thing started to run after us then, it would be sure to catch us in a matter of seconds. It didn't though. It's like it just took one step back. Then the trees, or maybe the darkness itself, just swallowed it up again. But that was fine, and I was darn near in tears with relief as we turned and ran up my walkway to the front door of my house. We ran in, straight to my room, closing and locking my window as my mom shouted after us, asking where in the world we had been. We didn't say anything to my mom and dad about what had happened. I mean, come on. They're not going to believe that a couple of kids ran from a freaking werewolf anyway. We didn't sleep that night at all. We were way too scared. That thing was going to come out of the woods behind my house and get us. But as night wore on, the sun began to finally come up again. I got the courage to look outside the window. There seemed to be nothing there, or at least I thought there was nothing. As I scanned outside, the sun began to shine on the ground outside the window, and I could see prints in the soft earth. Huge paw prints. This beast was at my window last night, standing there. It knew it was my window. I know this because when I investigated outside after that, mine was the only one with paw prints under it. I freaked out and went inside, but I stopped in the living room. I could hear my parents' hushed whispers in the kitchen. I snuck a little closer to the doorway going into the kitchen so I could hear what they were saying. Apparently, my dad's friend, who was a cop, said they found a man's body that morning after responding to his wife's frantic call about her husband never coming home from work that night. And how it was weird because in 27 years, the guy was always home before 9 on Fridays. So when she called for the 5th time throughout the night, they finally went just after dawn and discovered that the guy's truck was still there. They had found blood inside the house, and I instantly knew that Danny hadn't slipped in paint. It was the man's blood. They did not find the man's body right away. Not all of it. They found his legs just at the edge of the trees behind the house, and his head wasn't too far from that. But the rest of him they found in a tree about 50 yards from the house. This thing had carried him up the tree to eat him slowly, and I guess it decided to leave it there when it heard us snooping around the house. After that, our parents didn't really let us do much. The rest of the summer was pretty much spent indoors. But I was fine with that, because I knew it wasn't a mountain lion or a bear that killed that man and dragged his half-eaten torso 25 feet up a tree. It was a werewolf, and it knew where I lived. It had stood outside my window for God knows how long, but why didn't it kill me? Maybe this will help some of you feel a bit better knowing you're not alone in this. Like I said, you're not crazy. These creatures are real, and they're just outside, skulking around waiting for someone to slip up and come a little too close. There's something in with the cows, from username 38272. I was 13 at the time. My family and I lived in the country because we needed more privacy. We had a lot of cows, big cows, So my dad, my big brother, and I would do head counts on the cows regularly to keep track of them. Our family had 60 acres of land in Nevada, containing 37 cows. One day we were doing a head count. We counted 37. All of them were there. A couple of hours later, my dad caught the cows going crazy. He looked on the cameras and saw the cows going nuts, running as fast as they could from something. They ran all the way from the south pasture to the north one. The three of us did another head count there, and there was only 36 now. I figured one of them was still down in the south pasture. I went looking for it. I found it lying down on its side. At first, I thought it had fallen asleep. I went to take a closer look. Then I saw that it wasn't breathing. My dad and my brother soon joined me. My dad wrapped his head around the situation and told my brother to get the truck. We had a cow to bury. Later on at 2 a.m, I heard a loud noise coming from the woods. I decided to go check it out. I grabbed a flashlight and went out. When I got there, there was a huge hole where we had buried the cow. A trail of blood was leading out of it, going deep into the woods. I followed it, thinking that some stupid bear or something dug it up and wanted to eat it. Quietly, I followed the blood trail. I stumbled upon what appeared to be a deer. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't some deer. It was this thing that had no fur, and it had weird-looking arms, and it was terrifyingly tall. It was eating the cow we had just buried. I ran as fast as I could back to the house, waking up my mom and dad, telling them what happened. They didn't believe me. They said I probably had a bad dream. I protested, but my dad said he didn't want to hear any more of it, and told me to go back to bed. I went back to bed as he said, but my dreams were filled with visions of the thing I saw in the woods, eating that cow. In the morning, I went to check on the cows. Once again, they were running around as if something was chasing them. I couldn't help but assume what was doing the chasing. I ran to my mom and dad again. By the time we got to the cows, another one was missing. We scanned the fence and the property, and all we found was a hole in the fence large enough for a cow or a similarly large creature. My dad said the cow escaped, but I know exactly what got a hold of it. Ever since then, I fought tooth and nail to have less and less to do with the cows because I was so afraid that antlered creature might just take me instead. When I turned 26, I moved to Las Vegas, putting an end to my scary experiences. Beast in northwestern Florida, from Scared Monkey 99. I recently went to a ranch in the middle of nowhere to go horseback riding. Now, this place is absolutely huge and surrounded by forest, and me, being a believer in the supernatural, chose to go on a 2-hour sunset ride, hoping to see something. The sun was still up when I pulled up to the ranch in my red Dodge Dakota. I was greeted by 3 or 4 different dogs. The ranch is also a dog shelter. I walked around to the back of the house and was greeted by another dog and my 2 trail guides. We talked for a moment, and I signed some papers, and I was soon saddled up on a large mare by the name of Saffron. I was then shown the basics of movement. After that, I waited for my trail guides to mount their horses, and we were on our way with one of the dogs trailing behind us. The first hour went by quickly and uneventfully, with us trekking through the woods, stopping every once in a while to drink some water and give the horses a snack. It started getting dark about an hour 15 minutes into the ride, and that's when the noises started. They were hardly audible or noticeable at first, just a random faint sound of a twig snapping from the pressure of being stepped on, the crunching of fallen leaves being walked over, and the rustle of underbrush here and there. Just noises you hear in the woods on a normal basis. But soon enough, all other noises went quiet, as though all the small creatures were afraid to make noise for fear of being killed. The horses also started to get spooked at this time, and needed constant reassurance. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, and there wasn't long left on the ride, so we started on our way back to the ranch with a small amount of light still coming from the sky. It was a good 30 minutes by walking. Everything was still, and the trail guides were spooked. There was fear in the air, I could feel it. It was easy to tell. The sound of rustling and branches snapping was louder than before, closer than before. We started to pick up the pace. At some point, about 20 minutes away from the ranch, I looked behind me to ask the rear trail guide a question, when I saw something large and dark streaking across the trail where we had been moments before, and my heart jumped. The trail guide saw my expression and turned around to see nothing there. They looked at me and asked why I looked so scared, and I told them with all honesty, "Oh, probably just one of the dogs," they said with a hint of uneasiness in their voice. From then on, I kept glancing around and searching for the black mass I'd seen. Not 2 minutes later, I turned around again, and my face went pale. The trail guide saw my face once more and looked back with me. They proceeded to scream. About 100 feet behind us, a large black figure stood on hind legs in the middle of the trail, with a deer in one of its massive claws. It wasn't a bear, not with the way its claws were wrapped around the deer's neck like that, and it stood nearly as tall as me on the back of the horse. I'm 6'5", and the horse I was on came up to my shoulders while standing. The creature's head was long with an open maw dripping with blood or saliva. Its arms were unusually long too, and its knees bent backwards like a dog's. It was covered head to massive paw in sleek, pitch-black fur. The trail guide screamed, spooking the horses into a mad dash for the ranch, with their riders holding on for dear life, unable to look behind us. We got back to the ranch in record time, quickly dismounting and ran for the house. Once inside, the trail guide who had been in front asked what happened. The other trail guide and I looked at each other and decided it was the best not to tell the truth. We told them we had seen a large bear, and it scared us and the horses. The trail guide who saw it walked me out of my truck, rifle in hand. I got in and floored it out of there. On the drive out of the country, I felt as if I was being followed. I felt eyes on me until I finally got inside city limits, and even then, I didn't feel safe until I was home. Let's just say I won't be going back to that ranch anytime soon. Haunted for Life, from Magnet Meg. Warning: attempted self-harm mentioned near the end of this story. This is the short version of many of my experiences, most of which happened on my family's farm while growing up. I hope you enjoy them. A while back, long before I had the worries of needing to pay bills and taxes, a time where paycheck-to-paycheck living was something my parents would whisper between themselves, as if they thought my sister and I couldn't hear them. Back when the cozy bed of my childhood sat next to a window with a perfect view of the rising sun, I had met what I thought was one of the most beautiful creatures of the northern pinewood forests, among others. It was a time where, twice daily, I would run water and feed up to our ancient coop of chickens. Back when our farmhouse was first built, the late 1800s, this long irregular shack was set up, presumably for farm animals. While all 3 sheds are connected, none of them are the same on the inside. First, a few broken glass panels greet me as I set down on an old Ocean Spray cranberry juice jug. You know, back when they were plastic, and could be refilled over and over and not be dented. Refilled it had been, at least 700 times a year. We've had this jug as long as I could remember, and just as familiar it is in my hand, it's set on an old rotting table next to the shed's door. An old iron flip latch is pulled out of place and the door screeches open before me. It stops at a near 90-degree angle where the uneven cement foundation has cracked upward. The shed has just as many mice and rat traps as it does unfinished crafts, dusty and with a roof which I had to duck under even at a young age. An old tin coffee canister is what I scoop a can of corn with. The old rusty bin is sealed closed to keep the animals out. But I scatter some corn for the rodents which live in there. My father would call me a bleeding heart. After I fed the wildlife, I turned to jump out of the shed and grab the jug of water. From there, I walked past the second shed. A tree had fallen and smashed a large hole through the old tin roof. There's even a few stalks of corn growing from where the birds had scrapped their food away from their feeders. At the third shed, taller on a larger foundation base, I set the jug down to flip the wooden latch to be parallel to the door. I'd learned at a young age to keep my ears open when living in an old farming house. Learning what the differences were between the house settling and a shadowy figure sitting on my bed had become second nature, even deep in sleep. So when I heard the crunch of leaves nearby, I looked over, very suddenly, up towards the woods. There are a few mulberry, oak, and hickory trees on the edge of the pine, and sitting at the base of one of the oaks was an animal I've loved my entire life. A beautiful snowy white and ash-gray wolf sat, just gazing at me. This tree wasn't far from me, but I smiled and waved at her before I grabbed the jug and crawled into the shed to finish my chores. I've never been very afraid of my surroundings, despite knowing about the other world hidden within our own. I was raised mostly by my mother when she was around, to treat the world and all of its creatures with respect. Our native bloodline makes me think this is where this line of thought comes from, but I know even the natives had a fear of some of the unknown. Windigo and other creatures of the woods are told in stories from before a time of settlers, and so I find it strange how I so calmly performed my chores next to a predictor who was easily at the time nearly twice my weight, a canine who could at any moment rip out my throat to defend itself, and that was assuming she was just a normal wolf. As I hopped out of the shed, quite literally as the base fountain was higher than I could comfortably step, I turned to where I saw the wolf. She was lying there now, bright yellow eyes watching me, but I don't remember those eyes as something of a dog. I remember them regarding me with a sense of intelligence I'd only seen from the elderly my nurse mother would care for on mandatory double shifts nearly 7 days a week. I smiled again, thrilled she hadn't disappeared yet into the deep brush of young pine, and I called to her. A simple, "Hello, hope you're having a good day." I locked the shed up, unworried about the chickens inside because there were only high-barred windows on the shed, and my father, the last time he had been home from working out of state, and his brother had fortified the fence, covered and changed the door as well, all before wrapping everything in the infamous chicken wire, which had spaces just larger than a quarter. The only things that could get in and out were bugs, weasels, and snakes. They made sure of that. So I took the coffee can back to the feed barrel, again waving to my friend who just tipped her head at me as I latched the door. At the time, I'd never thought of how strange it was that this wolf, while sitting, was as tall as a branch which had broken years before. One I couldn't reach, one I'd tried to reach as I enjoyed climbing at that age. It never occurred to me how long her legs were, or that her sitting posture was nowhere near the same as a wolf I'd seen in pictures, or that her paws looked more like hands. She, I'm convinced of her gender, seemed just as curious about my lack of fear as I've come to have for myself nearly 2 decades later. Now, my shadow figure of a mother friend no longer sits on my bed. The Wendigo I believe to have stalked me throughout my childhood no longer creeps into my subconscious. The potential werewolf who I'd greeted as a friend, however, I believe I see glimpses of her throughout the property, be it when I'm planting flowers or weeding the vegetables in front of the house. I feel safe, as if a family member is making sure I'm secure. Flashes of white and gray are rare outside of our 6-month winters, and those yellow eyes seem to find me and twinkle through the dense trees when the shape of her is camouflaged in the snow. I never feel the strange flicker of fear at night when I take a stroll in the rain, let the dogs out to water, or when howls and scratches come from the woods. The neighbors may have an almost 100-acre woods, complete with the characters from Christopher Robin's childhood, but it's not a bear and pig, tiger, or donkey lurking in the trees. But they are the characters of my childhood, the shadows who keep away my nightmares, the werewolves who chase away demons, the ancient spirits wanting reprise for their stolen land, and the spirits of those driven crazy by what they do not understand. Those tortured souls stay primarily in the barn and basement. A woman who hung herself from the rafters cries at night, wandering the grounds, but never straying from the barn's west side. She's been in the road before, and multiple crashes into the same old oak is my testimony. A young boy I believed was her son is often feverish. The scarlet fever probably took him, and in her despair, his mother followed the only way she could. He stays by the front door of the barn. As a child, I saw him and his old newsboy cap clearly. He was dressed for school, which would be nearly a 5-mile walk back in the day. With his starched white shirt and brown overcoat, a cute black bow tie sits crooked below his chin. He enjoys the croquet balls and will often roll them to those working in the barn. Despite having died young, he still carries the happiness with him. Maybe because he'll never know the hardships of being an adult, or that his mother will always be by his side, I feel I'll never know. Inside the house, it's different. There are so many orbs and figures I've yet to meet them all, or take a picture without one or the other. At one point as a child, I tried to do a presentation on the matter at school. My teachers gave me permission, not expecting me to bring in the slew of evidence I had, before giving me an extra week to provide a different topic to show the class. I recall one figure in particular. She would sit next to me on my bed whenever I began to have a nightmare, and with my pinkish-purple unicorn lamp nearby, I could always see her distinct figure, brushing my disheveled hair from my face and tucking me back in before humming so loud my sister would scold me through the door for playing on my Nintendo DS, despite it being banned from my room at night. The encounters I have lived through are a part of me. They always will be, even the more terrifying ones, such as a windigo who stalked me for years. I don't blame the being for scaring me, though. I'd been headstrong as a child, trying to summon more spirits to the property, and I respect the beast even though it took my pet from me. It is this respect, I think, which has kept it from doing further harm to myself or my family. That, or maybe the werewolf, has been keeping an eye on the once little girl who had treated her as an equal. Whatever the case, I'm happy to be in the setting of the home I once resented, having finally found myself in a place I truly feel at home. I can even admit to the evil I'd accidentally brought home. During a Halloween party some years ago, I dressed myself as the infamous Bloody Mary. My second-hand dress was stained with food-coloring blood, and my already chewed nails had red lipstick and yellow highlighter accents. My dark black hair, matted and teased, I tangled twigs and leaves into, before my mother performed her makeup magic, making me appear as white as the dress I was wearing. My costume had been perfect, enough so to scare the entire group of treasure-hunting kids back into the house, none of whom would come out to meet the barefoot child their same age. It was here I'd lost my glasses before approaching the kids from the tall grass, and I went back out to find them, myself, in an unfamiliar place. My friends, others who had dressed up to be hidden throughout the treasure hunt maze, were eating candy and playing games. Only one had come to find me when I didn't come back. Because when I got to the area I'd been hidden and found my glasses, I remember the light of the moon going dark. Standing, not thinking anything of it, just a cloud, I turned to face a mass of pitch blackness. Before I could do so much as ask the figure what it was, before my lips could even open, a hand of 5 talons, all inches long, plunged into my skin surrounding my heart. I was born with nerves which misfire constantly, hereditary in my family as my father, uncle, and sister all have the same thing. Grandpa won't admit to it, but we all believe he is tormented by constant pain as well. But this pain was much worse than anything I'd felt or have felt since. And after 3 major surgeries, a crushed foot, my knee going nearly 90 degrees backwards, I would take them all simultaneously again if it would take away the pain this figure brought me in that moment. This pain was so great I'd blacked out and only came to when my friend came to find me. There were bruises around my heart, 5 nickel-sized welts in a perfect pentagram. I was plagued by depression, self-loathing, and multiple suicide attempts, which all seemed completely out of character for me for nearly a year after this happened. And when my final attempt failed, I woke with a start after swallowing quite a few pills, and I think whatever had possessed me thought I would have died too. And yet, here I am. I don't know why this being released me, but since then, I have had a respect for even the thing which tried to kill me. Respect that which you do not understand, and it may save your life. Blue Creek Skinwalker, from Chris M. This happened to me back in 2002 when I was 7 or 8 years old. I lived in Oologah, Oklahoma at the time, and my dad took me to Blue Creek to go fishing. Well, it was more so an off-the-beaten-path hunting trail connected to Blue Creek, which was part of Oologah Lake. Anyway, I fished at a small stone bridge near the entrance to the area, while he went further up the creek. I was perfectly happy to be alone catching perch and one small catfish. As the sun started setting, that's when things got unsettling. I was still fishing and minding my own business when I heard what sounded like a mixture of whine and laughter off in the distance. I thought nothing of it. People came out there all the time for hunting and fishing. A few minutes passed and I heard it again, but it sounded closer. It sounded exactly the same too. I wasn't scared yet, and I'd chalk that up to me being too young to recognize something was wrong. Then I heard it a third time, and it was even closer with the exact same tone as before, like it was a recording. At this point I was spooked and began looking around. I heard it once more, along with a rustling sound in the nearby brush. I panicked then, and ran up the creek bank where my dad was. I told him what happened, and we left soon after. We never went back there. I had more or less brushed it off as a strange animal, but then I started listening to a lot of stories on here, and some of them made me think of back then. I decided to ask my dad about it, and what he told me disturbed me. He said he had heard it too that day, but only for a little while, and he had hoped it was just an animal. When I came running up to him and told him what happened, he didn't mention what he heard to avoid scaring me. Whatever it was probably saw me as an easier target. Needless to say, I have no intention of returning to that place. Siskiyou Windigo, from Wicked Windigo. A bit of backstory first. Oregon is home to thousands of long-abandoned logging roads. Nearly 50% of the state is covered in forest, and roughly 80% is considered timberland by the Bureau of Land Management. I moved here when I was 16. My mother and stepfather divorced, so I decided to move into southern Oregon to live with my biological father. I grew up all over central and southern California, so the lush, dense landscape of southern Oregon was a new experience for me. It is unbelievably beautiful here. We lived in a small 2-bedroom home in the middle of a 65-acre plot of land. The property bordered the Siskiyou National Forest. You had to drive a good 10 minutes on a narrow dirt road through dense forest to find our driveway. The owners were a lovely elderly couple who lived in the area all their lives. They lived in a large home at the beginning of the property. The elderly gentleman told us we were free to hunt and explore on his land as much as we desired. He simply requested that we not go on the blocked logging road that led up to the large mountain to our west. We happily agreed, seeing no need to ever do such a thing. This is my experience. I'd been living with my dad for about 2 months at this point. I remember being out of school for the weekend, and I loved the weekends. I would explore the dense forest with my dad's 9-month-old German Shepherd, Buck. I'd even camped overnight a couple of times with Buck. I decided I wanted to camp again that night, so I loaded up my pack with everything I'd need for the overnight trip. I asked my dad, who was nervous about me camping alone, and he reluctantly agreed, only requesting that I take the hunting rifle with me. Black bears and wolves are uncommon here, but I saw his reasoning and agreed. I said my goodbyes and headed out with Buck around 6 p.m. that night. I was still new to the area, so I never ventured too far, only camping in places I had previously scouted. I remembered a nice little clearing to the west, so I headed off in that direction. I arrived about 30 minutes later. The clearing was crescent-shaped. The middle of the clearing was roughly 30 feet wide, more than enough room for my one-man tent and a small fire pit. I set my pack down and began gathering large rocks and fallen brush for the fire pit. I had my tent set up and a small fire blazing about 30 minutes later. It was dark at this point. Buck and I were sitting against a fallen log, roasting hot dogs on a large 3-pronged fork. Suddenly, I noticed Buck's ears perk up. He's up on all 4 legs and staring straight into the dark woods behind us. Buck was still a pup. He hadn't quite learned patience or the dangers of the woods yet. So when I heard rustling in the brush, and I saw Buck dash off after the sounds, I wasn't surprised. I stood up and called for him. He wasn't obeying my commands. I started to get worried. I knew I'd have to venture away from camp to find him. I threw my boots on, grabbed my flashlight, and strapped my rifle over my shoulder. I headed off in the direction Buck had gone. I was calling his name, followed by whistling. I then stopped to listen for any sounds for a moment, noises that might indicate his location. I heard nothing but the crickets and frogs, so I pushed on. I knew I had to find him. My dad would be devastated if something happened to his pup. I was about 50 yards from camp then, when I noticed deep tire marks in the ground. They made a small trail through the trees. I remember seeing this before. The trail started at the beginning of the property and led up to the abandoned logging road the old man told us about. I decided to follow this small truck trail, hoping Buck had gone that way. I walked for about 15 minutes when the dense woods started to thin out. The moonlight was shining brightly, and I could easily see without my flashlight. There was a small gate blocking a 1-truck-length dirt road. The road ascended the side of a fairly tall mountain. I stood at the gate and called, "Buck! Here, boy!" I waited for about 10 seconds when I heard from the top of the road,
"Buck! Here, boy!"
My blood ran cold. It was like a distorted version of my voice. The tone was almost mocking me. I slowly began to back away from the gate when I saw something at the top of the road. It was on all 4s, and it slowly crawled out from the tree line bordering the road. It was incredibly tall, maybe 7 feet, its limbs slender and long. It stood with a hunched back and turned its small head towards me. Its eyes were large and yellow. I was frozen in place, my hands sweating and my body trembling. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind me. I turned to see my dad running towards me with Buck close behind. I looked back at the road to see a single large male deer standing where the creature had been. And it was just staring at us, those all too familiar yellow eyes glaring back at me. I asked my dad if he saw that. He looked up at the road and said,
"Yeah, that's a fine buck. Maybe we'll come back tomorrow and track him."
He hadn't seen the creature. We walked back to my campsite. I decided not to tell him what happened. My dad is a no BS kind of guy, and I knew he would not believe me. I asked how he had found me. He said that Buck made his way home, and when he saw that I wasn't with the dog, he went out to look for me. We packed up my camp and headed back home after that. I never saw the thing again. I still live in southern Oregon, but I'm far away from what stalks the woods of the Siskiyou National Forest. The Girl in the Pink Leather Jacket, from Who the Heck Do You Think I Am? I'm a guy who's old enough to know better, and still young enough not to care. That's my motto anyway, or it was until what I'm about to tell you happened. Beyond drinking, I personally do not take any substances, but I don't judge or care if you do them. Whatever you do is your own business. But drinking, though, I'm a fish. I can hold my own against the best drinkers. All of this is relevant to the story. Even though I don't indulge in any mind-altering substances, I seem to hang out with quite a few people who do. So a friend of mine called me, informing me of a crazy weekend-long party in the woods coming up. When my friends throw a party, it's always something that feels like an end-of-the-world event. It was late in the fall in upstate New York. If you're unfamiliar with upstate New York, it is beautiful. Nothing except for woods in all directions, lots of great camping areas. It's a nature lover's paradise. I'm 6'3", and at the time I was a good 220 pounds. I got my truck ready, a Chevy 2500. I cleaned it up first and got it ready to sleep in. I like camping, but I hate sleeping on the ground. So I put 2 cot mattresses in the back with 3 pillows and 2 comforters. I filled my coolers up, one with food and the other with beer and liquor. I said see you later to my dad and hit the road, heading off to this party. By about 6 p.m. I showed up. I enjoy being fashionably late. You see, while I'm not afraid of hard work, I had no idea if I planned to stay the whole time, so I wasn't about to get there and set up all their stuff for them. The area in question was down a dirt road way off the beaten path. A small open area of trees led to an open area surrounded by trees. When I got there, I was taken back. There had to be over 20 vehicles parked there. There were also 10 porta-johns past the cars on the left, next to the wall of trees. As I looked to the right, I could see people sitting around an area preparing a fire. Past that was a projector set up to a makeshift widescreen. I was immediately hit in the face by a stench and a delicious smell at the same time, which was from a certain dank plant being smoked and sausages. I turned my head to the right more and saw that there were 2 grills going, and they were cooking sausages and burgers. Sure enough, there was a guy cooking on both with a stogie in his mouth. I made a sour face and sighed. Oh well, here we go again, I thought, dealing with my mentally suppressed friends and their enjoyment of something I still don't understand. Anyway, I pulled my truck in close to where the fire was, not giving a crap about how some guy was trying to tell me where to park. I smiled as I slid out of my truck. Towering over him, I asked, "You want a cold beer? I don't feel like walking back and forth, and I'm not about to carry my cooler any further than I have to." He laughed and shook my hand, introducing himself. At that point, I realized I didn't know many of these people. I handed him a beer, locked my truck, and went looking for my friend who had invited me here. I found him finishing up his creation of the projector screen. I asked him what he planned on showing. "Music, my good man, music. Gotta get the ladies in the mood for a good time." He thought he was a ladies' man, and I humor him on it. He starts whatever he calls music and lights up a smoke. He informs me that way more people are coming and it's going to be a heck of a weekend. I light up a smoke and inform him that I'm only here for the ladies. He looked out and smiled at where I parked. "Good view from there," he said. "Fishing with the right kind of bait too." We both had a good laugh. Fast forward a few hours and it's about 11 p.m. None of the girls had really piqued my interest. I'm picky and have a type for the future misses. I go back to my cooler and grab my Johnny Walker. Figured I might as well get myself toasty and pass out, then head home tomorrow. I turned back around to see a girl I hadn't seen before. She was talking with the other folks and joined a ring of people passing around a joint. I walked up to my friend, not even looking at him, and I asked, "Dude, who's the girl in the pink leather jacket?" After what felt like 5 minutes, I turned to look at him with the serious look I get when I see something I want. He wasn't even paying attention. I asked him again, and he turned to me, saying, "What?" So for the 3rd time I asked, "Who's the girl in the pink leather jacket?" He replied, "I've no idea, my man. I told you a lot of people were coming." I gave him that look and he started laughing. I remembered he was staring at something and asked him what he was staring at. He said that he thought he saw something in the wood line, but it was probably the fire playing with the shadows. It was loud with the music going, and everyone was feeling good. I shook it off and walked up to the girl in the pink leather jacket. I introduced myself and asked her name. She was gorgeous, long dirty blonde hair with icy blue eyes and fair skin. She was short too, fit most of my criteria, which was awesome. She turned to me and smiled. I could have melted right there. Then she said, "Wouldn't you like to know?" Attitude. Yeah, I was smitten. We started talking some more. She was a bit strange though. She kept staring off into space while we talked. She kept pace in the conversation perfectly for someone who was on a mind-altering substance while staring off into space. She stopped abruptly and walked back over to the crowd of people I managed to pull her away from a few minutes ago. So I joined them all as well. After about another hour, the group shifted into 3 separate units. The girl was happy to sit on my tailgate with me in our group. She kept her 100-yard stare going though. My friend pulled me aside and asked me about it. I told him I had no idea, so he told me that she wasn't the only weird one that showed up. Even with his mental state, he knew not to just point at someone, as he nodded in the direction of a man. So I let him talk while I gave this man the once-over and made some monitoring of him. He was strange, looked homeless. He barely spoke, and he awkwardly fumbled about. His clothes were dirty and his jacket was old and ragged. He had a vodka bottle in his right hand, and he would open the bottle and take a sip every so often. He kept saying something about having to go pee. It was about 2 a.m. at this point. My friend said something about everyone hitting the bathroom before he turned all the lights off, so the girls all went to the bathroom in a hurry and fast. All except for the girl in the pink jacket. She stayed sitting on the tailgate with me, so I joined her, and I informed her that if she wanted, she could share the bed of my truck with me. She'd have her own bed and pillow and comforter. She smiled, pushing me onto my back and giving me a kiss I'll never forget. She had been smoking and drinking all night, yet she tasted like a breath of fresh air, sweet and smooth. I was wide awake then. Some of the girls were making their way back to the tents. She said, "Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back." She rolled off of me and the tailgate very fast. I was up quick and looked to make sure she was okay. She didn't even make a sound and was already walking toward the toilets. I had a great view of her walking away. As I smiled to myself, I saw the weird guy with the vodka bottle. He was headed toward the toilets, about 20 feet behind her. I'm a chivalrous man, a southern upbringing, so I then too rolled off the tailgate, nowhere near as graceful as she had been. I hit the ground and it hurt, but I got up quick to head over toward the toilets, where she went and that man had followed. My friend stopped me to make sure I was okay. I was trying to hurry him up because I didn't want anything to happen to her. So when I made sure he knew I was okay in his stupor, I started walking very fast toward the bathrooms. I had all kinds of bad mental images of what I would find when I got to the toilets. I was about 100 feet away from the bathrooms when everyone was shook to the core by a scream. It wasn't human. It sounded like a mixture between an animal's and a man's. The porta potties were in rows of 5. The back row was closest to the trees and had been knocked over, and I saw blood everywhere. My gun was in my hand and my flashlight was in the other. The last stall to the left of the 5 was where the blood trail started. Leading to the woods, there was the vodka bottle completely whole. The smell of blood and a rotting smell was filling my nose then, and the man's jacket was shredded in the trees with blood all over it. There was hair everywhere. I was sweating at this point, terrified. It all happened so fast. I saw the man's arm, covered in hair, and it was no longer attached to his body. I held back a gag reflex. As I did, a branch snapped. Instantaneously, the flashlight went toward the noise. I would make out what was left of the man's body. He was missing an arm, a hand, his lower half, and his head. That's not all. He had chunks ripped from what was left of him. Then what I can only describe as a white furry hand had plunged itself through his sternum. It was covered in a thick black goo, almost like tar. I took all of this in quickly, and it hit me that the thing that did this was behind his body. The creature had one icy blue eye, which was puffy and watery, and one golden amber eye. The LED flashlight I had illuminated everything. It was like some sort of disgusting horror film, like some sort of bear tearing apart a robot if I was in a science fiction movie. The most important thing hit me just before the others were about 20 feet from me. This creature was wearing a pink leather jacket. I could make out the bottom right zipper, as it seemed to be holding the man's body to hide itself. Just as everyone was about 5 feet from me, it threw the man's body, sending me backwards into everyone. What happened next was chaos. Screaming, vomiting, and running. The only person in their right mind was me, and even to me, none of this made sense. I was pushing people out of my way to get to my truck. I grabbed Tommy and carried him to my truck, throwing him in through the driver's side door. Then I climbed in, just as I heard the saddest sounding howl I'd ever heard. A mixture of sadness and longing came from the trees where that thing had disappeared into. My friend and I were on the highway headed back to his place when we finally said anything to each other. He thanked me for getting him, but I just shook my head. Neither of us slept that night, and no one talked about it. We went back in the morning to get my friend's car and all his stuff. There was nothing there to support that anything happened at all. No blood on the ground, no parts in the woods, no ripped clothing. And I have no idea what happened that night. I am no layman to cryptids. This was not some story designed to keep you from sleeping. It was me sharing something that happened to me with you. What was the girl in the pink leather jacket? And that weird man in the jacket, who had hair all over his arms and smelled like feces and unwashed disgustingness? When his torso was thrown at me, it was hairy too, and his blood was more of a thick black goo. There was also human-like red blood on the ground too, by the porta potties. For sanity's sake, perhaps that man was a skinwalker. I'm okay with saying that out loud, sure, fine. But what about the girl in the pink leather jacket? Were they hunting each other? The more I've thought about that night, the more I realized she was staring at him, not off into space, the whole time. She waited until the other girls were coming back from the bathrooms before making her way to them. Women go to the bathroom in groups for safety and for girl talk, I think. It was all deliberate. What can do that to a skinwalker, though? I've read some pretty creepy stuff about them. I don't know what to say, except that if she was not there that night, someone might have died. Someone is hunting skinwalkers in northern New York. I still can't explain what happened at Girl Scout camp a decade ago. From Grace A. I'd like to start off by saying that I'm a skeptic, at least for the most part. I do think that cryptids and ghosts and other phenomena exist, but I also believe that the best way to undeniably prove they do truly exist is to eliminate any possible explanations for what mundane, everyday occurrences could be happening instead. Maybe that strange creature following behind you was simply a sick, mange-ridden bear or coyote. Maybe the noises coming from your basement are from the house's foundation settling, or from mice living in the vents. But maybe they aren't. Maybe that strange creature is a werewolf or chupacabra or a relative of Bigfoot. Maybe a spirit or demon is making those noises in your basement after all. The only way to find out for sure is by thoroughly investigating, researching, and collecting evidence. I'm an animal scientist and a biologist by trade, and I've had the importance of data collection drilled into me for years. I believe it applies to unexplained phenomena just as much as it does to physical, structured, scientific research. I have had two experiences in my life that I absolutely cannot explain by any means whatsoever. I've thought about them a lot throughout the years and constantly revisit them, researching possibilities for what could have happened, and I've never come up with any satisfactory explanations. Let's start from the beginning. I was born and grew up in Kansas City, Kansas. I lived about 15 or 20 minutes from the Missouri border, so a good chunk of my childhood was spent split between the two states. When I was a kid, I was involved in Girl Scouts, as were several friends of mine. I was and still am a lover of everything wilderness and camping related, so of course I went on every single camping trip offered by the Scouts. 4th grade came around and my troop was making plans for an awesome camping trip in western Missouri, about an hour from where we lived. The camp, which I'll call Camp T, was situated in the middle of a forest and offered plenty of trails to walk on and explore. There was a huge wooden cabin to sleep in, too. The weekend we had reserved to go to Camp T finally arrived, and I could hardly sit still during the car ride. When we arrived at the camp, everyone rushed into the cabin to find the best places to put their sleeping bags and luggage so we could go outside and play. There were maybe 15 or so girls and 5 or 6 parents, including my own mom, on this trip. We argued and bickered as kids do about who got to sleep in what room and who got to sleep next to whom. So I started unpacking and making plans for the evening. We were going to play hide and seek and tag, have a bonfire, make trail mix with extra M&Ms and chocolate chips, stay up late talking about books, movies, boys, school, ghost stories, and whatever else 10-year-old girls like to talk about. At one point while we were playing tag, I needed to run to the cabin for a bathroom break and to grab my bottle of water from my bag. My best friend at the time, Kyra, came with me. We went into the cabin and did our business, and as we were getting ready to head back out, the door to the room we were in latched shut on its own. We knew for a fact we had been the only ones inside, and it's unlikely that it could have been caused by a draft. We were in an interior room and the cabin had been recently renovated. It was not at all drafty. Of course, Kyra and I joked about it being a ghost and the cabin being haunted, and blah blah blah, before running back outside. But I wonder now if there was more truth to that joke than I had anticipated. Everything went by pretty normally for the rest of the evening. We made hot dogs and s'mores for dinner, had some trail mix as a late-night snack, and got ready for bed. Kyra and I were sleeping next to each other, and were excited to tell spooky stories and obsess about Harry Potter and Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon. We eventually decided it was time for bed. Kyra fell asleep quickly, and I was getting pretty tired myself. However, I had an intense feeling of fear and unease in the pit of my stomach. I chalked it up to me being scared from thinking about ghosts and the cabin being haunted. I finally fell asleep, and I had been resting peacefully for what seemed like a few hours, when suddenly I woke up in an intense pain, crying, barely holding back from a scream. My entire body felt as if it was burning. My head was spinning, my vision was blurred, and I had spiked a fever. I stumbled out of my room and found my mom. She and the other parents woke up, turning on the lights to see what was happening. It turns out that what was ailing me was a very severe and horrible case of hives. My entire body from my feet up to my face was covered in angry red, swollen and itchy splotches, and there was no relief to be found from scratching at them. I've since had multiple fractures and tonsillitis so bad that I had to have steroids injected just to reduce swelling, enough for me to swallow water, and even those occurrences were less painful than these hives. My mom, a former nurse, grabbed me, rushed me to the bathroom, placed me under a cold shower to help soothe the burning and itching. I stayed in that shower for at least half an hour, and my God, it was heavenly. While I was in there, my mom found some Benadryl to give me and some ointment to rub on the worst of my hives. I took the Benadryl and let my mom apply the ointment, and then I passed out from exhaustion as soon as I put my PJs back on and made it into my sleeping bag. By the next morning, my hives had faded to gentle pink welts, and the pain and itching had greatly subsided. By the time I got home later that day, they had all but vanished. My mom and I tried to think of what could have caused the hives. I don't have any food allergies, though I do have very, very mild nasal allergies from pollen in the spring. But this was fall. It couldn't have been poison ivy. It's not like I was rolling around in random plants in the forest, or even playing anywhere other than the grass in front of the cabin. I don't have any skin allergies to any plants or fungi that could have existed at Camp T. I'd lived in that area my entire life, and I had never had any reactions like that before, or since, for that matter. Something else to note is that there were nearly 20 other people on that trip. Why had I been the only one affected? My mom, who has been interested in spirits, positive and negative energies, and psychic readings for several years now, thinks I'm sensitive to spirits and energies. I, being the argumentative skeptic that I am, attributed those feelings to me having anxiety and being on the autism spectrum. But honestly, I can't blame her for becoming involved in what may be considered by some to be heretical beliefs. She had been raised in an abusive household that used a falsified version of Christianity to justify physically and emotionally tormenting her and her siblings. If anything, I'm super proud of her for learning to love herself and finding her own beliefs and morals. Maybe the reason I was the only one who got sick on the trip really was because of a sensitivity to the supernatural. I can't say that I really believe that this is the case, but my mom seems to believe so, and it makes about as much sense as any other explanation. After that unfortunate camping trip, I spent a couple of sleepovers at Kyra's house, brainstorming what might have caused my reaction and what might be living or existing at Camp T. But we never came to any conclusions. It's been about 14 years since then, and that remains the only time I've ever had hives, despite going to the exact campground years later and living and working in very similar environments in the same part of the country. It was truly bizarre. Maybe there was more to that feeling of unease than I had originally thought. Fast forward 4 years to middle school. I'm in 8th grade, and my Girl Scout troop had shrunk to only me and 3 other girls. Kyra and I were still best friends, but she had quit Scouts to focus on other interests. The 3 other girls were all lovely and kind though, and I got along great with them. It was fall again, and we were looking into doing a seasonal camping trip. Eventually, we settled on going back to Camp T, planning on doing some hiking, plant and wildlife identification, and working on completing our silver awards. We joked about how I'd gotten sick from the ghosts the last time we were at Camp T, but overall, we were excited for the trip. The weekend of the trip arrived, and we made the drive out to the campsite with one of our troop leaders acting as chauffeur. Everything looked exactly the same as I'd remembered. Beautiful sylvan surroundings, vibrant red and orange leaves on the trees, fresh air, expansive natural areas to roam in and explore. Ghosts, hives, and uneasy feelings were in the very back of my mind and were the least of my worries, for a couple of hours at least. The other girls and I made some plans for the afternoon and evening. 2 of them, Eva and Courtney, and I wanted to walk the trails in the area and look for animal tracks and cool plants to get some exercise in. The 3rd girl, Jamie, wasn't feeling up to hiking and stayed behind with our chauffeur at the cabin to prepare dinner and discuss what to make for breakfast the next day. Eva, Courtney, and I decided to walk the main trail, which amounted to about 2 miles round trip. It circled out from our cabin, across a hillside, past the camp owner's house, and through a densely forested part of the area. We were all huge nature geeks and thought we could handle anything the forest threw at us. Eva and I both wanted to be exotic animal vets at the time, and Courtney regularly went hunting with her father. We were all fairly experienced in camping and hiking. We headed off with a pep in our step and smiles on our faces, ready to pretend to be explorers and make some cool discoveries. If only we had known exactly what we would discover on that hike. We'd made it to about the halfway point of the trail when it suddenly got dead silent in the woods. If you know anything about camping, hiking, or wilderness survival, you know that this is never a good sign. We saw then a strange, indistinguishable lump on the path several yards in front of us. Curious, we got closer to check it out. I wish now that we would have stopped back then, turned back as soon as it grew silent. But we were curious 13 and 14-year-olds. We thought we were invincible. We crept closer to the strange lump and began to see what it was. A sense of dread crept over me as I realized what exactly we had stumbled across. On the trail in front of us was a completely eviscerated deer carcass. The top of the head was lying in the middle of the path. The ears and snout were intact, but the eyes were gone. The bottom jaw and part of the neck had been ripped off, exposing the tongue, trachea, and esophagus. The spinal cord was hanging out of the back of the head, snapped clean in half, though the other half was nowhere to be seen. Off to the side of the path were some of the poor deer's organs. Intestines strung out for several feet, liver and stomach nearby. But that was it. No torso, no lungs or heart or legs or random bones. And perhaps most disturbingly, absolutely no blood. No footprints from what may have killed or eaten the deer. I've done countless animal dissections since then, and I've seen enough slaughterhouse corpses and procedures to make even the most staunch meat lover go vegetarian. But this, it remains one of the most graphic and disturbing things I've ever seen, and thinking of it still makes me nauseous to this day.
What the hell?
Courtney whispered under her breath as we approached the deer. Eva was completely speechless, wide-eyed and frozen in fear.
What the heck did this?
I asked Courtney, assuming she knew the most about local predators from her hunting background.
I don't know. It couldn't have been coyotes. They mostly hunt small animals, and they would never leave a deer out here in the open near humans like this. They're scavengers. They'd eat all of it.
I pulled out my laughably small pocket knife.
Do you think it could have been a mountain lion? I know they've been spotted a couple of times in Kansas and Missouri. I doubt it. There haven't been many sightings near this area, and an animal that big would have surely been spotted by one of the camp workers, and they would have closed the camp down.
Courtney grabbed her pocket knife as well, and Eva, who didn't have her knife with her, put a hand on her metal water canteen so she could have at least something to attack with, other than her hands, if it came down to it. We were all silent for a moment. A feeling of dread built up in my stomach, and I was instantly transported back to 4 years ago, when I had that exact same feeling at this exact same camp. There aren't any large predators in western Missouri. We have coyotes, foxes, and bobcats, but nothing that would, or could, do something like this to a large, fully grown deer. No bears, no wolves. Very rarely mountain lions, and as Courtney said, we would have been notified if there were a mountain lion in the area. They tend to be pretty noticeable around here, and are extensively monitored by wildlife officials. We all glanced at each other and came to a silent agreement to get the heck out of there. We took off running at full speed down the trail. When we got back to camp, we burst through the cabin doors, panting and speaking incoherently, startling Jamie and our chauffeur, who looked at us like we were crazy. Eva and I were holding back tears. We were both huge softies and had never seen a horror movie before, much less a poor, torn-up dead animal. Courtney was wide-eyed and speechless and seemed to be on the verge of a panic attack. We explained what we saw to Jamie and our chauffeur, and they both became noticeably uncomfortable. We were so freaked out that we ended up staying inside, playing cards, working on written assignments for badge requirements, and talking about random nonsense to distract ourselves the rest of the evening. We all slept restlessly when we finally went to bed that night. I couldn't fall asleep for what seemed like hours because I was paranoid that someone or something was looking at us through the cabin windows. We packed up and left early the next morning. I spoke to the other girls in the car ride on the way home, and they had all felt a sense of being watched the night before too. Needless to say, that was the last time any of us ever went to Camp T. On the bright side, at least I didn't get hives this time. Unfortunately, our camp troop kind of fell apart after that. We just didn't have the motivation to continue anything camping related, or even General Scout related. We all got our silver awards at the end of 8th grade year, and then left Girl Scouts at the beginning of high school. I'm just thankful that none of us were harmed or horribly mentally scarred from the experience, which could have potentially turned out dangerous or even deadly. I'm 24 now and still keep in touch with Eva, Courtney, Jamie, and Kyra, and I'm happy to report that we're all doing great and haven't had any more run-ins with strange creatures, eviscerated animals, or ghosts. Jamie and Eva are both married and have become a teacher and a physical therapist respectively. Kyra is an amazing artist and earns a living from her art commissions. Courtney is an extremely talented professional horse trainer, and I've since moved to Oregon, continuing my education to earn a PhD in wildlife biology so I can continue learning about and helping the wild animals and plants I love so much. And if you're curious, I'm studying the relationship between native amphibian health and agricultural practices in the Pacific Northwest for my thesis. Anyway, who knows? Maybe I'll encounter another strange, unexplainable occurrence in the woods. Maybe I'll meet Bigfoot. Or maybe I'll find some answers to what exactly happened at Camp T. But all in all, these two experiences are why I can't consider myself to be 100% a skeptic. I have absolutely no explanation for either of them. I've researched plants, animals, fungi, local legends, even mental conditions that could cause hives or such intense fear and paranoia, and I've never found any answers that make sense. At best, it's a fun ghost story to tell friends and acquaintances, and at worst, there is some unknown horrifying creature or spirit living in the forests of western Missouri, tearing apart animals and terrorizing those who venture too far into the woods. What is taking people in the Northern California wilderness? From Wicked Windigo. This story was passed down to me by my grandfather. I'll be relaying this story from his point of view. He said this happened to him when he was 17 years old. He was born and raised in the lush wooded landscape of Northern California. Our family has roots all over Northern California and Oregon, so naturally most of us are avid hunters and outdoorsmen. My father, grandfather, and I are very experienced with the wildlife that inhabit these woods. So what my grandfather encountered in the woods of NorCal back in 1968 is something still debated amongst our family. It was late spring in 1968. My senior year of high school was coming to a close, and I couldn't help but reflect on the last 4 years of my life. So much had happened. My childhood best friend, Greg, had gone missing on a hunting trip 2 years prior. No evidence had been found that could help determine what had happened to him. Local law enforcement eventually gave up searching. All that was left of Greg were my memories, and his face with the word missing plastered all over our small town. From the day he vanished, I spent every weekend scouring those darned woods, hoping I could do what all the trained professionals couldn't. I needed some kind of closure. I needed to know what happened. Listen, son, I don't expect you to believe me, no one ever does, but you know Pop would never lie to you. Just don't put me in one of those crazy person homes after this. I'm not crazy. My grandfather told me as he chuckled and cleared his throat. Okay, here's what happened. A long week of school had wrapped up. With college applications and testing coming up, it was hectic, to say the least. I didn't worry too much, honestly. I was focused on finding Greg. Even after all the time that had passed, I still had hope that he was out there. Looking back, I know it wasn't hope I was feeling. It was guilt. I was supposed to go with Greg on that trip. I got the flu, and I had been bedridden, so I couldn't make it. I was hard on myself after he went missing. Maybe if I'd gone with him, he'd still be here. Anyway, it had become routine. I'd done this so many times before that it became normal, almost like brushing my teeth every morning. Just another part of life. I got home around 3 p.m. I told your great Pop where I was going, and when I'd be back, before taking off in my old 57 Chevy pickup. I was heading to the popular local trailhead. This is where most of the locals started hunting and camping trips. The same place I went every weekend. It was the same place Greg entered and never returned. I arrived, threw my pack over my shoulder, and started the long hike up the mountain. The hike up to the camping spot was roughly 2 miles. I arrived at around 6 p.m. I made camp. I unfolded my worn map, filled with red circles and X's, taunting me with all my past failures to locate Greg. I sighed and circled the new location I would be searching. It was a 12-mile hike around the east side of the mountain. The landscape was dense and thick there, but nothing too crazy. I'd hiked the worst areas before. I started a fire and warmed up a can of beans I had in my pack. I let the fire die down over the next couple of hours before I climbed into my sleeping bag and I fell asleep. The familiar sounds of crickets and bullfrogs acted as a soothing lullaby. That night, I had a dream of Greg. Even though finding him was a main part of my life, not once had I had a dream of him. I remember I could see nothing but pitch black. I could hear the sound of trees rustling during a rough windstorm. Then, suddenly, a small light appeared in front of me. It was flickering yellow and red as I walked towards it. I reached the light and I could see Greg's face illuminated by the flickering light. He held an old oil lantern above his head. I stopped roughly 5 feet in front of him. I tried to talk, but no words came out. He slowly started to shake his head back and forth, and then he began to decay in front of my eyes, flesh falling from his skull like ice melting on a hot June day. Greg began to violently shake his head faster and faster in the same back and forth motion until he suddenly stopped. With nothing left but small patches of flesh and skin dangling from his skull, he said in a hushed tone, "No, not safe." I jerked awake with my body drenched in sweat. I felt sick. In that moment, I had no desire to continue my search. I wanted to go home. I wanted to hide under my bed and curl into a ball. I was terrified. I quickly crawled a few feet from my sleeping bag, and I began to vomit. I then sat up against a nearby oak tree, and I began to quietly sob into my knees. After a few minutes, I opened my eyes, and I was met with my necklace dangling from my neck. It was a 1943 silver penny on a dog tag chain. Greg and I found a pair of these matching pennies one day at the local supermarket. We drilled holes into the top of them and wore them as a type of memento to our friendship. This reinstated my overwhelming desire to find him. I knew I owed it to my friend to find out what happened. So I stood up with the morning sun peeking through the tree canopy, and I got ready to start my hike. It was around 11 a.m. when I started the hike up to the east side of the mountain. I had never been on this trail before. This side of the mountain was very dense. Prior to this, I'd searched all of the southern and western sides of the mountain. I just knew I was getting close to finding answers. Those woods held the secrets of what happened to my friend. I just had to search every inch of that cursed place to find them. I stopped to rest and rehydrate around halfway up the trail. I sat on a large boulder facing the direction I'd come from. I took a sip from my canteen when I heard a loud, guttural scream from behind me. It was far away, but I felt uneasy seeing as it came from the direction I was heading to. I told myself it was a mountain lion and that I needed to stay vigilant. All I had on me was a large buck knife for protection. I stood up and began hiking again when I heard the scream once more. It was a bit closer this time, but still fairly far away. I stopped walking to listen. My anxiety grew, and Greg's words just kept echoing in my mind. No, not safe. I took a deep breath and continued on. I couldn't stop. I reached the 8-mile mark around 4 p.m. I'd been hiking for 5 hours, and I needed to start heading back to make camp before dark. I walked around the area to scout a camping spot for next weekend. As I still had 4 miles of this trail left to search, finding an adequate spot, I stopped and leaned against a nearby tree and began to unfold my map, when I heard something unbelievable. Now listen, this is the part where stuff gets crazy, so listen closely and save your snarky remarks and eye rolls for the end, my grandfather said to me. I chuckled and leaned in, now fully invested. My grandfather's face went serious, and he began again. Something called my name. Tommy. It was Greg's voice. I jolted around quickly to the direction I'd heard it, my eyes frantically scanning from tree to tree trying to locate the source. My eyes filled up with tears as my brain was attempting to rationalize what I heard. Then I heard it again, but this time from behind me. Tommy. I turned around and was instantly met with a sharp pain on the right side of my head. I fell to the forest floor. My vision started to fade in and out until all I saw was black. As he told this story, tears started to well up in my grandfather's eyes. I knew he was serious. I'd honestly never seen him so worked up. Okay, I just need a moment to calm down before I continue. He took a minute to regain himself and began again talking with a shaky voice. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but when I awoke I was met with pitch black dark. The wound on my head throbbed with pain. It was tender to the touch. I touched my face and realized dried blood was running down the side of it and along my neck. I sat up and attempted to adjust my eyes to the dark. I was hit with an overwhelming smell of blood with an underlying hint of sulfur. I scanned my surroundings, looking for anything that wasn't darkness. I spotted something to my right. It was dull blue light accompanied by a faint flicker of yellow and red. Deja vu hit me hard. I remembered my dream from the night before. Surely I wasn't dreaming. The pain I felt was very real. I struggled to stand. Once on my feet, I fell to my right and hit a rocky surface. It was apparent now that I was in a cave. My anxiety heightened as no maps of the area showed caves. I put all these thoughts in the back of my mind. I had one goal at this point: getting out of the cave. I made my way towards the light, using the cave wall to help balance myself. I could not put much pressure on my right ankle. Blood was slowly dripping from my right pant leg, but I pressed on. I could see the light more clearly now. It was coming from the mouth of the cave. I could even see the dull blue moonlight shining brightly, with the occasional yellow and red flicker peeking from the bottom of the cave mouth. As I reached the cave mouth, I slowly stumbled out onto a cliffside edge overlooking a small valley. I could make out the mountain I'd been hiking in the distance in front of me. I was shocked. How in the world did I get here? I looked down into the valley and noticed a large bonfire with a tent near it. That explained the flicker from before. I could see two men lying on the ground. I assumed they had gotten pretty intoxicated and fell asleep outside. I turned to find a way down the ledge and into the valley. I needed to get down there and get some help. I found a small trail that led down the cliffside, but something caught my eye as I scanned the ledge. Personal belongings were scattered across the ground, leading into the cave. Torn shirts, old shoes, tent poles, even a child's teddy bear. I felt uneasy seeing all these intimate items just lying around. Then my eye caught something reflecting the moonlight. I walked over and picked up a dog tag chain from the dirt. My heart was pounding. I could hear it in my ears. With my hand shaking, I ran my fingers across the chain until I found something round at the end. Then I reached for my necklace. It was still around my neck. A mix of dread and joy filled my body. I wanted to jump and cry at the same time. Greg was here, or he was at one point. I called into the cave in a hushed tone. Greg, are you in there? I started to wobble back into the cave when I heard a loud crashing from the valley below. I placed my back to the ledge and crouched down as to not be seen. I scanned the tree line surrounding the camp when I saw movement. I watched in horror as a long, lanky gray arm sporting 4 bony fingers slowly emerged from the tree line. It grabbed the right leg of one of the men and slowly dragged him into the surrounding brush. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. Suddenly, everything made sense. My dream, Greg's warning, how I was knocked unconscious and ended up in a cave. I had no idea what that thing was, but I knew it would be back. I shoved Greg's necklace into my pocket and made my way down the cliffside trail as quickly and quietly as possible. With adrenaline pumping, I made my way to the tree line towards the mountain. As I reached the tree line, I turned back to the bonfire, still burning brightly. It was roughly a football field to my left. I noticed the second man was gone. I could only assume the creature had already come back for him. I then looked back up the cliff to the cave mouth, and in the moonlight, I saw it. A tall gray mass moving up the cliffside trail, the one I had just come down. I saw its 2 arms, longer than the creature itself, dragging behind it, clutching 2 dark masses. I could only assume it was the 2 men from the camp. I quickly ducked into a bush and watched as it disappeared into the cave. I wasted no time. As soon as it was out of sight, I made my way towards the mountain. I stopped every few minutes to make sure I wasn't followed. Eventually, I found a familiar trail. I was so tired, I went off the trail and laid under a fallen oak. I fell asleep rather quickly. I awoke to the sounds of birds chirping and the sunshine blinding me. I sat up, still attempting to process what I saw. My ankle was in a lot of pain. I pulled up my pant leg to reveal 4 purple bruises with dime-width holes at the end of each bruise. The bruises wrapped around my calf and ankle. They matched the long fingers I saw grab the men that night before. I reached into my pocket and pulled out Greg's necklace. I now knew what happened to my best friend. Whatever that thing was, it took him, and it almost took me. Judging by the items I saw at the entrance to its home, it had taken many others as well. I made my way up the trail and eventually back to my truck. When I arrived back home, I told your great Pop-Pop that I had a run-in with a small black bear. We went to the hospital to get my head and leg checked out. I knew that lie was the only way I would stay out of a mental institution. You couldn't just go around claiming to see those types of things back then. Regardless, I finally had closure and a newfound respect for the unknown. I don't know what it was that took my friend, but I know I never returned to those woods. I graduated high school, and eventually I moved here and met your grandma. As my grandfather wiped tears from his eyes, he reached into the collar of his polo shirt. He pulled out an old, slightly rusted dog tag chain necklace with 2 silver 1943 pennies dangling from the end. He smiled, tucking them back into his shirt. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Son, some things are better left alone." It was born with me. From Jake W. I'd like to preface this by saying I'm still quite a young guy, being sub-20. I'm definitely not a writer or creative enough to come up with some scary story, but I do ask that you believe me when I tell you that everything in this story is true. Now, it all started when I was born 16 years ago. I live in a very small town in southern Utah. So small that unless you really go looking, you won't find it on any map. Ever since I was young, I've had a very strange connection with the paranormal. When I was an infant, I would lie on my back and look in the sky, tracing figures with my fingers. My grandfather was a pastor, and he thought I was communicating with angels. He was wrong. Fast forward to when I was just figuring out how to talk. Still a very limited vocabulary, but enough to get my point across. My family and I were riding in the mountains, specifically a small mountain range known as the Bald Ridges, because a plane crashed there and burned all the trees on the mountain. When we were driving on the dirt road back, I was sitting on my mom's lap, when all of a sudden, I started screaming, "Mommy! Mommy, make him stop laughing!" My brother pulls over to the side of the road, then speeds off, claiming that when he stopped, he heard footsteps outside his driver's side door. Obviously, I do not remember this firsthand due to my age, but everyone in my family tells it the same way. They even went back to the road the next day. We took pictures of what appeared to be utterly unnatural footprints that some creature left behind. They're still in my father's closet. But that was only the beginning. Strange occurrences continued to surround me. One evening, while my family was sitting in the living room watching TV, I started mumbling, "Where's Dorothy?" My mother figured I had an imaginary friend or something of the sort, but my dad's face flushed pale. Dorothy was the name of my father's stillborn sister. He never talked about it, as he was young when it happened. No one in our family even knew about it. So, how had I? Another strange occurrence happened when we were driving home from the city, grocery shopping and such. We were maybe 5 or 10 miles out of town. All of a sudden, a wolf walked out in the middle of the road. My father slammed on the brakes and this wolf just stood there. Now, we don't have wolves here in southern Utah, so we figured maybe it was domesticated, and that's why it was so calm to our vehicle. But something was off. Then, I swear to God, it smiled. It looked right at me and smiled. Then it casually walked off the side of the road into the darkness. There are too many encounters to name and talk about, but the final and the most important happened one night before my brother died. We were in the Bald Ridges once again. My brothers and I were cruising around the mountains. I was in the back seat, my 2 brothers in the front. Now, cattle ranchers own the better half of the mountain, allowing their cows to roam and feed on the grass. So it's not uncommon to see cows on the road at night. But out of nowhere, we started hearing hooves hitting the grass, like a stampede. All the cows were running from something. And then we heard it, a blood-curdling screech shouting from the bushes. The sound of it kicked my brother into overdrive. He slammed on the gas, driving as fast as he could, trying to avoid the cattle stampede. Then, a bull walked right out in front of the truck. My brother slammed on the brakes, and as soon as he did, there was a crash into the back of the truck, shattering the rear windshield. We made it out of there in one piece, but we went back in broad daylight the next day to find the same type of footprints we found 16 years ago. The messed up part? Both of my brothers are now dead. One killed himself and the other died from sepsis. Is all of it connected? I don't know, but I'm scared. These events only seem to happen when I'm around, and they all started around the time I was born. I think I'm connected to this thing, like it's some byproduct of my existence. If you have any idea what's going on, let me know, because I need answers. A Voice in the Fog, from Anonymous. My family and I love hiking in the mountains. We used to do it every summer. That summer, we went to the mountains of Slovenia. I can remember the green slopes of the mountains while the plane was approaching the Ljubljana airport. We were going hiking for a couple of days as we usually did. During the trip, things went nicely. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Everything happened after a couple of days. We were walking towards our refuge. The sun was up until we made it to the valley where our refuge was. This valley was perpendicular to the sunlight, giving us a lot of shade, rendering the valley more grayish with the rocks. Before that refuge, there was another one that had closed recently. As we approached the door of the locked building, a paper stating the reason of the closure was pinned on the door to redirect tourists. On it, it read that the previous owner had apparently committed suicide, and that the refuge would stay closed for the summer. A bit shaken up about that information, we decided to continue our hike as it was the end of the afternoon. I do reckon that information probably set us up in a bad mood, but it didn't stay too much on our minds. The next refuge we arrived at was a bit special. Basically, there were no owners in charge, and residents were in charge of keeping the place clear. When we arrived, there was a group of about 6 to 8 people who were already eating at the table. After greeting them, we settled ourselves in and took off our shoes. We joked around and discovered how the toilet worked. The air seemed peaceful. Nothing weird about the place, and there was a stream further away, giving a nice backdrop sound, while the gray shade of the rocks made the place naturally cool too. The refuge itself was just a dormitory with bunk beds for at least 20 people. There wasn't a bathroom and the toilets were in a separate building. The refuge only had windows on the side that faced the direction of the stream, which was also the entryway. We could see the trail that kept going up the valley toward the passage at the top. Every evening we'd go in, as it was starting to get cold by then, and clouds would gather around the sky. The last thing we wanted was to get rained on. I was fast asleep one night, and I sleep like a rock. I can fall asleep listening to music, and even sometimes the alarms I put on are not enough. My dad often has to shake me awake. But that night I woke up really early. Of course, at first I wasn't stressed about it. It happens. And I can fall asleep again pretty fast. But that night something kept me awake. Something even to this day I can't explain. And I'm not the type of guy to believe too much into ghosts. When I woke up, the refuge was silent, apart from the storm outside. I love storms. My girlfriend and I would often keep track of them. So I relaxed, listening to the water falling on the roof, and the thunder rolling in a nearby valley. Now, I don't exactly know how long it took me to hear it, but something was calling in the storm. Something was repeating a word, which made my brain light up. I think it's at that moment I noticed I wasn't the only one awake, because my sister then asked what it was. By that point, I was looking outside, trying to see if I could find something, but it was so foggy. I couldn't see past 10 or 15 meters. As my parents were also awake and trying to listen, we all agreed there was something out there calling. Now, what gives me shivers is that the voice sounded like a little boy, maybe 8 or 10 years old, repeating 2 syllables. Papa. Papa. Always the same way, always the same tone and voice. Now that's where I diverged from the memories of my mom and sister. But I believe he was saying something else on top of that. I can't remember, it's been so long, and I tried to let the memory sink away. Now, I wanted to stay in the refuge, in our safe spot. I didn't want to go into the storm, but I watched my dad, afraid that he would jump up and try to go outside to the boy. But I didn't want him to move either. I was tensed up, the fog getting more dense and dense. I was controlling my panic, but I was definitely in fight or flight mode, ready to bounce out of the bed to lock the door. The voice kept calling and calling, but never getting closer or louder. Nor did it change. It was the same dreadful voice. It reminded me of an episode of Doctor Who, where the boy's looking for his mama. I felt as if something was out there trying to lure us out of the refuge. After a while, we decided to get back to bed and tried to ignore the kid's voice. The next morning, the storm was gone as well as the fog. The other group of people had not heard the event last night, as they'd apparently been sleeping with earplugs. Our family got ready for the day, preparing to hike up the valley. When we set out, I was in front with my sister, when we noticed someone on a rock. We weren't close enough to see what he was doing exactly, but he was pointed towards a little pond formed by the stream in front of the rock he was on. He had his car parked a couple of meters on the left. My sister, who was older than me, turned around and shouted to my parents about the guy there. But when we tried to look back, neither him nor his car were there anymore. The rest of our hiking trip was normal with no further incidents. As I'm writing this, both my sister and my mom have clear memories of that night. I've tried checking wildlife noise to see if it could have been an animal. Now, a lynx can kind of sound similar, but it's too fast compared to what we heard. The syllables were separated by 1 or 2 seconds. Plus, why would he make that sound in the middle of the storm? To this day, we don't know what it was. We don't know why it happened. We don't know what it wanted, or if it was even spiritual at all. Michigan Mothman, from Cereza. Do you ever feel like you're being watched? It can happen when you're alone or with others. You feel this indescribable primal emotion, sort of like a mental itch. It just tells you you're being stalked by something. This is how I felt on the drive to Huron-Manistee National Forest. For those unfamiliar, it's a beautiful and massive park that's bordered almost entirely by Lake Michigan. I've many fond memories of my experiences here, but the story I'm about to share falls into a different category. I was with my girlfriend of about 6 months at the time. We'll call her Diane. She was driving as we pulled off the interstate and neared the smaller roads that led into the designated camping area of the park. Originally, we planned to set up our campsite in the aforementioned spot, but upon arrival we noticed how crowded it was. After a bit of deliberating, we opted to grab our camping gear, which was only a minimalist tent, a few days' worth of food, and some bottled water. Then we hiked a mile or so inland, away from where the other campers were situated. After all, we came out here to have some intimacy, and being surrounded by strangers cracking beers and partying did not fit the bill. It was around 6 o'clock when we finally arrived at a suitable campground. It was a clearing just up a small hill, about 15 meters in diameter, surrounded by thick woods on every side, including where we entered from. We first heard it as we were setting up the tent, a thick, deliberate scream. Reminiscent of an animal in a great deal of pain. It rang out across the clearing. "What the heck?" Diane muttered. The sound ended as abruptly as it started, and almost as if in a cartoon, a flock of birds in the trees overhead took off, all flying back the direction we had come from. "What was that?" I asked, a barely noticeable quiver in my voice. "I don't know. Maybe a deer or something." After giving her theory, Diane continued to pitch the tent, and I did too, though I found the sound hard to shake off. After the tent was set up, Diane suggested we'd better hurry and get some firewood. As we weren't at the designated camping ground, there was no existing fire pit. I remember saying that I thought I saw good material just outside the clearing on our way in, when a strange noise came from overhead. It was gone in an instant. It sounded like a very large bird swooping just over where our tent was. We both heard it, and immediately looked up and around the area, though we couldn't see the thing that made the sound. Whatever kind of bird it was, we didn't know. All we could tell was that it was fast and big. Fast forward a few hours, and the sun was setting. After a rather grueling wood haul, we were able to get a proper fire going, and we were stereotypically toasting marshmallows over the flame, while casually flirting and telling ghost stories. As I bit into my charred sweet, we heard the scream again. This time, it was a lot closer. The noise rang out in a way that made my ears throb, and I had to cover them with my hands. It lasted longer this time too, going about 4 or 5 seconds. Diane stood up. "What is that?" she yelled, as if trying to ask whatever made the scream. Though the sound was unnerving, I was more annoyed than scared at that point. "A real a-hole of a deer," I said, and we both laughed. "I swear if it does that while I'm sleeping, I'm just gonna scream back." Our jokes dissolved the tension pretty quickly, and we went back to toasting marshmallows, watching the sky dissolve from purple into a deep ocean blue. The rest of that night was uneventful, until we went to sleep. Sometime around 12 or 1 in the morning, I woke up to a loud thud outside, as if something heavy had been dropped. What was that? Diane was still groggy, so I jostled her with my arm. Diane, wake up. I think something's outside. What do you mean? An animal or something. She just continued to lie there, so I said something to get her attention. Diane, I'm scared. She sat up in the tent, and I could see with my phone flashlight that she was very tired. Okay. You want me to go look? I guess. Without complaining, she got up out of the sleeping bag, taking with her my phone, and exited the tent. Hello? Anything out there? She called, jokingly, as she shined her flashlight around the clearing. I watched her from the tent as she walked into the center of it, illuminating the area with the phone. Then near the edge of the clearing, she spotted something. Whoa. Hey, see, come here. I squinted, realizing I could barely see, and reached back to grab my glasses before getting out of the tent and walking over to her. This might sound strange, but the air felt heavy, like it does before a thunderstorm. There was also this faint smell of copper. It grew stronger as I went over to her. Looking where she was shining the light, I saw what appeared to be a young fawn. At first, I thought it was sleeping, completely unaware of us, until I saw the markings on its back. Deep into its fur and flesh, there were these gouges, about 2 feet apart, that were darkened, obviously soaked with blood. It looked as if the deer had been picked up by some sort of predatory bird. I found this confusing, as I couldn't think of a bird of prey able to lift an animal that easily weighed 50 pounds into the air. Even stranger, though, was the fact that the only markings on the animal were on its back. There were no other wounds, so whatever had done this to the deer did not feed off of it at all. It just killed it and left. Babe, I really don't like this. Diane wrapped her arm around me, pulling me towards her. I know. Let's get back to the tent. We'll get out of here as soon as the sun comes up. I nodded slowly, and we both began walking back to our tent. A few footfalls later, we heard the sound of a twig snapping. Diane shined the flashlight behind us, revealing nothing at first. She scanned the tree line, and to my horror, we saw something. Directly in front of us, maybe 20 feet away, was a large humanoid figure. It glared at us, and whether that was due to the flashlight, or it was simply this thing's natural disposition, I don't know. Its eyes appeared to be bright red, glowing orbs. I was horrified. If I had to guess, I'd say that thing was between 8 and 10 feet tall. It was feathered in a deep gray coat. It stood staring at us. It didn't seem to have a separate head, but rather its eyes were just plastered to the top of its body, like an owl with its head pulled inward. Both me and my partner were stunned as we looked onto the thing. It was then that it extended its arms, or wings, revealing a very wide span that seemed to flow from the entirety of its body, much like a moth. Without warning, it screamed at us, the sound unbearable. Thick, heavy, and blood-curdling, like a fire alarm amplified by 100. I collapsed to the forest floor, clutching my ears as Diane held me. The last thing I remember was her saying my name as my vision faded to black. When I awoke, I was in the back of our car. I was surprised, and I sat straight up. Diane spotted me in the rearview mirror. "I'm glad you're awake," she spoke. I noticed my ears were ringing a great deal. I clutched my head in pain. What the heck happened? I grew pale in the face, now remembering the creature. She kept her eyes on the road as she spoke. That thing, it took off almost as soon as you blacked out. Like a jet. It was crazy. I took you back to the tent and waited until dawn before I booked it. You mean you carried me all that way? Well, I tried to wake you up a few times, but you were out cold. It wasn't too bad anyway, but I had to leave the tent. I sighed before nodding slowly. Money we'll never get back. I paused. And thank you for protecting me. I saw her smile in the rearview mirror without another word. To this day, we're still together. As strange as it is, that event seemed to bring us closer. We talk about it often, using it as an anecdote when friends come over. It's a healthy way to process an ordeal like that. We've been living together for some time now, and I see marriage as a very realistic future for us. As for the creature itself, I'm still unsure what it was. Based on its behavior and its striking physical form, I'd wager a guess that we encountered the Mothman, a humanoid cryptid that's said to have the body of a moth with glowing red eyes. According to folklore, it's commonly seen as an omen before a major disaster. I still think about that night often. Honestly, I don't know if I'd be alive right now to write this story if it wasn't for Diane. But please, stay safe when you're out in the woods. You can never be sure what you'll see out there. Black-Eyed Kid of Kennesaw Mountain, from Hiram. This encounter took place in the fall of 2016. The youngest child of a close family friend was turning 16 and had requested that my brother and I take him camping for the weekend to celebrate. We were delighted to do so. So our family packed our things and we drove from Florida to Georgia to visit and celebrate with our dearly missed friends. The trip started as any other. It was the birthday boy Jay, his two brothers Cal and Ken, my own brother and myself. We spent the day exploring a nearby Civil War battlefield during the day with our families, then set about making camp nearby when evening came. We had a fire, cooked hot dogs and s'mores, cut up and shot the breeze with the young boys. Everyone went to bed close to midnight, bellies full and snuggled up in sleeping bags against the late autumn chill. I awoke at 3 a.m. in a full panic. My chest was tight and I was gasping. There was a fading echo in the night air around me, as though I caught the tail end of some sort of commotion that had awakened me. I settled myself down and regulated my breathing, confused as to why I'd come to like that. I wasn't having a nightmare or anything beforehand. I heard a stirring from the big tent that my brother and the 3 boys were staying in. Their tent was a 12-person, 3-room monstrosity. It had a box fan, rope lights, and a card table set up inside. My tiny A-frame looked quite comical next to it. I listened closely and heard soft whimpering from one of the boys. I exited my tent into the frigid night air to find my brother already up, tending to Cal, who was in the midst of a mild asthma attack. My brother took Cal and Jay to the truck. They loaded in to make the 20-minute drive back to the house to pick up Cal's inhaler. That left myself and Ken, who was still fast asleep in the big tent. I decided I was too wired to go back to sleep, so I stoked the fire until the flames were licking the air once more. My mind wandered back to the intensity of when I woke up, and I pondered the echoing cry I had heard. Then it happened. A caterwaul pierced the night air, terrifying and inhuman, the sound of it petrifying. I sat next to the fire, wide-eyed as I stared into the darkness before me, as the wail faded into the same echo I'd awoken to earlier. I forced myself to take shuddering breaths. Then I stood up, retrieving my Maglite LED from the tent. I shined it towards where I thought the cry had come from. There was a steep drop-off onto a deep ravine about 50 yards away from us. The call had not come from down there. The echo was not right. I had heard creaking of branches and the rustle of leaves from somewhere above, and the canopy of pine trees that stood as silent sentries around us. It was at this moment that I noticed how quiet it was. Winter nights here were usually pretty quiet, but now a sense of dread and foreboding weighed heavily in the air. I raised the beam of my light towards the top of the trees, the mini sun of white light pushing back the shadows that bathed the night. Nothing was up there. I let my breath out in a large puff and turned back towards the camp, when a soft voice came from the darkness behind me.
"Please, can you help me?"
The soft voice of a terrified child floated from the shadows. My skin immediately began to crawl as a sense of danger prickled down my spine. I quickly swept the light around me, searching for the source of the voice.
Please, can you help me?"
The child whimpered again, the voice urgent but barely audible. I glanced around the campground. It was sparsely populated, but we certainly were not the only ones here. My mind raced with possibilities, most of them bad, as I wondered why no one else had been awakened by the wailing, the cry of this child's voice, their call for help.
"Help me. It's so cold."
"Ken, wake up!" I hissed at the older boy. I was met with snoring. I shook the tent harder, lightly kicking the lump that was his body, which was pushed against the side of the tent. No luck.
"Help me. Why won't you help me?"
I stood in a mixture of indecision and panic. The heavy air pressed down on me as I struggled to control my fear. I had to help. I was in my early 20s, and if there really was a hurt child out there, they might succumb to hypothermia if I did not act. Apparently, I was the only person on the whole darned mountain that was awake for this. The horrible scream resounded again, this time from the same direction of the child's voice. I heard the violent rustling of branches echoing in the deathly quiet of the night ahead of me, as the child's sobbing grew more wild. "I'm coming!" I yelled out. I dove into my tent and grabbed my pistol, clipping the holster onto my belt before sprinting headlong into the tree line behind our camp. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly as I ran, legs and heart pumping, towards the sound of a crying child and the wailing of a monster. I broke through the trees and emerged onto the opposite side of the trail loop that all the campsites ran along. I stopped on the trail and caught my breath, the woods silent again, Kid!" I shouted as I swept my light around me. I caught a glimpse of something red in front of me, a few hundred feet into the woods and obscured by brush. I pushed my way into the thicket until I could see him. A small boy. He stood alone before me. He had brown hair and was barefoot, wearing red long-sleeve pajamas. His head faced down, eyes squeezed shut. I could see that his lips were already turning blue. I slowly made my way towards him, keeping the beam of my light on him as my eyes darted above and around me. I half expected some eldritch horror to pop out at any moment and tear us to shreds. "Hey, kid, are you okay?" I called over. The boy raised his hand to block the beam of my light from shining in his eyes. He asked, "Can you help me?" I made it to the boy, and I shrugged off my jacket, draping it over his shoulders. "What happened?" I asked him. "I wanted to use the bathroom, but I got lost on the way back. Then I heard that noise and it scared me, and then I saw your flashlight." He trailed off, turning his head away from me. "So you called out for help?" He nodded. I beckoned him to follow me and we made it back to the trail. "Okay, do you know which way you came from?" I asked. Then the boy did something odd. He stepped out in front of me and began to sniff in deeply, turning his head to the left, then to the right. "This way," he said flatly, and turned right to follow the trail. He walked briskly. I trailed him by a few paces, my confusion growing. As we passed the campsites, his stride would slow and I could hear him sniffing faintly. "Anything looking familiar yet?" I asked nervously, but he ignored me, continuing to walk. We made it completely around the loop before he finally stopped at a site that was only 2 down from ours. The site between us was unoccupied. There was a large tent like the one my brother brought, and a large white passenger van. He breathed in deeply through his nose, his head tilting back slightly as he released it. "This is it." He strode to the tent without another word, leaving me dumbfounded on the trail. "Hey, wait! My jacket!" I called after him. He paused halfway through unzipping his tent, fixing me with a gaze that I will never forget and still haunts me. The boy's face was partially illuminated by the beam of my light, his eyes completely black. His face was milky white, with deep blue coloring around his lips. The boy, he looked like a corpse. I stared at him, slack-jawed, as he slipped into the tent and zipped it closed, his eyes never leaving mine until he was out of sight. Silence. I stood a moment longer, my brain trying to reason what I had just seen. It had to have been a shadow, or some optical anomaly. I shivered, and I turned to walk the short walk back to my site, planning to go check in the morning and get my jacket back then, and maybe a thank you. My brother and the 2 boys got back about 15 minutes later. They found me next to the fire again, having restoked it. They asked why I was still awake, so I told them all that had come to pass during the 40 minutes they were gone. After I was done, I got a few mutterings of, "Wow, that's crazy," before everyone dismissed it and went to bed. I returned to my tent and spent the rest of the night restlessly tossing and turning. Dawn broke. I was out of my tent once more, getting the skillet and breakfast foods out of the cooler in the back of the truck. I started the fire and began to cook. As I worked, I kept an eye on the campsite I'd left the boy at the night before, but no one stirred. I finished the meal and turned to set the picnic table up for breakfast when I froze. My jacket rested at the top of the table, neatly folded. I kept my eye on the site the rest of the morning, up until we packed up and left. I never saw anyone emerge from the tent or walk around the site. To this day, that night haunts me. I kept up with the news for a while after that night, often asking my friends if anyone had gone missing or had died that night, but nothing ever came up. I guess I may never know. The Silence of Paradise, from Shiv H. When we were 7, Mama took my cousin Elle and I over to Hounslow Heath for our usual adventures that were common in the summer holidays. Instead of the regular route, we used to love collecting feathers and other natural things that we found to make collages with, or picking fat, juicy blackberries off of bushes for our gran to make pies with. Mom took us to one of her old haunts as a child called Paradise. Paradise was thought to have been the location of either an old coaching inn or a powder mill, and was just a very stark, bare, massive open field with skeletal remains of ancient-looking stones and wood buildings, and very old tree stumps scattered throughout the field. Over the years, Paradise had fallen victim to random attacks of arson, and the local council burning the field to keep it from becoming overgrown and unmanageable. So the appearance of Paradise was more desolate and bleak, due to the burnt stubbles of grass and charred tree stumps, along with the still strong and slightly sickly smell of smoke in the air, especially when the wind picked up. The obvious differences between the otherwise lush and green area around Paradise and Paradise itself was clear to Elle and I immediately. We said aloud at the same time, "The burnt place." I felt uneasy straight away, and looking at Elle, I could tell she did too. When you grow up with someone, you know how they feel about certain things. I was in my wheelchair investigating the ground around me, and Elle was a little distance away from Mama, who was looking at something else. Suddenly, Elle looked up at me and said, "Shiv, can you hear anything?" I was suddenly struck with the deathly silence of the immediate area. Normally, the heath was alive with the comforting sound of birds, insects, and small animals. It should have been like a constant soundtrack to our play. But there was not a sound, nor, come to mention of it, was there any evidence of any living thing around us. In fact, I can't remember seeing any animals or birds since we got to Paradise. I brought this up to Elle, and we both looked up at the sky before continuing to investigate the burnt ground. Looking carefully, I came to the awful realization that the ground was scattered with small animal skeletons and skulls and bones, all charred, littering the dirt left over from years of fires. Elle and I looked at each other and said once again at the same time, "Can we please go?" Mama looked at us both and laughed. "What's wrong with you two?" We told her about the unearthly silence and the small animal skeletons. Mom just explained that it was only to be expected from a dead area. But she didn't say much about the silence. She just listened and said, "Okay, let's go back." When we got home, we told our gran about it, and we talked all night. Now that we're adults, Elle has got her own children. Sometimes they ask about our childhood, and sometimes we tell them spooky or funny stories. But any time we both mention paradise, it's always with unease. The Old Waterhouse, from Shiv H. Over the heath, there was an ancient crumbling waterhouse where the entire estate's water system was managed. Believe me, we thought it was a miracle how anything that old and manky could keep and pump out any water, but it did. It was made with bricks with a black slate roof and iron doors, although at the time of this incident, it was just a shadow of its former self. It didn't have any doors. The windows were all smashed by generations of kids throwing rocks and stones. It was there when my mama and her siblings were kids and played over the heath. They said it spooked them and their mates, just as it did us. It was a really hot day one summer in the school holidays. The older boys were at home for some reason, and all the younger cousins, me included, were being little brats, so the boys said they would take us all blackberry picking to keep us quiet. Mama agreed gratefully. The boys were really responsible and mature at 16, 17, and 18. They babysat for us younger kids all the time, so we all knew the rules of staying close to the boys and doing what they told us. And so, half an hour later, everyone had their fruit buckets, and we were off. There were 5 younger kids. We were all really excited as blackberry picking was a great family favorite activity, and our Gran's blackberry pies were the best. Gran's house led directly onto the back of the heath. There was a fence with a gap at the end. One of my older cousins passed me through to the other end, then lifted my tiny wheelchair over the fence. The other kids were through in seconds, and we were on our way again. On the way to our destination, the older boys would tell us spooky stories, half because they liked scaring us, and half because we all used to beg them to. There was nothing more terrifying than a story from my cousins H or B. They were the masters at it, and they made it so believable we loved it. But we all stopped talking when we came to the waterhouse. No one ever dared speak around or near the waterhouse, not even the older boys. For something so mundane, it always looked and still does look so eerie. There was a second fence to get through before we made it to our beloved blackberry field. But this time, as we squeezed through the gap of the fence, we were all the more somber as we remembered an old wives' tale or urban legend that we all knew about the waterhouse. The legend goes, once in the early 1960s, there was a gang of bank robbers. They were local to the area and were really nasty pieces of work. Their expertise was terrorizing bank customers and staff alike before grabbing and shooting anything that moved. They did several jobs without getting caught, but they really messed up a particular job, and a sweet 19-year-old trainee bank clerk was shot dead, and 5 more people were seriously injured. One of the gang was also shot dead, along with the nastiest member of the gang being seriously wounded in the crossfire. It's said that the remaining gang members escaped with just a few hundred and made their way over to the heath. They hid out in the waterhouse. The waterhouse at the time was more newish and was a perfect hideaway for the murderers. There was a lot of contention and stress among the remaining gang. The bodies of all 3 of the remaining gang members were discovered rotting away in the waterhouse 6 months later. It was never proven how they died. A few years after that, the weird stuff and creepy noises started to occur near and around the waterhouse. Mysterious, hairy figures were glimpsed moving stealthily amongst the pipes and wires. A dank, moldy, rotten smell like aging river weeds was always smelled around the area of the waterhouse, and eerie wails and menacing murmurs could be heard day and night. In the late 70s, there was a spur of mysterious deaths of homeless people who would shelter over the heath not too far from the waterhouse. There was nothing to ever link the deaths to the waterhouse, but the locals soon started to give the waterhouse and surrounding area a wide berth because of its creepy history and dark reputation. That left the waterhouse abandoned and in disrepair. That's what we knew of the waterhouse's dark history. That's why we were so wary and anxious to get away from it as quickly as possible. When we were all through the gap in the fence further away from the waterhouse, us younger cousins built up enough courage to glance over at the building of ill repute before being rounded up by the older boys. One of them, A, put me in the wheelchair again, and we set off toward the blackberry field. We soon arrived where some other local kids we knew were already there. We spent a nice afternoon picking and eating juicy sweet blackberries and splashing in the river. Soon the sun was getting low, and it was time to return home. Our journey home was much like the one there. We were still bantering and laughing, and the older boys were still winding us up slightly. But being as it was getting later, we were feeling warier and slightly subdued. When we reached the fence before the waterhouse, the air felt slightly too close, like before a thunderstorm. The youngest of the three older boys got me out of my wheelchair so that B could lift it over the fence. The other kids were already on the other side of the fence with H and B. A suddenly said to his brother, in a low, guarded voice, "Something moved at the back there, bruv." B just looked at him sideways. Out of the boys, A was the most likely one to pull a stunt or wind anyone up for a laugh. But this time, A was straight-faced. A said, "I'm gonna go have a look." He passed me through to B and squeezed past us all. "Wait up, A. We've got to..." Having put me in my wheelchair, B moved forward towards his brother when we suddenly heard A shriek out in horror and disgust, and the two boys moved back quickly. H, having already taken me out of the wheelchair again, had told everyone to run. And we did. B picked up my tiny wheelchair, folding it up while running. A grabbed the other two kids' hands and followed B. And H ran with me on his shoulders, holding my other cousin's hand. We ran, and A kept saying, "Don't look back, don't look back." I did, but I saw nothing. We didn't stop until we got to the fence which led back to the road on the estate. We could actually see civilization again. We were all completely exhausted, especially the older boys. Before we slipped through the fence to the road, B held himself up by the railings and asked, "What did you see, A?" Yellow eyes, hairy face." All us younger kids began to panic and scream, and H had to calm us all down. He said that we were safe, and it would be all right, but we all wanted to get as far away from the waterhouse as possible. When we got home, we all looked bedraggled and slightly nervy. Mama and Auntie noticed this and asked the boys what was wrong. H just said that we got spooked by an old drunk man in the bushes looking for golf balls to sell, and as that was quite commonplace over the heath, Mama and my auntie just gave us kids a pep talk and hugged us. We never did tell Mama or my auntie the truth about the yellow eyes and hairy face. We never found out what it actually was. But us kids didn't go near the waterhouse for a long time after. Goatman of Congaree Park, from Hendrik. Have you ever heard of Congaree National Park? It's a beautiful reserve bordered by a large body of water in the south side of South Carolina. To celebrate the completion of our senior year of high school, some friends from school and I decided to go on a camping trip. I wasn't the one who organized it, and I even showed up late. When I arrived at the park, I had to wait at one end of a trail until my buddy Harry came and got me. After about an hour of trekking through the woods, we arrived at the campsite. It was a lot cooler than I expected. We were set right next to a stream, and we had 4 large tents between us. There were exactly 14 people there, more than I thought there would be. There were my 2 close friends, Harry and Tom, and a few I knew from school. There were also a few people I didn't know. They were cousins or something like that to the others, so I was cool with it. Anyway, that night we're all camping out, roasting hot dogs over the big fire we got going when some dude comes stumbling through the bushes. Harry gets up and hugs the guy. "Glad you made it." Apparently, he was camping with his family who had their RV back on the paved road, and he decided to come up and spend the night with us. We were fine with that, because he brought us all some more food and some drinks. He introduced himself as Jeremiah. That's when he starts asking us about our friend. He said that on his way up, he saw some girl off the trail a few feet in the woods, just sort of standing there. Immediately we knew something was up, because there were only 3 girls with us. The rest were guys. None of us had disappeared at any point. So he continued telling his story about the girl. He went up to her, asked if she was part of our group. He asked if she was sort of slow or something, because she just stared back at him slack-jawed, with a glazed-over look in her eyes. He tried asking her a few more questions, but she never answered. So he just decided screw it, and continued to hike up the trail. But then, the entire time, she followed him. Only no matter how slow he walked, she'd always be a little behind. He tried even getting her in front of him, but no matter what, she would lag behind him. Eventually, she disappeared entirely, and he figured she just took a different route up to our camp. Anyway, we were like, nope, we ain't got no slack-jawed girl up here, man. We were all sort of weirded out by that story, though. He said she must have been from some other camp, and this made us all relax a little bit. So the night wore on slowly. It was midsummer, you know, nice and humid. Around 11 or 12, when we decided to pack it inside the tents, the girls had their own tent and I was with Tom, Harry, and Jeremiah. The rest of the guys split off into different groups. I can't exactly remember them. So we're just chilling, goofing around, when this sudden smell hits us, and it's real nasty. Smelled like someone was boiling blood. Yeah, that's how I'd describe it. Or like someone was melting pennies. It was strong as heck, too. First, Harry gets out of the tent, and then me. The smell is even worse outside, though. It clung to the air like whatever was making the smell was right nearby. Eventually, everyone came crawling out of their tents, asking, "What the heck is that?" covering their noses with their shirts and complaining. On top of that, one of the girls even started to get sick. By then, it's almost pitch black outside, aside from our flashlights, so we start looking around the camp, trying to see if a deer decided to die over here or something. The next thing we know, the smell is just gone. You know, a smell usually fades away, right? It wasn't like that at all. The smell just disappeared, there one minute and missing the next. To this very day, I never experienced anything like it. So after a bit of confusion and theory crafting that didn't go anywhere, we all just got back in our tents. That's when one dude starts complaining that there wasn't enough space inside, telling the other guys to move over. All of us start laughing. Now me, Tom, and Harry were close, and Jeremiah was just an easy guy to vibe with, so we found almost everything funny. In hindsight, we probably should have guessed something was wrong by that comment. We went to sleep. When I woke up, I knew I only got a few hours of rest. I was real tired still, like my body had just entered deep sleep and got pulled out of it. Then I realized why I was up. Some dude was screaming like mad in the other tent. We got out as soon as we could, and the guy who was yelling was facing towards the woods, all like, "In the name of Christ, we compel you away," and stuff like that. Jeremiah, who's basically the de facto leader of our little group, since he brought us all beer, starts talking to the dude. "What the heck, man? What's wrong?" The guy turns around, and there are tears streaming down his face. "This guy whispered devil words into my ear. He's cursed. He's cursed." This dude is an emotional wreck. We sort of look at each other, and Harry's like, "What do you mean, devil words?" The guy explained that while he was sleeping, he woke up to one of the other guys in the tent whispering words in his ear. He said it wasn't normal language either, but just a bunch of sounds that didn't fit together. Then he shoved whoever it was doing the whispering, and they bolted out of the tent, taking off into the woods. At this point, everyone except for one of the girls was out of the tent listening to the guy's story. We were all creeped out. And then we noticed the hot blood smell from before was back, though this time it was a lot weaker, but it was still strong enough to make you think it was nearby. So we're trying to piece this all together, as the dude who told the story is calming down. Each of us only knew a few people there. We couldn't really tell who it was that ran into the woods yet. We got our flashlights set up, shooting up into the air so we had a decent amount of light. That's when Harry brings me aside. "Bro," he says, "there's 15 of us." At first I nod, before realization kicks in. Our group had 14 people. Then Jeremiah came, so we had 15. If someone ran into the woods, there should have been 14 again. Real quietly, we asked the guy if any of the dudes here was the one that said the weird words. Right away, he's like, "Nope, definitely not." And so me and Harry kind of freak out. We decided to tell the group. They're confused at first, then Jeremiah stands up. "So you're trying to say when we got into the tents there was another person with us?" Harry and I both just nod. That's when one of the girls starts crying. She starts going off about how it was the goat man, and we were trespassing in his woods. She starts telling us that she went to school with some First Nations kid who told her about the goat man. He gets into groups of people to mess with them. She starts bawling her eyes out, so the other girls start to comfort her. I'm just hoping she'll be quiet about that. It's just making everyone more creeped out. One of the other guys starts saying that we should just book it out of there, but Harry's like, "No way, not while the sun's still down." Eventually, we agreed to go first thing in the morning, and everyone packed it back into their tents. That night was really weird. Every couple of minutes you'd hear this jittery noise from the woods, like a laugh, but inverted. It was a really hard sound to describe. Anyway, we made it to dawn, so hooray. We began to get packed up like we promised. Then of course, one of the kids starts to say, "Oh, you aren't actually serious, right?" He thinks we're just playing a joke. Then he says he wants to stay, and a few of the other guys agree with him. So me and my boys were kind of split on what to do. The idea of the goat man, or whatever it was still prominent in our minds. All the girls and the dudes that were in the tent with the supposed goat man had decided to go. Ultimately, we decided we'd either go or stay as a group, and since it was Tom's friend, we decided to stay another night. We weren't crazy. We didn't want to run into the thing again, so we moved campsites. We trekked back down to where Jeremiah's family was. Real nice folk. We set up our tents about 20 meters away from the RV. We figured whatever it was wouldn't try to mess with us down there, so close to other people. And his family would be in earshot too, so we began to relax, just sorta chilling out again, drinking and now throwing darts. We didn't intend to let the bad night ruin the trip for us, and for the most part, we were able to forget about it. But when the sun began to set, the smell came back. Very slightly, but it was definitely the same copper and blood smell from before. It hung around all through sunset, but it didn't vary in intensity. One of Jeremiah's parents came over to our camp, asking if we were cooking blood or something. They could smell it too. Eventually, it came time to go to bed. I'm not kidding when I say this. As soon as I finished zipping our tent up, bam, the smell just gets 50 times stronger. It was like being hit with a blood-based stink bomb. It was just rancid. We all climbed out, and that's when we saw the darned thing, weaving between the trees outside the camp. There was just enough light in the sky to make out the figure. It was probably 7 or 8 feet tall. It was so quick though I could barely get a good look, and I couldn't make out any features. I might have thought it was a person if it wasn't moving so inhumanly fast. We all freaked out, booking it back towards Jeremiah's RV. We pounded on the door, scared out of our minds, as the thing jittered and crashed through the trees outside the camp. Jeremiah's dad opened the RV, looking real mad, as we all piled into it. Luckily, it was pretty big, and all 10 of us that remained, the boys and Jeremiah's parents, were able to fit. The heck is wrong with y'all? Jeremiah's dad was furious, and Jeremiah started venting. The goat man is out there. The what? Jeremiah was about to reply as there was a loud bang at the door we had just locked. Sounded like the door was hit with a metal ram, like the kind cops use to bust into places. What the heck? Jeremiah's dad was the only one speaking then. We were all terrified, including his mom. Jeremiah was hugging her as me and my boys just stood there paralyzed. Then another bang at the door. This time it was louder, and it was followed by a voice. Let me in. Those words were some of the most unnatural things I've ever heard. It reminded me of those videos of people who taught their pets to speak human words. Just look up a dog talking and you'll know what I mean. It sounded like that, so forced and deliberate. Whatever was out there definitely wasn't human. Jeremiah's dad knew it was messed up too. As the thing kept banging on the door, he opened up a cabinet above the steering wheel, pulling out a revolver. He primed it before shooting once through the door. What followed was a terrifying scream, like a freaking demon. We heard quick footsteps like that of a horse, running away from the campsite, bolting through the undergrowth. Jeremiah's dad then opened up the door, stepping out into the clearing and shooting a few more shots into the air. That night we all stayed in the RV. We were all splayed out, some of us sleeping on the floor. Jeremiah was in the bed with his mom, and his dad was in the driver's seat, which he spun around to face us. He promised to watch over us as we slept, but we never really got any sleep. All night, we'd hear that thing running around outside, breaking branches. I could have sworn I even heard it whispering, "Let me in," in different tones. Finally, the sun came out, and with it all the noise seemed to fade away. Even that horrid smell was gone. Jeremiah's dad would not let us out until the sun was all the way up. Then he came with me, his son, Harry, and Tom as we went to go pack up the tents. When we got to them, though, they were ripped to heck. The support rods were all over the place, and the fabric was shredded on both of them. The goat man, or whatever it was, really hated campers. Anyway, after we packed up everything that wasn't damaged into the camper, Jeremiah's dad told us he'd drive us home. The entire drive, though, Harry seemed freaked out, and I didn't know why. Near the end of the park, one of the boys I didn't know too well told us he'd get out here because he needed to take some ferry or something. I don't exactly remember what he said. Anyway, strangely, the real quiet kid followed him off. Jeremiah's dad told them both to be safe, then drove the rest of us into town. It was only when me and Harry were by ourselves walking home after taking the bus that he told me why he was so scared. We lived on the same street, so we traveled home together. Right as we were pulling up on our block, he told me that when he had come back from salvaging the tents, there was another kid with the other group that wasn't there before. The real quiet kid, the one who got off when we were still in the woods. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even notice it at the time. Harry said that he was afraid if he mentioned it, it might have attacked, so he just played it cool. So that's our story. And yeah, I'm probably as confused as you are. I don't know what the thing was. Could have been the goat man or some sort of demon, but it could be something else entirely. I don't think I want to know. Whatever it was seemed to have some connection to the woods. It didn't want to leave, and it took the first opportunity to get off the camper. So I'm gonna hope that it belongs to that park and won't leave. As for me, I'm never going back to that place again. If you ever decide to take a trip down to Congaree, take my advice and be careful. If you start smelling blood, pack up and go home. There's stuff in this world we just shouldn't mess with. The Witch of Mount Aziza, from Gazebo King. My story begins outdoors. My friend Ricky and I enjoyed hikes through the woods. We always found it a great way to relax after the work week, and so every Saturday, we'd make the 30 or so kilometer drive to Mount Aziza. It's a beautiful national park in northwestern British Columbia, featuring a huge amount of woods that climb the gradual slopes of the mountain. That day was no different from our usual. We were working our way up a trail, occasionally photographing the natural scenery. Now, keep in mind this park is very isolated, as in it's in the middle of nowhere. It's a minimum hour drive from the nearest town, and the lack of accessibility led to it being one of British Columbia's less popular parks. Very rarely do you ever meet another person on the trails. That's why when my friend first mentioned it, I thought he was messing with me. I was bending down to tie my boot when Ricky quietly said, "Whoa," out loud. I look up. What is it? He glances at me before turning and searching up the path. I just saw some girl up there. Where? Up there. He pointed with his finger to the end of the visible trail. She was looking at us, and then she disappeared up the path. I was puzzled. What did she look like? I don't know. Barely saw her. I felt pretty strange after this. After all, it was late August. The weather was cloudy, and there was even a little bit of rain. We rarely saw people during peak hiking days, so it was extremely unlikely he actually saw a person that day. Despite that, Rick wasn't the type to lie for no reason, so I figured he really did see someone. We continued walking up the trail. As we neared where he said he saw the girl, we began to pick up on a smell. This smell was faint at first, gradually increasing the closer we got to the bend in the path. The best way I could describe it is a bouquet of flowers. If you ever spent time in a florist shop, you know what I mean. It was heavy and concentrated, like we just walked into a room filled with nothing but roses. Still though, something about it was off in some way. It was distracting, and it made me want to follow it. "Do you smell that?" I asked. "Yeah." Ricky inhaled deeply through his nose. "What is it?" I shook my head, not bothering to reply, because I really didn't know. We looked around, and despite how strong the smell was, we didn't see anything that could have been responsible for that peculiar odor. Now, the forest along the mountainside is lush and full of life, but it's predominantly trees. There are a few wildflowers, but there's no way the floral aroma should have been this strong. We stopped at the bend in the path to drink from our water bottles, sitting on a large fallen tree. There weren't any people or anything else out of the ordinary, aside from that strange smell. Eventually, we moved up the path again. After about 50 footfalls, the flower smell seemed to stay the same, more or less, no matter how far we walked. We worked our way through the rest of the hike pretty quickly, and yes, the flowery smell remained constant the entire time. We eventually theorized that some rare, extra stinky flower was in bloom on the mountainside, which served as explanation enough. A medium fog seemed to settle over the mountain, which wasn't anything new. As we walked, though, we began to realize something was off. I was the first one to notice. It felt as if I was being hit with a wave of déjà vu. "Hey Rick, does that tree look familiar?" Ricky looked at me and followed my hand, seeing where I was pointing. "Wait, didn't we pass that half an hour ago?" Somehow, without being aware of it, we were back at the fallen tree we took a break at before. We followed the path the entire time and we knew it hadn't looped, so it was impossible we were back here. Seriously, what the heck? How did we get here? Rick seemed a little alarmed. "I don't know, man. Should we just head back?" Rick looked at me for a moment before nodding. "I guess so," he whispered. Remember how the fallen tree was right at the peak of the path before it turned? That led us all the way down the hill, and so we should have been able to see approximately where we entered from. When we looked down the trail, though, preparing to head back, what we saw was unnerving. The path went down like it should, but right at the lowest point, where it should have swerved left into the opening of the woods, it went back up the hill again. It was like the entire forest was mirrored somehow. And at the very end of the hill, we could just make out two men standing there, wearing the exact same clothes as us. "Dude, do you see that?" I was already staring when Ricky frantically pointed towards the other peak, where our duplicates stood. We walked forward a little. What in the world? That's when we noticed that the man who was dressed exactly like Ricky seemed to move further away. Rather quickly, given the circumstances, we were able to comprehend that the people we saw were mirroring our movements, or perhaps we were mirroring theirs. My friend looked at me with his hands on his head. "What do we do?" I don't know, dude. Let's just try to get back." So, without another word, we started descending down the hill. As we did, the other pair of men seemed to go down their hill, and so they faded out of our view, much to our relief. Keep in mind, the smell of flowers was still so potent in the air. We finally got to the low point between the two slopes, and as we did, the rain picked up from a light drizzle to a heavy downpour. "Let's hurry it up," I said. Ricky didn't respond. A rather brisk few minutes later, we were atop the hill, where we were once again greeted by the fallen tree. Both in front of us and behind us, the situation was the same. Reality seemed to be mirrored, and in both directions, we could see copies of ourselves sitting atop the hill just like we were. Ricky was starting to panic. Trying to be logical, I decided to get out my phone, preparing to document whatever in the world was going on. To my dismay, my device didn't turn on. It was a new, premium smartphone with an almost full battery, yet it was completely unresponsive. The screen just remained black as I pushed the power button. Try yours." Rick got out his phone, and it didn't work either. At this point, the sky was beginning to get dark, and the rain was pouring. "It's not working. What the heck do we do, man?" I shook my head. I had no idea. That's when we heard a voice.
"Are you boys lost?"
The voice was mature and feminine. It was well enunciated but coded in a thick accent. I'm not very good with dialects, but I'd guess it was European. We both turned, looking to the side of the path and into the woods. About 10 feet in front of us, seated casually on a stump, was a woman, but she was no ordinary woman. The moment I saw her, I felt as if I was intoxicated. She was sitting, but we could tell she was tall, taller than either of us. She was slim but very toned. She had fair skin with no visible imperfections, and her hair was short and jet black. I can easily say she was the most beautiful person I'd ever seen. I inexplicably felt magnetized to her. Her outfit, though, that was the weirdest part of all. She wore a dress like one you'd expect to see at a party, and it was accessorized by a large black sun hat. Very strangely, her clothes showed no signs of being wet or weathered at all, despite us being in the middle of a storm. We both gazed at her in awe. She stood up, walking towards us.
"Well?"
She strutted, as if on a catwalk.
"Are you or are you not?"
Rick's tongue was completely tied. I managed to stammer out a few words, though. Yeah, we are." As she came close to us, it became suddenly apparent she was the source of the floral smell.
That isn't any good."
She turned away from us.
"Lost on a mountain, especially in all this fog. That's just a recipe for trouble."
That's when we noticed that the fog, which was quite thin before, was suddenly very heavy. We couldn't see 10 feet in front of us. I nudged Ricky and whispered, "Dude, is that who you saw before?" He whispered in reply, "Yeah, 100%. She turned back around, looking at us, as if waiting for us to say something. She seemed to be evaluating us with her piercing blue eyes.
"Well, come on then."
She waved her hand and began pacing down the mountain. We followed on command. Again, I can't explain it, but the woman was enchanting in a very unnatural way, and it left us practically helpless. It was only a few minutes before she stopped. The entire time, though, her dress didn't get any wetter from the rain. It was as if she had an invisible umbrella, dissipating the drops as they fell. "You can take it from here, I suppose." She turned around to face us, and as she did, the fog thinned back to regular levels. That's when I realized that we were back at the start of the trail, only a few meters into the woods. The exit and the parking lot were visible. She moved to the side, allowing us to pass. We walked by, still in a trance. Before we exited the woods, though, I turned around. I wanted to thank her, or something. It's hard to explain, but I wanted to get one last look at her. When I turned around, though, she was gone. I didn't see how she could have gotten out of sight. It was like she just disappeared. I stood there, bewildered, searching up the mountain with my eyes and seeing no one. The only movement was raindrops. Ricky grabbed my shoulder. "Come on, man. Let's get out of here." Without another word, I followed him back to the SUV and we got in, him in the driver's seat. As we pulled away, though, I took one last glance in the rearview mirror, and just under the glow of the singular street lamp in the parking lot, I could see a silhouette of a woman waving goodbye. We never went back to that park again. That was actually one of our last hikes ever, with me and Ricky growing apart due to the void of misunderstanding the incident created. Recently he moved, and we lost touch entirely. I never saw that strange woman again. Upon researching this online, I've theorized that she was likely a witch, or some sort of spirit. Whether she created the mirroring effect in the forest and the extreme weather, I'm unsure. Regardless, I feel indebted to her, as she did save us. There's one last thing I'd like to mention, though. Whenever it rains at night, and it does a lot in the interior of British Columbia, I have the same dream. The exact same one, consistently, and I've had it ever since the event. Ricky and I are always on a hike of sorts. It goes normally, with nothing weird happening. Whenever we leave, though, I always check the rearview mirror of the car, and I see that woman waving at us. Lost and Scared, from Gundam Sandrock. I was 16 years old at the time. The date was October 2015. I'd gotten into an argument with my mother, so I figured I'd stay at a friend's place. It must have been around 8, as the sun was almost completely down by then. So my friend, we'll call them Heavy Arms, invited me over and told me to take the woodland path. As I'm walking down the path, I felt uneasy on it. It seemed like the further down I went on the path, the more life was absent on it. No birds, deer, squirrels. It was just quiet the entire time, which at that time I thought nothing of it. About 3/5 of the way there to Heavy Arm's house, I hear some kind of screeching mixed with laughter. There was no telling who or what it was from, but it felt as if it was coming from all around me. The hair on my neck began to stand up, and I swear I could feel someone or something's eyes on me. I had reached into my pocket and took out my knife. I turned around and I looked behind me. The next thing I knew, I smelled what I could only describe as someone's rotting dinner that should have been buried, with the hint of burnt nickel. Then I saw this shape. It was an animal of some sort, and it seemed to be in an attack position. Perhaps it was waiting for me, waiting to get a better look, This thing was tall, though, taller than me. The creature was between 7 and 8 feet tall. And what drew me to it was really its head and eyes. Eyes that didn't seem to have any soul behind them. They were just milky white. And the head looked similar to a wolf's skull, all bone. As I began to examine it, remaining vigilant, I watched it mirror my movements. I stopped moving around then, keeping my eyes on it to make sure it didn't move any closer to me now. I saw its arms then. They were unnaturally long and bent in front of its legs. Its skin seemed thin and wrapped tightly around muscle and bone. And then I saw its hands, which were covered in blood. I turned my back to it, panicking and starting to run. That's when I heard the same sound from before. A human screech and laughter at the same time. Maybe I was afraid, but I swear I heard the word run somewhere in there. So I ran with everything I had. I could hear something coming from behind me, something that didn't seem too troubled to keep up with me. I looked around. I knew that there had to be a secret path that we had taken before to Heavy Arm's house, but I wasn't seeing it now. I ran faster, but that thing matched my speed. I came to a full stop, desperately launching my knife at the creature, only to have it make that laughing sound again, as if that had been funny to it. I ran to my left. There was a clearing of tall grass. I found one of the few trees there and hid under it. I kept my eyes on the opening of the clearing where I'd entered. I watched that creature come looking for me. Now, with a better look, I could see just how old it appeared. Then it screeched again, but this one was different than before. This one sounded like it was underwater or gargling some kind of liquid. But before long, the creature gave up looking for me. At least it seemed to give up. So I waited about 20 to 40 minutes out there before I came out of my hiding spot. I wasn't sure where I was now, but I did have a vague idea of the general direction Heavy Arm's house should be. I run and run until I see familiar landmarks. Eventually, I do make it to Heavy Arm's back door. I hammered on it, screaming to be let in. Soon the living room light came on from within, and the door unlocked. I ran inside and told my friend to lock it behind me. I told him what happened. Surprisingly, he admitted to me that he had seen something similar before, and that his mom had called a priest to bless the grounds, obviously to no avail so far. To this day, I wonder what on earth I saw that night. Sometimes I wonder why that thing was just playing around with me, like a kid would play with his food. But I'm grateful that I got away. That thing must have been some kind of skinwalker or demon. I got lost in the woods. From Mr. Terrible Directions. This happened to me when my pals and I went on a dropping. A dropping is when you are dropped at a place you don't know, and you gotta find your way home while people in cars hunt for you, and when they spot you, you get a point. The person with the least amount of points and makes it to the designated place is the winner. My brother and 6 of my pals were fooling around, acting stupid as we always did. To which my dad said, "Don't you numbskulls have anything better to do?" "Like what?" "Well, how about something outside?" I chuckled at this, but then Terry suggested, "What do you guys think about going on a dropping?" That sounded like a great idea, so we all agreed. We made our home the place where we had to end up after being dropped. So my parents dropped us all off. My mom said, "Okay, let's see how long it takes you guys to travel 20 miles. They drove off and we all went in 2 different directions. I've always been terrible with directions, so going through the woods probably wasn't the best idea. I walked around for what seemed like hours until I heard the sound of a crying dog. I am an animal lover at heart, so I went looking for it to see what was wrong with this creature. Before long, I stumbled upon a large canine that appeared to be stuck in a bear trap. I wasn't sure if it was a coyote or actually a wolf, but it was definitely quite big. I slowly walked to the trapped wolf. It growled at me, of course, but slowly I got closer and closer. The wolf was beginning to calm down, and I was able to set it free. It looked at me for a moment, then half walked, half limped off, and I went my way as well. After what felt like an hour, I accepted that I was in fact lost out here. But if I keep walking in a straight line, I would be able to find my way to a road or something like it. I walked and walked for hours, but I was still stuck in the woods. At one point, I began to hear branches breaking from behind me. My heart was starting to pound, and I was getting scared. In my mind, I was imagining a huge bear coming out of the bushes, but that idea faded when I heard a weird type of growl, more like a gurgling, actually. I started to run, which I know isn't the best idea to do when facing a wild animal and being lost, but fear got the better of me. Not paying enough attention to where I was running, I tripped and fell, hearing the footsteps gaining on me quickly. It was then that I heard barking. I went to look behind me, and that wolf or coyote I'd saved was barking at what appeared to be my pursuer. I then looked at that creature that had been chasing me. It was extremely skinny with claws and was now running in the opposite direction. The way it ran was strange, as if it wasn't used to running at all, and the gurgling growl I'd heard came from it as it resounded that noise again from its throat. When the creature was out of sight, the friendly canine stopped barking, and when I stood up, it was right next to me. I began to walk again, albeit a bit nervous with this large canine around me. It kept some distance, but it did stay with me. A few times it growled at seemingly nothing or something that was hidden in the woods, which creeped me out, but I just kept on going. I eventually found a road with a diner, and after a few seconds, I saw that it was the diner my dad often goes to with his colleagues. I was so relieved to see a familiar sight. I turned my gaze on the creature I was sure was a wolf. He was still next to me, and then I heard that gurgling growl again. The wolf took a stance, growling at the creature that was now standing within my sightline. Yellow eyes, pale skin, claws, and extremely skinny figure that kept making that gurgling sound, and the wolf then started barking again, apparently scaring that creature off once more. Or so I thought. After I turned around to go towards the diner, I heard the wolf growling again. When I turned my head, my wolf companion was now fighting for its life against that abomination. I kept running towards the diner, scared for my life. When I was at the door, I looked back, but sadly, I didn't see either of those creatures. I arrived at home last and clearly lost the dropping, but my mom looked at me and said, "Well, what happened to you?" I explained everything of what happened in the woods that day. My cuts from the fall healed quickly, but I had nightmares about that creature in the woods for weeks. Occasionally, I still do. Every once in a while, when I'm at the diner, I sometimes think I can see a wolf standing on the edge of the woods, just watching. Well, that's all I have for news stories, sadly. But here are a bunch of really cool Lost in the Woods stories from a few years ago that I hope you'll enjoy. I apologize. I'm trying to do as many news stories as possible, so thank you for bearing with me. There's no coming back from this. submitted by Connor McMeredith. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea. Forgive my brevity, but I was an idiot. I was that guy, the one who thought going off the grid for a week would be easy, who thought surviving in the woods would be a piece of cake. After being an avid camper for the past 3 years, I figured it'd be invigorating, a test of the skills I thought I had. My college allowed us a short month-long break sometime during the fall that year, and I had scheduled a week within that month to lose myself in the nearest national forest. All I would bring with me was a jacket, some clothes, and my phone just in case things got bad. What could go wrong? The week finally came. I was well rested after sleeping in the past few days, and I made sure to eat a big carb-filled meal before I set out. Now, you need to know, I wasn't actually trying to get lost. I usually had a good head about me when it came to backtracking my way out of the woods. Just remember that. After walking about 90 minutes from the side of a trail in the middle of the forest, I was completely alone, and the sounds of people and hikers were far gone. It was comforting, at first. I spent the evening building a triangular shelter between 2 trees that were close enough together to allow that sort of structure. Next, I found some kindling and made myself a small fire. This took a lot longer than it needed to, and when I was finally figuring out where to get some water, it was hours past dark. This was when the fear set in. The realization of what I was doing. It started at the bottommost part of my neck, a tingling sensation that urged me to turn around to make sure I really was alone. This bothered me quite a bit, mostly because I had no actual idea why I felt that way. I soon stumbled upon a creek, and I knelt down to grab a drink of water. It tasted of bark and dirt. It made me wince a little before I reminded myself that this was what I'd been planning for. Snap. A sudden cracking sound made me jump. In an instant, I was upright again and facing away from the water. The woods were silent. The woods were still. I was alone, yet I felt far from it. Probably just a branch breaking from a tree, I told myself. Nothing to worry about. I memorized the location of the creek, and I set back towards my camp, breaking branches on the trees along the way so as to create a sort of breadcrumb trail. As I walked back, I found that I was much more sensitive to the noises around me than before. Every little sound made my ears twitch. The sounds of fallen leaves, of wind whistling past empty branches. My heart was pounding, and I knew I was afraid. Back at my camp, the fire was beginning to fade. I rekindled it and sat close to my shelter, staring into those flames. My eyes were wide open. I could barely bring myself to even blink. This was the first night, and I was already so creeped out that I didn't want to go to bed. But I forced myself into my shelter anyway. I laid my head down in the cool soil and tried to catch some rest. Something awoke me in the middle of the night. Something had grasped a hold of my shoulder. It had reached into my makeshift dwelling and shook me awake. It frightened me so much that I kept my eyes closed and pretended to still be asleep. I began to hear those footsteps around me. They were only a meter away at all times, circling my shelter. Soon, they stopped next to the fire which I was facing. It was in front of me. Slowly, I opened my eyes, feeling that I needed to see what or who was out there. At the very least, I should be able to see their legs from beneath the walls of my shelter. But when I opened my eyes, the worst of all my nightmares came true. There was a face shoved into my leafy tint. The white of its eyes were so offset, as its skin was as black as the night. That was all I could take in before I was screaming and staggering away from the figure. The moment I had crawled backwards out of my shelter, I saw that whatever had been there was now gone. I was alone once more. As soon as I gathered myself, I threw dirt onto the fire and began to move toward the trail, away from these woods. 90 minutes, I whispered under my breath. That's all it would take to get out of here. This was a mistake, I told myself. I never should have come out here. At this point, I chalked up the face as a dream, hoping it was but a nightmare invading my reality, maybe from the stress. Now that I was leaving, I was flushed with relief. This would all soon be over, if it wasn't over already. I was going to make it out of this, and I wasn't ever going to come back this way again. As I walked quickly through the leaves and undergrowth, my mind was reeling while I tried to ignore my own thoughts. Then I suddenly stopped. All at once, I couldn't move. Because something was touching me. Something had run its fingers and apparently sharp nails through my hair. I could feel them scraping against my scalp, cold and slow and deliberate. What was happening to me? Was I going crazy? I couldn't turn around. I couldn't will myself to do much more than breathe. But when I heard the whisper, when I heard the wind-like voice in my ear say, "Run," I listened. My whole body listened. I ran for an hour straight, going 4 times the speed compared to when I walked into these woods, yet I should have already made it out. I should have already been off the trail I was looking for, getting into my car and driving away, the woods far behind me, instead of all around me. Run. The voice kept coming. From the left, from the right, from the distance and right behind me. It was everywhere, and I was crying as I wondered when the dream would end, when I would wake up on my couch, anxious but safe. How had I lost my way? This was something that had never happened before, whether day or night. I'd been in the woods enough to know better. Nothing looked familiar. I was lost, and I wasn't alone. Just as I thought I'd perish out there, I tripped and fell nearly face first onto gravel. Gravel. I was back on the trail. I picked myself up, hands full of rocks and dry dirt. I ran down the trail, and in minutes, I saw my car in front of me. In seconds after that, I was igniting the engine and burning rubber. As I stopped only for a second to kick it into drive from reverse, to begin my quick and panicked drive home, for that split second, I saw it. The face in my window, inches from my own. I could see the white eyes on dark as night skin, and I could feel the thing smiling. Time slowed to a crawl. It felt like an eternity, my hand hitting the gear shift and my foot plowing into the accelerator. But soon I was gone. I was peeling the gravel off of the road, getting back on the highway, getting back to the people and noise and concrete, back home. I didn't dare look back. I'd rather pry off my rear-view mirror and throw it on the side of the road than look back. This was my experience. It was the strangest and most terrifying experience in my life. It has scarred me in a way that affects me greatly in my day-to-day life. I get chills throughout my days. I feel that tingle in the back of my neck. I feel the same textured cold as I felt when I laid there that night, pretending to sleep as that thing encircled me. I've heard of the disappearances in the woods, and I've always wondered what was taking people, who or what was causing those disappearances. But this was different. This thing wanted me out of its woods. I was in its territory, and it wanted me gone. Number 2, No Way Out, submitted by Nikki and Azael. It was a year ago. I was visiting my cousin in the country. She lived very far away and we rarely saw each other, so we were known to pull some crazy stunts. We were both on the back of a four-wheeler at the time, heading to a small private cemetery just for the fun of it. On the way to the cemetery is a stretch of woods to your left for about half a mile. Something then caught my eye, and I told my cousin to stop. There was an opening in the woods, an opening that hadn't been there before, that was now right in front of us. "What do you think that is?" I asked. "I don't know. It wasn't there before," my cousin said. And we were both perplexed, confused as to how in the matter of a day, someone made a new path in those woods, one that looked so ancient and well-traveled. "Well, should we go in there?" That was my next question. "I don't know, this feels kind of wrong," my cousin answered. "Come on, let's just go check it out real quick." I hopped off the four-wheeler, and my cousin was forced to follow me, although hesitantly. The odd thing about this was that oftentimes my cousin was always the one pulling me into mischief. Usually she was the strong-headed one, and I was the worried one. But something was pulling me onto that path. Curiosity, maybe, but something told me that I needed to be in there, that I needed to see. I would be lying if I said that there was anything odd as we walked down the path. The forest was a bit quieter than a normal forest should have been, but nothing else really stood out. "Come on, Abby, there's nothing here," my cousin pleaded. I sighed, as I was still set on exploring this new strange place. "All right," I gave in. Now, during our walk into the trail, our very short walk, it had not curved at all, nor had we taken any other direction besides straight. The trail seemed to go on and on. We had just walked in and traveled for a few minutes, but as we tried to walk out, heading straight back the way we came, the trail seemed to never end. The woods became infinitely distant. I even checked my phone, and it showed that we had been on this path for half an hour now. "Faith, check this out." I showed my cousin the time, and her eyes widened. "But that's impossible. We've only been in here for a couple of minutes." "I know," I agreed. I turned it off, and we kept walking in silence. Several more minutes later, I spoke up, my voice trembling. "Faith, I think we're lost." "There's no way we didn't go any direction but straight," she said. Now we were both worried. We just kept walking for what seemed like another quarter of an hour. "Faith, we're so lost," I said helplessly. That was when she stopped. Without turning towards me, she shushed me. "Hush." "What?" I said. "Did you hear that?" I hadn't heard anything, so I shrugged my shoulders. Moments later, however, I did hear a branch snap somewhere in the woods. Abby, someone's following us." It's probably just a fox, Faith, or some other animal," My cousin shook her head. Suddenly, to our horror, all around us we began to hear footsteps. Footsteps coming right at us. Without so much as a word, Faith broke into a full-fledged run, and I followed her. She screamed, and I booked it after her, but since she was taller than me, she ran a little faster, and soon I was lagging behind. I was terrified, scared that I'd end up running through an endless forest on my own. But no, as if some higher power answered our mental cries, the woods ended, and we were back on the trail and next to the four-wheeler. We hopped on and floored it back home. On the way, I looked at my phone again. It had been 75 minutes since we went into those woods. Somehow, in a matter of minutes, we had lost over an hour of time. It didn't make any sense. We never really talked about the event again, but the next time we went to the cemetery, we kept an eye out for that trail. We were ready to pass it on the way, ready to pretend that we weren't looking at it or acknowledging that it was there, pretending that we weren't afraid to look in its direction. But when we did go back, the trail was gone, as if it had never been there. There were no openings in the woods at all. What happened that day, and where did we go? Number 3. The scariest thing that has ever happened to me. Submitted by Dave W. I'm a professional security contractor. Most of what I do is setting up security for remote, secure locations in North and South America. I'm basically the guy a company will hire to make sure that its employees are safe whenever the government is not able to get people to a location quickly enough to respond to an issue. For example, when a logging company sends people to work in an area deep in the Amazon, they hire me to make sure illegal loggers, poachers, or other criminals don't come and harm them. Most people don't realize that a lot of illegal loggers are armed, and sometimes they're very aggressive, especially when they might believe they're going to get caught. A few years ago, I got hired to do exactly this. We were very deep in the Amazon, and the company I was working for was clearing an area to be used as a landing site for helicopters, which was how this particular company delivered basic supplies like food, water, and equipment to its employees. This area would become the base camp for the employees. The first day, I went with one of the senior employees to walk in a broad circle around the camp, discussing things like setting up remote cameras in certain locations, where to station guards in certain places the employees would have to avoid for their safety. As we were walking, we noticed strips of red fabric on some of the trees near what was to be our camp. This was alarming, because illegal loggers often mark trees like this so that they don't get lost. There were no other legitimate logging operations in the area at the time. The guy I was with wanted me to remove them, but I told him no, that it could be dangerous. You don't want to provoke anyone else who might be out there. The next day, I went back to the area where the marked trees were to investigate a bit further. An area of the ground had a rectangular hole in it. It was about 6 feet wide and a few feet deep. Nearby, I saw a camouflage net and some tent pegs that had been used to cover it the day before. Someone had hid something in the ground there, and I hadn't noticed it earlier. I looked down into the hole to see that it was nearly full of old backpacks. They weren't all hiking bags or rucksacks like you would expect. Some were children's school bags, some fanny packs like a tourist would wear. Many of them had names in English on them. They were full of personal belongings, such as clothes and trinkets that you would buy as souvenirs, though there were no towns or cities nearby. I took pictures of this and immediately reported it back to base camp. I set up a trap camera looking over the cache of old bags, and then I left. When I got back, I got on my satellite phone and reported this to the local government, who promised to send someone to investigate. They would be there in a few days, as the area was not cleared for the helicopters yet, and would not be for at least a week or two. That night, we were all on full alert. Guards worked 12-hour shifts, and no one was allowed to leave the camp for safety. The loggers worked all throughout the night, and we had no problems. The next day, I went to retrieve the trap camera. All the backpacks were gone. My camera had been pulled from its place and smashed into little bits onto the ground. "What the?" I said. And then I heard the running, coming in my direction. It was clearly multiple people, though I couldn't see them through the vegetation. I was armed and ready to defend myself, but I realized I could not run back to the camp, as then I would risk the camp being discovered by these people. I got into cover, and I took aim. My mind was racing, my heart pounding, knowing I was outnumbered, and that I probably wouldn't make it out alive if they saw me. I began to pray, hoping that I would win this game of hide and seek. Suddenly, a man with a machete burst out of the bushes right in front of me. He stared right at me. He took a slow step towards me, but when he saw that I was aiming at him, he smiled and said in plain English, "Soon," then backed into the bushes. I waited there for an hour, and I didn't hear anything else. Making sure I wasn't followed, I steadily went back to camp, reported again what had happened. We decided it was time to abandon the project here, and we all hiked to the nearest clearing, 8 miles away. There we were picked up by helicopters. We left all the equipment behind. A week later, I returned with a large group of police officers. All of our equipment had been stolen or vandalized. The bags were gone. The worst part was that inside of my tent, a large machete had been staked into a picture of my wife. The guy knew where I slept. They must have been watching our camp the whole time. It turned out, this was an active group of the worst kind. People involved in the disappearances of those who were lost in the woods, those who couldn't find their way back, and those who stepped a little too far beyond the tree line. All those backpacks that I saw in that hole, they all used to belong to a person who made one mistake and got lost in these dense forests and was never seen or heard from again. Number 4, Lost in the Woods, submitted by Kai. About a year ago, my family lived in a house basically surrounded by woods and wildlife. I was used to my surroundings, and I thought I knew the woods there like the back of my hands. I often went on hikes out there, daring myself to go further each time. Well, on a certain occasion, I went a little too far, and I soon found myself lost. Usually, my backup was to pull out my phone, and if I really was lost, I could use it as a GPS to find my way back. But this time, my phone had no reception. I'd really gone far, too far. I wandered around in the woods, and the sun was beginning to set, so I decided to find somewhere as a shelter, somewhere I could stay overnight. I stumbled upon a den, and I sat at the opening, a small cave with a mouth that overlooked the forest. I sat there wondering, I'd been gone so long. Had my family called the authorities already? Sent out a search party to look for me? How embarrassing. Lost around my own home. And Lord knows how much more lost I've gotten since I couldn't find my way with the GPS. I sat there for a while with nothing to do. It was warm still, and there was no need for a fire with that temperature. So I grew bored pretty fast. I turned around and decided to explore further in the cave. About a minute in, I found something strange. There was an old wooden chair, scooted partially out from under an old wooden table. They looked ancient, like nobody had used it in a while. They looked weathered beyond their ages. It was definitely weird that someone might be in here hanging out at certain times, but I decided to keep exploring. Only 30 seconds later, 30 seconds past that table, I found an odd wooden chest. The chest was maybe half my size, and I was a grown man, so it was pretty big. Curiously, just as any person would, I decided to open it just to see inside. Who knows what could be in there? Maybe some treasures of some untold variety. As I slowly opened it, the creaking sounds it made scared me. If there was someone out there, someone I didn't want to run into, these creaking sounds would give away my position. I felt like I was in trouble. With every creaking inch, I knew something was hearing me. Something knew I was there. I shook off my paranoia and just opened it. When I saw what was inside, my heart seemed to stop and my stomach sank. Dozens of shoes, all youth and children's sizes. Some new, some old, some clean, some not. They came in every shape and size, but all children's sizes. What was this doing here? Why was it here? Before I could freak out or blurt anything in surprise, I heard someone coming in the distance. I threw myself in the chest, struggling to shut it as there were so many shoes inside already. Plus, the smell wasn't too great. Sure enough, I was finally able to close the lid. Then I covered my mouth, tried not to breathe too loud, and I sat there listening. Approaching quickly were the sounds of 2 sets of different footsteps, both much heavier than my own. And then there was another sound, like someone grunting under a cloth or pillow. That's how I could describe it at the time. Suddenly, there was a thud coming from the entrance of the cave, followed by a loud moan. "Yeah, just leave him here," said a voice. "All right, now let's get going." Then the 2 sets of footsteps, now lighter, began to walk away. Several minutes after their sounds had faded, I finally willed myself out of that chest, every little noise echoing in that cave. I stumbled slowly to the edge of the den, watching each and every one of my steps so as to not hit a pebble that would give away my presence. There on the ground was a boy with duct tape over his mouth, and his feet were tied together. He began to mumble, as if pleading me for help. I started to untie his shoes, but then I faced him and looked him in the eye. Adrenaline pumped through me, and I put my finger over my mouth. "You have to stay quiet, okay? You can't say a word when I take off this duct tape. If you want to live through this, stay silent." He nodded, quickly and frantically. I threw off the rope that remained, and I steadily peeled off the duct tape, though I couldn't save him from the sting of it. Together, without a word, we began our journey through the woods, and I kept my eyes out, ready to see those men at any time. Luckily, we never stumbled upon them. By early morning, we made it out of the woods, and I was right. My family had called in a search party. There were police cars there and people with flashlights scanning the surrounding woods. I slowly made my way cautiously up to one of the searching officers, and I told him everything. I pointed him in the direction of that den, and I told him everything that we had found. Now that I was safe, and they had someone who had been lost in custody, they went back into the woods behind us and searched for the den. We took the boy inside, made him some hot soup and tea, and tried to keep him comfortable, though mostly he just sat in silence, too afraid to speak, too in shock to eat. Hours later, the police came back to our house, and they had something to tell us. This was the most worrisome part of all. They did find the den, but there was no trace of the wood chair, the wood table, the wooden chest, let alone any shoes. But, they said, there was an obvious sign of someone clearing out the place. Signs that someone had left in quite the hurry. So now we know. Now we get to live with the thought that those men are still out there. They're still at large, still searching for the next set of shoes to add to their collection.
Warning: the following story contains scenes of animal violence. The time a bunch of stray dogs might have hunted down a skinwalker. From Fireclaw is Woot 1. I think the fan who submitted this story might be a Warriors fan, like me. Anyway, here goes. So, this is a story from my brother. As such, I have no way of validating that this happened at all, except one part that I'll get to later. Back in 2015, my brother worked for a security guard hiring place, not exactly sure what to call it. Basically, he'd call and they'd station him someplace or another that needed it. So this particular time, my brother got hired by the local cemetery. They'd had issues with kids sneaking in at night and messing things up. And at one point, they even broke a couple of graves. Well, his job was to drive around the cemetery and make sure no one was messing around. This area was pretty rural at the time, and had a pretty bad stray dog problem. Dogs would often get lost around here, or people would drop them off, and they'd form packs and roam the countryside. On this particular night, my brother was at the cemetery. He noticed a pretty big pack of dogs, about 8 or so, just wandering around and playing. There was a big Rottweiler, important later, a couple of mixed breed dogs, and even a little Bichon Frise that was clearly someone's pet at some point, because it still had a harness on. So my brother is doing his rounds, which, like I said, was basically to drive from one end of the cemetery to the other, with a spotlight, and make sure no kids were breaking in, doing things they weren't supposed to in one of the mausoleums or something. He was driving real slow and had the window down, his arm out the window with the spotlight, and it's pitch black at this point. Suddenly, he hears dogs going crazy, but then he hears what he can best describe as a sound like a screaming bird from the swamp episode of Avatar, but deeper and more human, with a rattling sound mixed in, like a rattlesnake's rattle. The dogs go silent before starting to back up, barking and snarling a few minutes later. Then something fast and pale runs in front of his headlights, with the 8 dogs in pursuit, barking and snarling. So he decides to follow the dogs, in fear that they're getting ready to tear someone's pet apart. He parks his car, gets out with his spotlight, then follows the sound of barking. But then he hears that scream again. He swears that he heard a faint mixed in with the weird screech and rattling. He gets to where the dogs are going nuts and shines his light at the spot. He's now surprised to see that the dogs have a deer backed up against the wall of a mausoleum. He said that this deer was a pale gray color. It was skinny and emaciated. He shined the light at its eyes. They were solid black, yet somehow no light reflected back. He said they were like the eyes of something dead. He is understandably confused, and he's standing there, a few yards away from a pack of angry, snarling dogs that haven't even registered that he's there. The dogs have this deer surrounded and are taking turns nipping at its hind end and legs. But my brother notices that every time they do, they recoil and sort of gag, as if the taste is appalling to them. My brother then hears a deep growling coming from behind him, and this big Rottweiler bowls past him, launching itself at this deer. It grabs at the deer's hind leg, and with a mighty shake, knocks the thing over, and just starts wailing on it. My brother then says the deer lets out that screech again. He watched as the deer took its hoof and begins to swipe, yes, swipe, at the dogs. The Rottweiler lets go, and the deer takes off, dogs hard on its heels. He never did guard work at that cemetery again, but he did get me to go back to the cemetery with him a few days later. That little Bichon Frise with the harness was there, and we managed to get it to come with us. And now he's had that dog for the last 5 years. The Thing in the Pond, from Urialaja. When I was 10 years old, we got a new puppy. He was a spaniel, the most social and friendly little dog. He would run up to people on the street and greet them with a wildly wagging tail and excited little jumps. He never failed to greet a potential new friend. My responsibility was to walk him every day, usually in the afternoon, but also the occasional late-night stroll. My favorite route was to take him through this little wooded area near our house. This wooded area lay behind the conservatoire and was protected from being cut down due to Siberian flying squirrels that inhabited the area. This tiny sanctuary had an artificial pond in it. It was murky, still water, but it had the occasional duck. It was customary for all new graduates of the conservatoire to swim a lap in the murky pond upon graduation day. It was a rite of passage of sorts. The area consisted of one path from one end to the other, the pond being near the southern entrance, and then another 500 meters of path after it into the woods. That particular night, in the dead of the Finnish winter, our poor puppy had tummy trouble, and my mom, exhausted from a day's work, asked me to take him outside one more time. It was already nearly midnight, but I agreed, seeing how all creatures should be allowed to use the bathroom when they needed to. I also love how the piercingly white snow glows in the night, how, if it's cold enough, your breathing fogs up, and a step on the snow makes it creak in a very satisfying manner underfoot. It was that kind of weather, so I put on my winter jacket and boots and off we went into the pitch-black night. As I usually did, I steered the puppy towards the little wooded area, away from streetlights. He pranced in the snow that reached up to his sides, like an excited rabbit. He seemed all better, pulling me forward so fast I almost fell over in the snow more than once. The little guy was sniffing every scent left by other dogs in the area, with his tail pointing straight up in excitement. As we approached the pond, the cold air carried with it a peculiar sound, a very steady, very consistent thump, 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 thump. I was a bit confused, since usually the area didn't have much traffic during the night. An occasional fellow dog walker, maybe. But seeing as how all the benches were covered in snow and the path was narrow, it wasn't exactly a spot to hang out in the middle of the night. As we turned to the opening with the pond, I froze. In the middle of the frozen pond sat a little boy. He sat on the ice, which had been cleared of at least a meter of snow, as if it had been dug up to reveal the ice. He was wearing clothes that struck odd to me, nothing modern at all. His clothes were all shades of orange and looked to be made from fabric instead of what kids in Finland wore. No colorful patterns or reflectors. He was also wearing a fur hat and leather mittens. It reminded me of pictures of my mom as a child in the late 60s and her winter clothes. Now, it seemed the thumping sound was coming from this little boy. He appeared to be around 6 years old and was very rhythmically hitting a huge rock on the ice that he was sitting on. But there was a problem with that, because the rock was way too big for such a small human to be lifting it, let alone smashing it repeatedly on the ice, like it weighed nothing. My first thought was that it was just some child from my neighborhood, but the longer I considered this option, the more ludicrous it seemed. The nearest houses were at least half a kilometer away, if not more. I'd seen no one else on my way here, no person that seemed to be watching over such a young child playing nearby. It would take a very uncaring parent to let a child out this late in freezing temperatures, all alone, and knowing that there was a source of water nearby. There was no logical way this kid could be there, unless he was in a very sad home situation. So I decided to save the day. I stepped off the path when the dog leash in my hand stopped me. Our dog, who would always and every time approach new people he met, was now desperately trying to pull me forward in our route to sniff the next pea-soaked snowbank. He didn't even acknowledge the boy on the ice. His eyes didn't steer that direction once. It's like I was the only one to actually see the boy. This boy didn't seem to notice me either. He kept hitting the ice under him. Thump, 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 completely oblivious of anyone or anything around him. There was a weird stillness in the air. All I could hear was the sound of this huge rock bouncing off the ice and sometimes cracking it further. I could see the ice had already started to chip away to form a dent. He must have been hitting it for a very long time, as that pond usually froze all the way down to the bottom. Ice during these winter months is tough as steel. I pulled my dog closer to the edge of the pond, almost holding my breath from anticipation, and the rush of saving a child made me swell with pride. "Hey, are you okay out here? Your parents around?" My voice was so weak, it seemed to be absorbed by the snow all around us. It was hard to speak. It felt forbidden, like any second this child would just disappear into thin air if I broke the spell that was keeping him in this world. The boy paid me no mind at all. It was like he was stuck in a forever loop of hitting the ice over and over again, like he was just a mirage from another place and time. I started feeling more and more scared. It seemed that I couldn't form any kind of connection with this child. And now I wanted to run. So that's what I did. My dog seemed so happy to finally be on our way, as I hurriedly started running on the path to make it to the other end of the wooded area. Good thing our puppy loved to race and forgot the wonderful smells of the yellow snow in an instant. All while I was running and slipping on the frozen path, all the way until I saw a streetlight shine its blissful light towards me and my oblivious galloping puppy. I could hear the perfectly rhythmic, hollow thump, 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 thumping, until it faded to nothing, and I was standing there out of breath, looking up and down the empty street, expecting anything to happen. I went home, and I told my mom what I saw. Of course, she didn't believe me, but every now and then, I wonder if decades ago, a little boy wearing a fur hat and a faded orange coat drowned in that pond on a cold autumn night, sinking to the bottom, slowly suffocating in the water so cold it hurts to touch. The pack is hungry. From Tyler in Trouble. I grew up in the foothills, swamps, and muggy woods of South Carolina. As soon as my siblings and I hit 10 years old, we were taught to safely use and maintain hunting tools such as knives, bows, traps, and firearms. Our parents made sure to instill a respect in us for animals, especially those we took for food, and an understanding of the food chain. This particular story is from when I was around 17 years old and a fairly experienced hunter for my age. I had developed a deep love of hunting raccoons, and I took part every season. I was a black sheep in the local hunting community, though, because unlike most people my age, I refused to hunt alone. In most young hunters' minds, they picture the hunt, the kill, and the praise they would get from putting food on the table. But as I stated above, I understood that no matter how strong I was, or how big my gun was, I could always fall prey to something out there. More often than not, my usual hunting partner was my stereotypical hillbilly uncle, R. He was raised very much the same as us. He never failed to pass on a useful tip or guide me to a better location to hunt or fish. That night we were on the land off the banks of Broad River close to the North Carolina state line. We were hunting raccoons with his two best hounds, Baby Doll and Scooter. It was pitch black as the clouds hid the moon behind a thick blanket. The night was frigid and dead silent, except for the distant flow of the river and the dogs rattling around in the dog box. Looking back now, I fully understand that night hunting is not for everyone. The temperature was dipping into the single digits, and every branch our lights touched resembled long, bony fingers reaching limply out of the blackness for the ground below. We geared up and did a basic check of the surrounding area to confirm it was safe to hunt. We met up at the tailgate, and with a nod, we cut the dogs loose to track. Scooter and Baby Doll were from the same litter, and their teamwork in the woods was hard to beat, despite having vastly different methods for tracking a scent. Baby Doll was notorious for bolting after a scent and covering hundreds of yards before stopping to find it again. She was like a razor blade, gliding through the dark trees and across frozen creeks. Scooter, on the other hand, was a slow mover. He stayed only just behind Baby Doll, shuffling around in the brush as a midpoint between his sister and us, who were at that moment at the truck watching them on the tracking system. He would only leave his usual post when Baby Doll found something, or if there was trouble. And that night, there would be trouble. The GPS alerted that Baby Doll had treed something, and as we watched Scooter bolt in her direction, we followed suit. We moved quickly through the frozen brush, calling to the dogs, encouraging them as we jogged deeper into the maw of the forest. I'm not sure when it happened, because of how rough the terrain became to get through at certain points, but I got separated from R and wound up alone in the dark, standing in the bottom of a deep wash with a shallow stream babbling across pebbles and tree roots. I couldn't hear the dogs anymore, and my calls to R went unanswered. I climbed back up the wall of dirt that I had slid down in my pursuit, hoping the high ground would help me carry my voice. After 2 more yells with no reply, I reluctantly tried calling his cell phone. He answered on the first ring, shouting into the phone only audible between gunshots.
Go back to the road.
Then the phone went quiet. It was then I heard the distant echoes of gunshots cascading over the silent ambience, accompanied by vigorous yips and barks. I remembered being confused for a minute, wondering what had happened and if I should try to help. I came to the conclusion that I should backtrack to the road, but every so often I would yell back to let him know where I was, if he could hear me. I walked about 50 yards and yelled back through the trees with only distant crashes and racket to answer me. I had almost made it another 10 yards when I heard a fierce ripping of vines and bushes. It was Baby Doll in a full sprint in my direction. I thought she might slow down as she got closer to me, but she never missed a beat and ran past me like grease lightning. Then another crash, and the yips I heard over the phone returned in the distance, getting closer now. I knew then why R had panicked. In their charge, the dogs had disrupted a pack of coyotes, and they were chasing them, and by association, us. I began jogging after Baby Doll, hoping to secure her in the box and get off the ground. The yips, growls, and barks were getting louder behind me. I struggled to navigate the brush in my thick winter clothes, but I kept moving, my dull yellow headlamp turning my world into a hazy blur of tree trunks and shadows. I came within view of the road and saw a baby doll already on the lowered tailgate barking into the woods. Another shredding of brush behind me sent me into a full panic, but galloping past my legs came Scooter, mouth open, bawling as he went. I started up the hill to the truck, and my headlamp went out. I fumbled around in the darkness and made my way up the hill on my hands and knees, out of breath and hands shaking. I opened the box doors so the dogs could get inside and hopped into the bed, pulling the tailgate shut. I searched my coat pockets frantically for a light, which thankfully I found. I stood upright in the truck bed, flashlight in one hand shaking violently and rifle in the other, and then I saw them. They were like stars shining through the pitch-black darkness. Their eyes, those gleaming eyes and ravenous sounds flowed out of the tree line like a nightmare come to life. I began shooting into the trees and the air, trying to scare them enough to turn back. It didn't take long. They ran back into the trees, and the eyes soon disappeared. But I could still hear them. They were just out of view, but they were definitely there, watching me. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just jump down and get into the truck. It was locked, and R had the keys. I couldn't risk shooting where they might be because I didn't know where R was. Even if they did come into view again, I only had 4 rounds left in the magazine. I was stuck. I tried yelling to R again and again, but my voice was overrun by the pack's symphony from the trees. The cold was getting to me. The mad dash back to the road caused me to sweat heavily, and it felt like icicles were falling from my forehead. My light was dim, and my legs throbbed. Even with the circumstances as they were, I was fighting the urge to fall asleep. I tried calling R's phone a few times over the next few minutes, but no answer. On my last attempt, it went straight to voicemail. His phone must have been dead. The ruckus from the trees began to get more and more distant. Then I started to hear gunshots and brush thrashing violently. I soon found R's headlamp bouncing through the trees. When he came into full view, he was white as a sheet and out of breath. He stopped at the bottom of the hill and fired 3 more shots into the shadows, then climbed up. We rushed home after that, feeding the wood stove thick blocks until the metal popped and groaned from the heat. We were cut up, battered, frozen, shaken, and exhausted. But we went right back the next night to hunt again. Tree People, from EMFH. About a year ago in Great Falls, Montana, I was living in a camper with my boyfriend at the time. Let's call him Chris, along with my friend T. It was late at night and freezing cold as it was wintertime. None of us could sleep and all our phones were dead. The camper had no power at the time. Chris and I decided we were going to go to the bank just right down the street from where the RV was parked, because they had these posts with outlets. When we got there, we plugged in our phones. As my phone was charging, I heard a really weird noise and started to look around. There was this tree at the edge of the woods about 3 feet away from us. Standing in the middle of this tree was a woman standing there motionless, staring at me. Freaked out, I turned and whispered to Chris, "Do you see that woman by the tree?" He looked around for a moment and replied, "Oh, what woman? I don't see anyone." I froze for a second, then looked back at the tree. That woman was still there. I tried to take my eyes off of her. Looking up, I was surprised when I saw 2 branches on the left side, each with 6 babies, and the right side with 6 children. I looked around more and saw 16 more of these things. They were all in the distance, just staring at me. I looked over at a bench under a tree at the entrance of the bank, and I saw an elderly couple. I could tell they were one of these people, too. Once I saw them, I started to hear voices in different languages. I hurried to my phone and turned it on to Google Translate. I repeated what was said. From what I could gather, it seemed each person was recalling memories, telling stories of who they are, or perhaps who they were. I looked around again, but the people were now gone. It's like they disappeared. I told Chris that we needed to leave. As we grabbed our things and prepared to head back, I heard the voices pick up again. I thought to myself it made no sense, they can't be real. It's just in my head. But then I looked up, and I saw the woman again. She was in the tree and her mouth was curled into a big smile, with the whitest teeth I'd ever seen. I yelled, "Go away!" Chris looked at me weird. I told him we're leaving, now, and that we need to hurry up. I could feel that evil-looking smile drilling into the back of me. As Chris and I began to run, I heard them say something else, but my phone no longer had service, so I couldn't get it translated, not until we got back to the RV. Until then, I repeated what was said in my mind over and over so that I'd remember it. As soon as I got back, I got reception, so I repeated it into Google Translate. It just said, "run." But there was something else too. One other thing that Google Translate said meant, "her smile, dangerous." I was freaked out, and I tried to brush it off. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I had to look out the window for something. I gave in, and I looked through the glass. I saw that old couple on the bench across the street. They'd followed me back, and I started to cry. I calmed down after a bit, and I looked out there again. They had disappeared, and luckily, I never saw them again. To this day, I won't go back to that bank at night, because that was the weirdest and creepiest thing I've ever experienced. The Trust Exercise, from Sean D. It was 1996. I was camping with other students, whom, like me, were from poor families. We were taking part in a special program aimed at youths who don't get to experience certain things due to monetary constraints. We were on day 2 of our 3-day camping excursion. It was an October night. There was a thick, soupy fog in the air, adding to the slowly darkening sky. By 9 p.m., we couldn't see much further than a few feet in front of us. Even with a nice, strong flashlight to aid you, the visibility was bad. The camp counselors decided to use these conditions to give the campers a trust exercise. Not one of the fall and catch variety, but a follow my voice type of exercise. Using a flashlight was considered cheating. There were about 14 of us, so we were split into 2 groups of 7, each led by a counselor to a specific area. We were told to stick with the path and to follow it to the campsite. We would call out every 20 seconds or so to lead the other ones behind us, who would actually be blindfolded. We began by lining up in the fog, putting our hands on the shoulders of the ones in front of us and counting out loud. I was 4th in line of 7. When I heard 3, I responded by placing my hand on the shoulder in front of me, which I could only see as a dark blotch amongst the thick fog, and shouting out my place in line. I waited until I heard 7 called out, and waited for the counselor to lead us to our starting point. I prepared to walk when I heard a voice call out to start. But the one in front of me didn't budge. "Hey, what gives?" I asked. "Why aren't we moving? I think I heard them say to go." At the sound of my voice, the one leading me suddenly tugged forward, nearly causing me to fall forward on my face. I held on, being careful of my grip. It wasn't easy. We were moving at a jog and our speed was gradually increasing. After a few short minutes, we were moving at a full-out run. I had no choice but to hold on or be left behind, and I had no choice but to follow the path, or I'd be left alone to follow the path in the dark. I stumbled a lot, all the while wondering why the one in front of me wasn't calling out trip warnings. I took up a habit of keeping my eyes on my feet, thankful that we weren't yet blindfolded. That was when I saw something that filled me with a sense of dread. The person I had a hold of wasn't following the path, but they were still increasing in speed. Ice went through my veins. Who was this person? Were they a part of the group at all? And where were we going? As we ran, we came through an area where the fog was thin. I noticed that my guide was dressed oddly. His clothes were in tatters and barely there at all. Reminded me of a caveman or something similar. They also didn't have feet. The legs ended at ankles. The flesh there appeared burnt. I immediately tried to let go. Their shoulder felt oddly sticky. I began to panic as I felt as if I was being pulled upward. I pulled away as hard as I could, falling about 7 feet afterward, tumbling into thorny weeds and bushes. I lay still as I heard something moving fast away through the tree branches. I don't know how long I lay there before I faintly heard voices calling out for me. Cautiously, I followed the voices back to the trail. It was the 3 that had been behind me in the lineup. They were sweaty and dirty and eyes full of fear. As we followed the path, they told me what had happened to them. Much like me, they at first tried to keep up, but after the first stumble, they suddenly found that for whatever reason they couldn't get a grip on my shoulder. It felt like grease to them. All they could do was sit and listen and call out for help. We made it to the others, who were just as scared as I. They didn't hesitate to check us for injuries, while asking us where we had gone. After hearing our sides of the story, the camp counselor told me that I should count my blessings, because he believed that what had tried to take me away may have been a windigo, a man-eating air spirit. We canceled the remainder of the trust exercise. The creature could return to try again, they said, and it would be very unwise to test our luck again. We spent that night in flimsy tents, laying down while listening to what we hoped was just wind rustling through the trees' leaves. I will never walk alone in the woods. From Anonymous. I was never scared to explore the woods alone as a kid. I would actually get a little excited if there were creepy sounds like cracking branches or a rustling of the leaves. It gave my imagination a chance to grow. In 1984, as a 13-year-old boy, I didn't spend my time in front of a computer or playing video games. The smartphone would just be a thing of our imaginations back then. I spent my days exploring and creating new worlds in the fields and forests near my southern Arkansas home. Sometimes I'd invite my best friend, but most days I was alone. My dad traveled for work and was gone for weeks at a time, while my mom was always busy at home doing housework and taking care of my baby sister. I guess the best place to start is Memorial Weekend. My mom was in the hospital with some complications from giving birth to my baby sister. My dad had not made it back home from his last trip yet, so I stayed at my best friend Randy's house for a few days. He only lived about a mile down the gravel road from our house. I had a vivid imagination, but Randy, well, let's just say he liked to venture into the darkest areas of fantasy. He was always trying to find new ways to scare the heck out of me. Randy had a fascination with heavy metal and the occult. He was also curious about ghosts and talking to the dead. That evening after dinner, he had this bright idea to have a seance in an old Civil War-era cemetery that was in the woods halfway between my house and his. I'm sure he had no idea what he was doing, and was making it up along the way.
He swiped a couple of candles from his mom's cupboard and an aluminum pie pan, and we headed down the road. We arrived at the cemetery a little after noon. The ground was soggy from a morning rain shower, and the sky was overcast. It was a nice setting for two young boys who wanted to scare themselves. We decided on a spot in front of a small cracked headstone that read Reginald Young, 1846 to 1863. It didn't say whether the young man was a soldier or not, but by the math, he was 17 when he died. Randy told me that we needed to prick our fingers and drip blood into the pan as an offering to the spirits. So he pulled out his pocket knife, and we both pricked our fingers with the tip of the tiny knife. After we both had dripped a few drops of blood into the pan, Randy held it over one of the candles until it began to bubble. As we sat there, watching that bit of blood cook, Randy spoke to Reginald out loud, asking him to let us know if he was there. We waited quietly for a couple of minutes, and even though I was skeptical and a little amused, I was also slightly on edge, because we were doing something that I was always taught was wrong and dangerous. Suddenly, there was a loud clap of thunder that made Randy drop the pan. It was followed by a deep rolling roar that sounded to me like an angry spirit whispering, "Right." We didn't give that horrible sound a second thought. Randy had dropped the pan, and we were both on our feet in seconds, breaking into a dead run through the woods. I've no idea why we didn't head back to the road. I guess we were so scared, we just weren't thinking clearly. I ran for what only seemed like minutes when I finally calmed myself. I bent over and put my hands on my knees to catch my breath. I started to laugh when I realized how ridiculous we both were. However, when I turned to say as much to Randy, he was not behind me. I looked around and I did not find him anywhere. I yelled for him, "Randy!" But the only sound I heard was the creaking of branches. We must have gotten separated. I was sure he had been right behind me. The only thing I could do was to head back to his house and make sure he made it home. I calmly started walking in the direction I thought we'd come from, back towards the road. But I walked and started to realize that none of my surroundings were familiar. No one had ever taught me to just stay in one place and wait. I'd played in the woods my whole life. I was sure I'd find my way out. As evening approached, more rain moved in. I was starting to get cold because I was soaked clean to my skin. I topped a small hill, hoping to figure out where I was. There I spotted an old abandoned car. It was rusty and one of the doors was missing. The seats were shredded and springs were sticking out in places. The roof was all dented up, but it didn't seem to be leaking, so I crawled in and curled up in the back seat and tried to get warm. At some point, I dozed off. I guess all the excitement and stress of realizing I was lost had worn me out. I'm not sure what woke me, but I was suddenly aware of a horrible smell. It was like a skunk but mixed with rotting meat. I sat up and covered my nose. I was a little scared to investigate, unsure of what I would encounter, but I slowly climbed out of the car to look around. It was quite dark by then. I didn't see anything in the near vicinity, but as I slowly regained my senses, I could hear a sound coming from somewhere through the trees. It sounded like one step followed by a dragging sound, and then another step. It kept repeating and seemed to be getting closer. I was cold and tired, and I'd already been through a lot. The tough kid in me had pretty much vanished at this point. I looked around for a place to hide. The car was too open with the broken door and busted windows, and it was getting too dark to run. Not to mention I was scared I would run into whatever that was in the woods. So I did something that I probably wouldn't have under any other circumstance. I walked around to the trunk of the car, and I tested it to see if I could get it open. Luckily, the latch had been busted long ago. I lifted it up and carefully crawled inside. I slowly lowered the lid and waited. The smell of mildew and rust was strong, but not as strong as the horrible smell coming from the outside of the car. I lay there still as I could be, and I listened. The sound of whatever was coming through the woods had stopped. I waited a few more minutes and began to lift the trunk slowly. As I held it open, just enough to almost stick my head out, I heard it again. This time, it was closer. Maybe even as close as the front of the car. I lowered the lid quietly and tried to hold my breath. It occurred to me that it could be Randy. Maybe he had finally caught up to me. But why did he smell so awful? It would be safer to wait and listen than to try to take a peek. So I lay there and listened to the step sound approaching. My heart was already racing, but just when I thought I couldn't be more scared, a loud thud, like a huge fist, hit the top of the car. Almost instantly, the step was joined by a scratching sound like nails on a chalkboard. That scratching sound was coming right across the top of the car and headed for the trunk. The scratching started to sound more like knives on a glass window and grew louder and louder. Just when the sound was right above me, it quickly stopped. I listened, trying to intensify my hearing with sheer willpower, but there was nothing. I could hear no scratching, no steps, no crickets or branches blowing in the wind. All I could hear was my heart pounding. The hairs on the back of my neck felt as if they were crawling, and I was overwhelmed with the feeling that someone was looking at me. The only thing I could see from inside that trunk was the light coming from the hole where the latch should have been. As I fixed my eyes on that light, something moved in front of it. I raised up just a hair, and my eyes strained to adjust. I realized there was an eye looking back at me. It didn't look human. Those eyes were red and bloodshot, and the pupils were elongated. I threw my body back into the trunk as far as I could go, and I let out a scream so loud it temporarily deafened me. It felt like a dream, where you scream at the top of your lungs but nothing comes out. My screams were silenced for a moment as a thud hit the trunk so hard that the whole car bounced. As I started to scream again, I could hear something screaming with me, or it may have been a roar. It was hard to tell. The lid to the trunk caved in, but not enough to touch me. My screams were replaced by cries, and I felt as if I was going to drown in my own tears, when I realized that the banging and bouncing had stopped. As the seconds trickled into minutes, I waited with sobs that turned into hiccups, and eventually I fell into an exhausted sleep. I'm not sure how long it was until my eyes opened again, but I do remember the first sound I heard. I heard my father's voice yelling my name. I slowly opened my swollen eyes and cleared the fog from my mind. My heart raced again, but this time with relief and excitement. I started to yell and bang on the lid of the trunk as loud and hard as I could. It took them another hour to get me out of that trunk. It had been caved in from the outside and had gotten stuck.
No one could figure out how I got in there, or how it had gotten caved in. After I told them my story, they searched the area, but they could not find any signs that anyone had been in the area. Even my footprints had been washed away. The car had a few branches lying on it from the rainstorm the evening before, and still looked like it had been there for years, but one thing was different. There were grooves in the ground where it looked like the car had been moved a few inches. Randy was safe. He was with my dad when he and the search party found me that day. He was the one that found them, and the hoof prints. These bizarre prints made a complete circle around the car. Of course, the adults credited this to the livestock that had gotten loose during the rainstorm, but Randy and I had other suspicions. I miss the peace and adventure that I used to find in the forest. I will treasure those youthful memories. However, even as an adult, I still have nightmares about that night. On many nights, that red bloodshot eye is the last thing I see before I wake from these horrible dreams. I'll never try to contact the dead again, or spend rainy days in the cemetery. But most of all, I'll never walk in the woods alone. The Keeper of the Forest Track, from Finn's Son. This story was told to me by my dad a few summers ago, when I asked if he knew anyone who had experienced anything supernatural. I'm writing this from memory, so some details might be missing, as I didn't experience any of this myself. As a kid, my dad used to live on a farm, which was located pretty close to my current home. Leading to the house, there was about a kilometer-long track that went through the forest. One autumn day, when my dad was around 6 to 7 years old, he was wandering along the track away from the house, when, in the midway, a pitch-black creature appeared, approximately 100 meters before him. The being was the same size as an adult, completely black, and its body resembled that of the Grok from the Finnish stories called the Moomins. The legs, nose, and mouth were not visible, but it did have black and round, empty eye sockets, with a grayish color surrounding them. The creature didn't make any sound, it just stared, and it only moved if you looked away or moved yourself. It would stop immediately if you looked straight at it. Horrified, my dad stared at it for a while, before sprinting back home. According to him, the creature followed at jogging speed, with these weird bouncing hops. But before reaching the house, the thing would disappear. Dad never told anyone, because he felt like no one would believe him. This incident wasn't the last one, as the creature would frequently appear as my dad walked along that path. As soon as there was only about 10 meters in between him and the creature, Dad would make his escape, and as always, the creature would be gone just before he made it home. Soon after all this had started, he wouldn't go near that trail, unless it was absolutely necessary, and fortunately, the school was the opposite direction. One day his father asked him to chop some firewood near the track. Dad told me how scared he was the whole time, and how he kept glancing around as he was hacking at the logs. Just for a few seconds he lowered his gaze, and as he looked back up, the very same pitch-black creature was right in front of him, staring straight at my dad. He dropped the axe and ran as fast as he could, without daring to look back. Just as my dad was starting to doubt himself, he overheard the boy from the nearby farm telling people at school about how he was one day throwing some rocks against a barn's wall, when from around the corner, a black creature appeared. The boy was startled, and by instinct he threw a rock at it, which caused it to disappear. Dad never told this boy about his experiences, and to this day,
That boy doesn't know that my dad had seen the same creature. Even though the being didn't make an appearance that fall and winter, and actually ever since, he told me he was terrified of encountering it again on the path for many years to come. He was left with some trauma. He told me how some holes in a carriage reminded him of the creature's eyes, and that made him scared in that very moment. On another occasion, a picture in a newspaper of a sniper made him anxious because the rifleman loosely resembled the black being on the road. When my dad first saw the picture of the Groke, he said Tove Jansson, the creator of the Moomins, sure as heck knew what a boogeyman looks like. For years, I wondered what he meant by that, but now I know. Cat's Eye Night Hike Terror, Colorado, from Nagi Naoe 101. Traditionally, Girl Scouts do this hike at night. As a kid, I particularly remember it, and also remember the terrors it caused myself and some others. How it is done is during the day the older scouts, usually between the ages of 15 to 18, start to prepare with the leaders. They cut out large yellow cat's eyes from construction paper and have phrases written on the paper. They staple the papers to various spots in the hike during the day. Usually, this hike is done as a partner hike, with one leader to every 4 or 5 girls, and we're given flashlights. So, how does this become scary? Well, the trail is haunted. Flying G Ranch in Colorado is historically a working farm and horse rescue. It has since shut down due to a fire. But while working the trail used for the Cat's Eye hike, I used a stagecoach trail and went to each different area of the camp. So each area would have different parts of the trail going through it. I hated going to even use the bathroom, because we always heard a strange roar, like a mountain lion, which in the history of the camp there had never been one there that close. But during the hike, you would hear something. The Cat's Eye hike was always a warm-up for brownies and juniors, just a test to see how brave we really were. And for me, this one night as a junior proved to be the worst ever. I was teamed with guests, specifically Tiger Scouts from a neighboring Boy Scout camp. These kids could barely be 7. I was hoping I didn't get lead, but since I had a better flashlight, that was gonna be me. I had one adult leader, and he was not even aware of how this hike worked. That night, I could have sworn something else was with us. There was the usual sounds the girls make during the hike. There was one kid I swear was crying. Now, we read off each plaque as we go along, and the strange sounds were getting louder. Suddenly, I hear something much worse than an actual roar. The adult leader heard me whisper, "We need to head back." Before he asked, another troop leader met up with us and guided us back to the lodge. We heard a loud crash and then a popping sound. We were soon back at the door to the lodge, with the leaders from both Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts informing us 2 very large mountain lions must have been in the camp. We were told to stay inside, and our stuff was brought from the various campgrounds to us. The Boy Scouts were packed into their buses and they left. I kept my thoughts to myself about what I felt and saw. Several of us girls remember red eyes watching us when we walked that trail, and we remember that on that Cat's Eye hike, we were scared away by something much worse than mountain lions in the forest. We just never said what it was. We never talked about it. We never found out what was in our camp. But to this day, I'm convinced that Fly G Ranch has a skinwalker, not a mountain lion. The following story was narrated in a previous video, in which I walked around the woods and discussed some stories off the cuff without any retakes. So I'm retelling it here in my usual recording style, for those who may have missed it. The Haunted Forest Behind Dan's Building, from WEPD 1985. Daniel was my childhood best friend from my neighborhood, and he lived in the building next to mine in the year 1993, if I recall correctly. We all called him Dan for short. This is his story, and he swears it's totally true. Since Dan was 8 or 9 years old, his mother, his stepfather, and him moved to a small neighborhood in a city in South America, which is located in a valley and is surrounded by a big mountain on all sides. The neighborhood was on the east side of the city on a dead-end street of a closed neighborhood, but there were a lot of green areas all around it, such as small hills with big and small trees, plants, flowers, grass, 2 parks, and a sports court. When Dan and his family moved to the neighborhood, he was very happy, because when they were getting there in his mom's car, he would see a lot of places where he could play. As a kid, that was very exciting to him. Even though the hills, woods, and plants that surrounded Dan's new neighborhood looked really nice during the day, and while the sun was up, they looked very dark and creepy at night, and he thought they were a little too scary. He swears he felt an ominous presence from those woods at night. At that age, Dan was afraid of many things. The dark, the woods, wolves, black dogs and cats, spiders, sharks, you name it, just like me. But it may have been partly because he was a total mama's boy at 5 years old, and for most of his life. When Dan and I met for the first time, we were both playing in the park while our babysitters were watching us. After talking to each other for a while, we immediately bonded and became friends. We had a lot in common. We began to talk about our favorite TV shows and movies, like Star Wars or Dragon Ball Z and the X-Men cartoons and Ninja Turtles, among many others. So we used to play by pretending we were superheroes or some other cartoon character, while running around using the merry-go-round, the slides, the swings, and funny enough, we both had plastic lightsabers. So we fought as if we were Jedi or Ninja Turtles. But we never stayed in the park once the sun went down. Our babysitters didn't let us, or we would be too scared of the woods to stick around. Dan wasn't my only friend in the neighborhood. I began to introduce him to my other friends who lived in my building, nearby buildings, and houses. We all became great friends as the months went by, because almost every afternoon we played sports, played in the park, played Nintendo, climbed the hills and woods behind our buildings during the day. We did everything together. The neighborhood kids liked to joke around by saying that the woods behind the buildings were haunted. At the time, we played hide and seek or cops and robbers, so we'd be running around the street until 7. That was our curfew, and we had to do our boring homework. But Dan and I went to bed late at night in secret while we talked quietly on the phone. That night at about 9 or 10 p.m., Dan asked me the following.
Did you watch X-Men today?
Yeah, dude, of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Did you see the fight against Apocalypse and the 4 Horsemen?
Yeah, dude, that fight was awesome. I loved it. But talking about something else, have you heard some creepy noises behind your building at night?
No, bro, I'm a deep sleeper, so I usually black out everything around me.
Wow, I wish I were that lucky. I usually can hear footsteps in those woods at night, and I also sleepwalk from time to time. Anyway, I think it's time for me to go to sleep. See you tomorrow, and take care.
Sure thing. Talk tomorrow, and take care too. Dan hung up his favorite hamburger-shaped phone, sat down in bed, and grabbed an old fantasy book about dragons that was on his nightstand. He started to read until he began to close his eyes and drift off. He fell into a deep sleep, and he thought he was dreaming. In what he thought was a dream, Dan could hear the crickets in the forest, but he was awakened by some strange steps walking around the forest and the leaves crunching beneath them. It was like some person or animal was walking in the woods. There are a lot of cats in our neighborhood, so he thought it was one of those cats. Maybe it was a possum or owl. All of a sudden, he heard a low whisper that beckoned him, saying,
Daniel, it's Professor X. The X-Men need your help. Come to the woods and help us."
This strange yet familiar voice was so similar to the professor's voice from his favorite cartoon, and it sounded like it was right outside his window. Since he was a naive and innocent child, he decided to get out of bed, put on his jacket and boots. He took his glasses, then exited the apartment, going to the ground floor. Once he was on the ground floor, he walked to his building's parking lot. He felt a little chill, so he rubbed his shoulders with his hands. The voice kept calling out to him, "Help the X-Men, Dan." Somehow he felt extremely attracted to this voice like a metal to magnets. He couldn't get it out of his head. He took a small leap to get on top of a small hill. He felt scared, but kept walking into the dark and creepy woods. As he walked, he heard footsteps and leaves crunching beside his. They sounded like they were approaching his position. In that moment, he stopped walking so he could hear the steps more clearly. He thought it was some crazy person or animal that was insane enough to walk in the woods in the middle of the night. There are a lot of cats in our neighborhood. Dan then figured it was one of those cats. Once again, maybe a possum or an owl. But then he heard a noise that sounded like a roar. He thought it sounded very similar to the sounds the dinosaurs make in the movie Jurassic Park. He had seen it in a theater a few weeks before, and the fast steps from someone or something began to run in his direction. Dan broke out of his trance. He looked around, and his little kid's mind felt so terrified that he passed out. Fortunately, when he fell to the ground, his body was positioned between a tall tree and a large boulder, so he barely heard how this trickster creature ran next to him, circled his location, smelling the air to get his scent, but he guessed it decided to leave. Dan assumed he had passed out for several hours, because he was awakened by the sound of a woodpecker, cicadas, and birds that were on a nearby tree, as well as the heat and glare of the sun on his face. He rubbed his eyes and opened them, looking all around him. He was in shock and felt horrified when he looked at his Spider-Man watch and saw it was 6 a.m. He had awakened in the middle of a forest. He thought he was going to wake up in his bed because, like I said, he assumed he was dreaming. But he had been sleepwalking inside the forest in order to follow that beckoning voice. He saw how his clothes were full of fallen leaves, so Dan quickly stood up, brushing the leaves from his arms and legs. Then he ran away from that creepy forest, which looked normal during the day. He climbed down the forest until he got to the parking lot. He ran to his building's door and opened it, running into the elevator. He saw himself in the mirror and could not believe what had happened to him. Dan got to his apartment's door. He opened it silently, tiptoeing inside the apartment's hallway, and he saw that thankfully his mother had not awakened yet, since she would never believe what had happened. So he went to bed and stared at the ceiling, trying to process what had occurred last night. Now he completely believed his parents when they told him not to talk or listen to strangers, especially if they're in the middle of a dark and creepy forest. Dan had so many questions. He thought to himself, how did this creature imitate Professor X's voice? How did it know I would listen to it? How did it know I loved the X-Men cartoon? Maybe he would never find out, or maybe he would. Who knows? I saw something on the New River. From Spirit. This happened a few years back. It was the middle of summer in Virginia, in the New River Valley. I was coming home from a party. I had just dropped my sister off at her car and was heading home. I decided to take the river road back to my father's. My town is located in the middle of the Appalachian Mountains. I've lived here for 25 years now, and I know the area, and I'm used to the animals around here. One time there was even a black mountain lion years back, but this story, it honestly makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I feel so uncomfortable just talking about it. Anyway, I crossed the Eggleston Bridge to go down to the river. Then I crossed the railroad tracks to get onto the gravel road. The night was clear, the sky covered in stars as the moon was new that night. The lights from the trailers on the other side of the river lit up the water. I was listening to 94.9 on the radio, relaxing as I had my hand out the window. Traveling halfway down the river, I began to grow slightly uneasy. I looked around as I drove and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Thinking it was my nerves from a few beers I'd had a few hours before, I pulled my hand in and rolled up the window. In doing so, a strange fog began to cover the road ahead. It was honestly too thick at times to see the road, so I had to go slower than I normally would, making me feel even more uncomfortable. As I cut through the first section of fog, a large mass in the road caught my eye. I hit the brakes as I came to a slow stop. I turned on my high beams to illuminate the road ahead, and I saw a large black dog. It looked to be the height of a full-grown German shepherd. Its fur was as black as the night sky. At first, I didn't think anything weird about it, until I noticed it would not look my direction. It wouldn't even acknowledge my car. Slightly annoyed, I honked my horn at it. As I did, it moved into the brush closest to the water. I kept on driving, feeling a bit freaked out but not necessarily scared. I was thinking it was someone's dog that got loose or was free roaming. In the middle of the mountains, a lot of people don't chain up their dogs. As I passed where the dog had disappeared to, I couldn't help but feel like it was there watching me drive by. I paid this feeling no mind. I believed I was just trying to scare myself over nothing. That was until I made it to the end of the road. Now, at the end of the river road is a small tunnel you have to blow your horn at so people know you're coming. And with that fog, I thought it would be best to flick my lights too, just in case someone was racing down the road, jamming out. That is quite common, as the river road is a hotspot for late-night cruising. As I pulled up to the tunnel, I flicked on my high beams, and there I saw the same dog in front of my car again. I slammed on my brakes, making my tires skid slightly in the gravel. I looked at the dog as I turned off my music, feeling a strong, tense feeling in the air. I turned off the radio as I watched it. It did nothing but stand there. Getting annoyed, I went to blow my horn at it again, until it turned to face me. This would be the first time I'd actually see the dog's face, and it did not look like a dog. Its eyes were a bright red, its top canine stuck out from its muzzle. I froze, with a heavy feeling of dread washing over me. I was petrified, as if I knew I should not move. I don't know how long I was sitting there, but a call from my sister snapped me out of my trance. Quickly, I picked up the phone and continued to watch the dog. Hello?
Hey girl, I was calling to check on you, and also to have you tell my girlfriend that I was with you.
My sister said over the line as I could hear her girlfriend commenting in the background. It took me a moment to respond as I couldn't take my attention off the creature in front of me. Yeah, you were with me, but, Before I could say anything else, her girlfriend screamed at her to get off the phone after hearing my answer. I tried to get her to stay on the line, but sadly she hung up before I could tell her what was happening. I stared at the dog still, and yet it was closer now. I hadn't even noticed it had moved. Quickly, I put my car into reverse, ready to speed off if I had to. But it didn't come any closer. It just stood there between me and the tunnel. It tilted its head slightly as if it was curious about what I was doing. It felt like I was sitting there for hours when it had only been 20 minutes, and as quickly as the dog appeared, it vanished into the thicket closest to the river. Once it disappeared, I sped away, not caring about the potholes or the fog blocking my vision. I just knew I had to get away from the river. I had to get away from that dog. Speeding down the road, I looked around, trying to make sure whatever that wasn't chasing me. Once I got home, I took a breather to try to calm myself. It was now 2 a.m. I kept quiet as to not wake my father. I read up on a few things, and I think what I saw was a hellhound. It is said that if you see a hellhound 3 times, it may just lead you to your death. Reading that made my hair stand up on end. When you really think about it, I saw that dog 2 times. So who's to say when the 3rd time is gonna come for me? It's been 6 years since that night, and I haven't seen another dog like that. So I honestly don't know what to think. But sharing this story helps relieve some of the strain. And maybe someone can help me understand why I saw this thing. Specifically, why I saw it 2 times in such a short amount of time. Tales from a Forest Ranger, from Mayor Bear. I used to work as a forest ranger outside the small town of Blacksburg, Virginia. It's one of many tight-knit communities that dot the line drawn by the Appalachian Mountain Range. In the 4 years I had that position, I received my fair share of odd calls. But what I'm about to tell you is pale in comparison to anything else I've experienced. My story contains moderate depictions of animal violence, so if you don't like that subject matter, I'd advise you to skip ahead. It first began on Tuesday. That was the first day of the week I was on duty. I remember I was sat down at my desk of the ranger post a quarter of a mile or so in the woods, drinking coffee. I was usually tasked with the maintenance of the trails surrounding the nearby camp area and enforcing bland regulations regarding firearm discharge and the likes. That's why it was surprising when a young couple stumbled into the building. The man dirty, covered in ash with clothes torn, and the woman in similar condition. They asked me for some help, the request that me and the other ranger on duty, Trevor, granted. We were confused as to why they came to the station, rather than calling either of us or emergency services to request first aid. I remember the woman distinctly. She had a stark English accent. She told us that they were both so caught up in running, they didn't even think about making a call. That made me and my partner raise an eyebrow, but we let them continue as we disinfected their wounds and applied rather amateur bandaging. As she alleged, they were on a hike away from camp when they were attacked by what they described as a walking tree. I was as confused as you probably are now. I think I laughed a little as I heard what she said. Trevor was the first to try to place a realistic lens over their story. You ran into a tree?
No, it attacked us. It was moving.
The woman was very passionate as she argued, but her boyfriend calmed her down a little after he saw the subtle looks of disbelief we wore. My only supposition at the time was that they maybe ran into a thicket of brambles without realizing it. Their wounds were very real, though. It appeared to have been inflicted by an animal of some kind. But there were no distinct bite or claw marks. I couldn't line it up with the typical predatory wildlife we saw around our area. Regardless, we let them file a report, if you could call it that. About an hour later, I escorted the couple back to their campsite and ensured they retrieved all their belongings safely. Something to note, these parks have communal camping areas. Generally, you pitch a tent in a circle all around a central clearing, where 6 or 7 other groups are situated. Oddly enough, though, we did see other people out and about, but not one came to ask what the issue was. If anything, they were quiet and tried to keep out of my way the best they could, juxtaposed to the usual happy and friendly campers I meet out there. Under normal circumstances, we would have investigated the area for the predatory animal that the couple was attacked by, to ensure there weren't any wildlife getting all too friendly with humans. However, they were so turned around, the best localization they could give us was a direction. Given that, and the ridiculous description of the assailant, we never followed up. The rest of Tuesday passed uneventfully, aside from me having to talk to an intoxicated fella who was urinating all too publicly. Fast forward to Wednesday. It's 11 or so in the morning, a decent chunk of time into my shift. Our outpost gets a call. An older male with a raspy voice informs us that this campsite is filled with daddies. He clarifies that there's a whole bunch of dead animals in and around his fire pit before telling us, "You'd better hurry." Yeah, I know. A weird call. Fearing the worst, I headed down to the camp area, which happened to be the same one that the couple from yesterday was situated at. I arrived unsure of what to expect. I met the guy outside his RV. Lo and behold, all around us were dead animals. There were at least 15 of varying species. Rabbits, squirrels, birds too. As I recall, the biggest thing there was a coyote, which was taking his final sleep just outside the clearing. None of them had any visible injuries. What was odd, though, was the slight layer of soot that seemed to cover the coat of each animal, staining them an even shade of gray. I remember touching the coyote only to find the ashy residue on my fingertips. I had to call in to administration. Obviously, something was very wrong here. I believe they told me they were dispatching a team to conduct a water test to check for contamination. In the meantime, we had to clear out all the other campers, including the guy who reported it. I remember one hippie-type dude really well. As I was telling him why he had to go, I offered that there was another campsite just a mile or so north. He told me something along the lines of, "Nah, dude, I'm just gonna go back home. There's something real wrong with this place's mojo." Despite that campsite being closed, we still serviced the local trails, so I was back on duty the next day. It was almost entirely uneventful. We spent much of the early morning resorting our documents before it came time for my rounds. The walk from our station to the campground was boring, with no fresh litter to collect, given there were no people. When I finally got to the camp area, it struck me as lonely, almost like a ghost town. Since it was the first time in my career we had to close during a normally busy season, it felt very strange. I lapped the center of the camp area, not bothering to check out each individual site, before I headed back up another path, one that ran almost parallel to the one I came down. That's when I started to pick up a strange smell. It was like charcoal burning, but hotter, if that makes any sense. It almost stung to inhale. Since there weren't supposed to be any campers nearby, I decided to follow it. I seemed to be getting closer as I walked down the path, judging by smell alone. And the further I went, the more acidic the smell became. At that point, I had no clue what could have been producing it. I had to cover my face with a cloth in typical bandit fashion, though it helped very little. Maybe 600 yards down the path from the campground, I finally made it. It was this ball of what looked like wood. About a foot in diameter, it sat in front of me squarely in the middle of the path. Off of it came this silver smog, sifting 8 feet into the air before it dissipated. Getting closer, it began irritating my eyes. Noticing the thing was under direct sunlight, I gave it a hefty kick with my boot, causing it to roll a few feet down the path. What was very odd was, as soon as it hit the shade, it instantly stopped smoking. It just sat there, a charred ball of wooden facsimile, but it wasn't wood. Wood doesn't burn in the sun, after all. I left it there on the path and walked back to the station. The smell faded pretty quick. Anyway, as soon as I got in, I grabbed Trevor. He set the station phone to forward to his cell phone. We both then grabbed shovels, going to find the object in hopes of burying it. Bad practice for both of us to leave the post, I know, but he was real curious to see what it was. Only, as we arrived where I left it, the thing was gone. The only trace that remained was the slightest acidic tinge in the air, but no smoldering ball. It was pretty big, so whatever took it had to have been large itself. Thursday wrapped up with no further events. Then came Friday. Still waiting on the administration to clear the campsite fit for use again. It ran as slow as the day before. Nothing at all happened during the day. Right as I was clocking out though, as the afternoon blended into the evening, a family came into our station. There was the mother, the father, and a little boy, maybe 9 years old. To be honest, I don't remember my conversation with them nearly as well as with the couple from before. But to sum it up, they told me that they had been walking their dog on a nearby trail maybe an hour earlier, before it took off barking at something in the woods. They kept stressing how it never behaved like that, and they were eager to find it considering how low the sun was getting. So I agreed to help. Trevor said he'd follow up with me after the late shift arrived at the post. They told me they lost him about a quarter mile or so from the station. Yet again, I found myself walking back to the same campsite. After asking if he responded to a name, they told me he did. I think it was Rufus or Roger, or some other generic canine title. I think the mother and the kid split off in one direction towards the station, while me and the dad went the other way toward the campsite. We called the dog's name every 15 seconds or so, and as a pet owner, my heart sank a little every time there was no response. The father got serious with me and asked how likely it was he'd run into a predatory animal out here. He told me the dog was a big Alaskan Malamute, and I told him that a mountain lion probably wouldn't mess with a dog like that unless it was protecting its young. I remember mentioning that a bear could take it on, but he doubted the dog would be stupid enough to challenge a bear. Regardless, bears really weren't too frequent at the base of the mountains. I was going to mention the suspected tainted water, but I decided against it, as it was on the far side of the campsite, so it could worry him unnecessarily. Maybe half an hour into our search, the mom called the dad. She told him they hadn't found anything, and the dad told her that we were still looking, and said if they didn't find him within the next half hour, they'd meet back up at the station and call it a night. I felt real bad after that. Then I called the dog's name as loud as I could. All of a sudden, way to our right, in the direction of the campsite, we heard this crashing. Suddenly, that gorgeous dog burst through the undergrowth, running up to his owner and ignoring me. He was moving quick, but with a limp. Further, the white parts of his coat seemed to be stained gray, just like the animals from the clearing. The owner hugged the dog, wiping what seemed to be ash off on his pants. He asked me if I knew what the residue was, but I told him I had no clue. From the direction the dog came from, there was a second wave of crashing. It came closer to us and seemed to stop altogether a few feet into the thicket of trees. The sun was close to setting, but there was still enough light to see decently. Behind the trees, we made out a very strange shape. It seemed tall and thin. As we watched it move, there was this thick crackling sound, almost like a fireplace. It took one step towards us, and the guy now holding his dog shouted, "Hey!" That caused whatever the figure was to immediately bolt the other direction, as we heard more of that crackling and underbrush being pushed aside. We picked it up pretty quick, speed-walking back to the outpost. The dog's leg was injured, but it was in good spirits and limped along with us. Strangely enough, I picked up a little of that burning smell from before, I asked the guy if he smelled it, and he said yes, telling me it was like someone was having a bonfire. The night wrapped up with the couple meeting back up. The smile on the kid's face as he hugged the furry beast that was bigger than him really made my night. Trevor met me outside the outpost, and after filing a quick report, we did the 20 or so minute walk back to the parking lot together. Luckily, the night shift guys were real nice and did most of the overhead paperwork for us. On the walk, I told him about the figure we saw and the weird crackling sounds. He told me he never saw anything like it before. He asked if I think that's what the dog ran after, and I said something along the lines of, maybe. That was one huge dog, and that thing out there was not a bear. So what kind of animal was it? Trevor was as confused as I was. Saturday finally came, my last day on duty until next Tuesday. I wasn't feeling great when I got there, only on 5 hours of sleep. Luckily for me, the nearby campsite still wasn't open, and the day droned on quick. I was snapped from my tired robotic work as our phone rang. Trevor picked it up. Listening for no more than 2 minutes, he told me he had to go. He didn't say anything beyond a family issue and left hurriedly. To be frank, this ticked me off, considering I was tired as heck. But the shift was almost over, and I thought about skipping my rounds at the campsite that afternoon, but decided against it. After all, the fresh air of the walks was the only thing keeping me awake. I remember using a Sharpie to craft a very poor "Be Back Soon" sign that I taped onto the station door as I went for my walk. It was really just a formality, as I didn't expect anyone to come by within the 30 minutes I was gone. So down I went, back to the camping area. It was the middle of the afternoon, the sun still bright in the sky. It didn't stop me from feeling uneasy as I began to smell that all too familiar charcoal acid mix, though. It was modest as I worked my way down the path until I finally stepped foot into the clearing. That's when I saw it. Surrounding the communal fire pit, there were 7 large wooden tar balls, like the one I'd seen on the path before, only much larger. They were all smoldering in the sun. At that point, I was convinced some person was behind it. To what end, I had no idea. I called out into the clearing, slightly muffled by the bandana I had to put back on my face. Naturally, no response from anyone. But dear God, did the air stink. So I decided to do what I did before. I made my way into the clearing and nudged the fuming mounds of wood and black material. It took me a good 5 minutes. I didn't want to touch them, and they were all heavier than the one before. I finally got them all out of the sun and into the shade. I stepped back a few paces to inhale fresher air. They gradually stopped smoking. Having no clue what to do, I opted to do another write-up back at the station, making sure to mention the geometric formation. As I turned around to leave, though, I noticed something was wrong. It's that feeling you get when something isn't quite right, but you're unsure what. I looked at the forest in front of me. Nothing seemed amiss at first. I scanned the tree line and then I saw it. Blended in with the wood of the trees, much like a stick bug, there stood a man. At least, what looked like a man. It was spindly and thin, maybe 9 or 10 feet tall. Its body seemed to be a black wooden texture, with its limbs and torso outlined a deep brown. I just stared at it, mouth agape. I think it was attempting to camouflage itself, and when it realized I noticed it, it began to move. Its head was much like a bulb, crafted out of similar material to its body, yet it had no discernible features. It slowly climbed off the tree and out of the undergrowth, moving towards me. I was paralyzed with fear. As it moved, this ear-splitting crackling noise played, much like the one from the incident with the dog. After an excruciating few seconds, it was standing about 15 feet away from me. in the middle of both paths back to the station. It was swaying back and forth as if doing some kind of dance. The smell of smoke and that unnatural burn weighed heavy in the air. It took a step towards me, and my heart was beating out of my chest. It took another, and I still couldn't move. And then, with a great stride covering almost 10 feet, it stepped right past me, as if I wasn't there. I turned instinctually and watched it, as it began picking up the strange, smoldering balls I had just moved. And, effortlessly, as if they weighed nothing, it placed them back into formation around the campfire. As I saw its focus shift from me, I regained control of my body and ran. I sprinted the whole way back to the outpost, entering it and slamming the door shut. I had no clue if the thing followed. It showed no interest in me. But still, I couldn't take a chance. So I gathered all my belongings, locking the place up, and then took off again. This time to the parking lot, leaving the "Be Back Soon" sign still hanging loosely on the door. As obvious as it seems, I never returned to that post. I was contacted numerous times by my superiors and Trevor, but never did respond. Eventually, a notice of termination arrived at my home. I don't believe I ever received my last paycheck either. Not that I care. Under no circumstance will I ever go back there. Call me a deserter or a coward, whatever you like. But know if you saw what I saw that day, and you saw the sheer inhumanity of that creature, you wouldn't go anywhere near that place. As far as I'm concerned, forests are strictly off limits to me now. You simply can't be sure what resides within. And the creature, well, I really have no clue what it was up to. What it was doing with the weird spheres of whatever, I don't know. I have no doubt now that all the odd incidents I experienced that week were its doing, though. I'm just thankful it didn't kill me, because it very well could have. That about wraps up my week. I'll leave you with this, though. I did a modicum of research based on the creature's appearance. The only thing I found related to it was an old Dutch folktale that described a character known as De Tokman, or the Tree Man. According to the tale, it was a thin being with appendages much like tree branches that would chase naughty children until they told their parents of their wrongdoing. Whether it was based off of the creature I saw or an innocently crafted bedtime story, I'm not sure. To be honest, I don't think I want to find out. Good luck to all the people working in forests out there, especially those along the Appalachians. Be careful and stay safe. Appalachian Trail Lights from Anonymous Hiker. I'm a petite woman in my early 20s. I grew up and live in rural south-central Virginia, surrounded by dense woods for miles in every direction. I know what animals, birds, planes, satellites, planets, stars, etc. look like, act like, and sound like. Being no stranger to the outdoors my whole life, it was only a matter of time until I got into solo long-distance hiking, and even during the pandemic I still hike, albeit responsibly, whenever I can on the Appalachian Trail in the western part of the state. Being a petite young woman and always hiking alone, I do take necessary precautions. My family can see my location on trail via a navigation app, popular in the thru-hiker and section hiker community. I carry pepper spray and a knife, and I always tell someone where I will be and update them on where I am and how the conditions are. Anyway, this took place in mid-June of this year, 2020. I had planned to summit the Priest Mountain hiking southbound on the Appalachian Trail, starting my hike around 1 p.m. from the parking lot at the base of the mountain and reaching the shelter by 5:30 to 6 p.m. Taking my time as the sharp elevation increase, paired with a busted knee, would add to the challenge of summiting the notorious beast of a mountain. After a good, strenuous, uneventful hike past beautiful waterfalls, gorgeous viewpoints, and the occasional snake or squirrel, I summited. The flat mile-long hike to the shelter was a welcomed gift after the 4,000-foot-plus elevation increase I had tackled for over 5 grueling miles. Once I arrived at the shelter, I set up my hammock, keeping the tarp rolled up in its snakeskin, strung up above my hammock as the forecast was predicting a beautiful warm night. I do my thing, eat some energy bars, refill my water bottle, typical boring camp chores, before turning in at around 8 p.m. Despite the challenges of the day, I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up on my phone talking to a buddy whom I had planned to thru-hike the AT with earlier this year, but we had to cancel due to the Rona. We're texting away, sending funny videos and whatnot until 10 p.m., when I notice a headlamp coming down the side path from the trail to the shelter. Cautious, I hunker down in my hammock and shine my headlamp in the stranger's direction, so that whoever was there knew that I was well awake and that I saw them. In the morning, I found out it was a dude who got separated from his group. If I remember correctly, he was a retired cop going by the trail name 5-0. I watch 5-0 hang his bear bag in a tree by the shelter and watch him set up his hammock on the opposite side of the campsite. Cool, he's harmless, I think to myself. And this was the case, but the story doesn't involve a person or people. This is about what happens next in the skies above. As mentioned before, I didn't have my tarp set up because it was a beautiful night, so I could see the stars and enjoy the nice weather. What I noticed first was that my cell service signal was beginning to act funny around 10:45 p.m. One moment I'd have LTE, then 4G, then 3G, roaming, no signal, and back to LTE. This cycle continued throughout the night until 4 a.m. A moment later was when I noticed it. A few of the stars in the sky appeared to be swiveling and shining very dim, soft spotlights, which didn't reach very far, but it was obvious that these weren't stars. They also weren't airplanes or helicopters. I couldn't hear any audible noise, and I'm 4,500 feet above sea level on top of a mountain, closer to any plane than someone on sea level. Assuming I was tired and therefore seeing things which weren't there, I kept watching, fixating my vision between 2 branches of a tree, watching one of these weird stars do its thing, swiveling back and forth, shining its light. Then, all of a sudden, the sky turned bright red, then pitch black. Everything in the sky vanished. The woods went quiet. I attempted to text my mother out of fear that something was about to go down. "Mom, I love you. There's something weird going on with the sky." The feeling that I shouldn't have seen what I just saw, and that I was unwelcome quickly set in. Being familiar with the woods, I can tell when I've overstayed my welcome, but this was unlike anything I'd experienced in the outdoors before. The vibe I was sensing was mean, hateful, spiteful even. The messages I sent to my mother and to my buddy didn't go through until hours later, as my cell signal was still going through its weird cycle of no service. About 5 minutes later, the sky turned red again, and then went back to normal, with one huge difference. Half of the stars in the sky were missing. Not as if they changed positions in the sky. I know how the Earth rotates and changes the locations of stars and planets. I mean, half of the original stars I'd seen earlier were missing. I could still see notable planets, such as Venus, exactly as they were in the sky before this happened. Everywhere in the sky which had one of those weird swiveling balls of light was blank. The rest of the night I felt uncomfortable. So uncomfortable, in fact, that I pitched my tarp and slept with my pepper spray clipped to my sports bra. I could not get my mind off of what I just saw. It was very similar to a phenomenon I'd witnessed weeks before while driving home from the grocery store back home. I happened to look up at the sky, just as a stationary ball of light warp sped away at a pinpoint. That's the best way I can describe it, like in Star Trek, whenever the USS Enterprise goes into warp speed. It was exactly like that. No crazy colors, no weird shapes, nothing like that. In both of these instances, they were unassuming white star-like balls of light. Getting back on track the next morning was uneventful. I ran into 5-0's group and we all hiked down the mountain together to our cars in the parking lot below. I refused to mention what I saw the night before until I got home and logged into Facebook to share photos of my hike. Well, the peaceful parts of it. One Facebook group I was in was called All Women, All Trails, and someone had made a post a few days prior asking us about our weird experiences on the trail. This just happened to appear right at the top of my newsfeed, so I shared the story which I have now shared with you, not thinking I would get a response. 30 minutes later, I received an alert that someone had replied to my comment. The woman that replied claimed to live not too far from the Priest Mountain and shared a similar experience she had one night, as she, her husband, and their neighbors were having a bonfire. Granted, they were admittedly under the influence, but the parallels between my story and the experience she shared with me were described by her as weird. Apparently, that night when she, her husband, and their neighbors were having a bonfire, they all saw a bright red light shoot straight up into the sky from the direction of the mountain and felt the same discomfort I experienced. Interpret this how you will. I have nothing to gain from lying to strangers on the internet. I feel it's my duty to the hiker community to share my weird experiences in the Appalachian Mountains. I'm not the first, nor will I be the last person to experience something weird. And this isn't even as insane as what other hikers have admitted to seeing or experiencing. If anyone else has experienced something weird on the Appalachian Trail, specifically in the Alto Wintergreen Resort area, please share your story. There's something weird going on in the skies above popular hiking trails, and it needs to be openly discussed. The Howler, from Sneeves0426. Hi, my name is Sam, and I live in the Ozark Mountains of Arkansas. I've lived here all my life, and I've been hunting in these mountains since I was a boy with my father. I'm also a heavy believer in the supernatural and in cryptids. Dogmen, Bigfoot, skinwalkers, and windigo. These have gotten me intrigued in the superstitious. But here in Arkansas we have a legend, and I'm sure you've heard of a legend here, and let me tell you, this legend is very, very real. This is the story of my encounter with the infamous Ozark Howler. It was a cold, misty night in the mountains of the Ozark landscape. My father and I were gathering some firewood for the family. We lived in a cabin that we built ourselves, with my dad being brought up in these mountains by my grandfather, and his by my great-grandfather. Our family consisted of my stepmother and my 2 younger siblings. I was the oldest of my 2 siblings. I'm currently 21 and own a couple of firearms, but back then we hunted with an 1870 antique Winchester repeater and a Krag Jorgensen rifle, or better known as the bolt-action rifle that was passed down by my grandfather and was used to hunt game back when trapping was a big thing in the States. Now, we use these weapons as a token of our appreciation to our ancestors. I also use a standard hunting knife and a crossbow whenever I go hunting. We go out hunting often, and we haven't seen much this past winter. We'd see the occasional bear or the occasional mountain lion, but not many deer this season, which was odd, as they are abundant in these mountains. While we were gathering some firewood outside, we heard a howl in the distance. I've heard these howls before, and mostly I assume it to be some coyotes, a fox, or maybe a lone cougar. It was also much colder than normal this night, and as we were chopping the firewood, my father looked at me with sweat dripping down his face. He said,
"How's it going over there, champ?"
I responded, "Just fine, Dad. It's a lot colder than normal tonight. What do you say we go hunting for game soon? The kids are probably hungry."
"Yeah, I think we should. We don't want to keep the family waiting."
So we went on inside the cabin to gather our weapons. I took my Winchester repeater and my crossbow, and my father took his Krag Jorgensen rifle and his pump-action shotgun. We let my stepmom know we were going to go hunting. Then we set off into the cold, wintry night. We decided to take a trail that was all too familiar to us, to see if we could catch ourselves a big buck or a doe, which would be lucky for us. I was walking through the snow, listening closely to anything that could be lurking in these woods. Luckily, it was a clear night, and the moon was full, so I could see ahead of me. In these mountains, we had all sorts of encounters ranging from bison to cougars, but this time it felt different. The woods were eerily quiet. I felt like something was watching me from the tree line. All I could hear was the beating of my heartbeat and the sounds of our footsteps in the snow. And then we heard it, a loud, very eerie howl that made my blood go cold. I tried to focus on where the sound came from. I looked over at my father, and even he seemed to be on edge. I asked him, "What do you think that was?"
I don't know, son, but I think we should keep it quiet and see if we can down a deer for dinner.
I noticed his hands were trembling, but it was a good sight to see that he wanted to keep going. So I went along with him. You see, my dad is fearless, and he's quite a strong man. From what I know, no one would want to mess with him, and to see him want to continue our hunt was a good sign. I kept on listening closely to the sounds that surrounded us as the forest became alive again. Soon, I heard something to our left, and up ahead I saw a deer come into the clearing. It was a buck with a very nice set of antlers. He seemed to have not noticed us yet. I quickly but quietly got my crossbow out because I didn't want to frighten the deer. I loaded the crossbow, took aim at the heart of the big buck, and fired. I saw it pierce through the skin of the buck as he tried to run away with the arrow stuck to his heart. We followed the blood trail to the now injured deer as it was letting out cries of pain. I took out my hunting knife and with an act of mercy, I put it down. After that, we heard something to the right of us. I looked down into the tree line to see if anything was there, and I heard a low, deep, guttural growl. I froze in fear. Whatever it was sounded intimidating. But it was odd, as in Arkansas, the largest animals around here were bison or bears. Whatever this thing was did not sound like any predator that hunts in the region. My dad picked up the carcass of the dead deer and put it on his shoulders. He signaled me to follow. As we were making our way back to the cabin, I kept hearing heavy footsteps follow us every few meters. I kept looking around to see if I could catch a glimpse of what it was, and then I saw it. To the left of me, I saw a huge shape moving slowly next to us. It was gigantic. It looked like a grizzly bear to me, but it's odd to see anything this big in these woods. I signaled my dad to look. He turned around and saw it as well and said quietly to me, "Stay close to me. As long as we stay quiet and move quietly, we'll be okay." I nodded my head. We began to sneak our way back to the cabin. We managed to make it back in about 15 minutes. Both my dad and I were on edge as we moved back to the cabin. Along the way, we heard the occasional growl and howl, as it seemed to be taunting us. As we moved into the clearing near the cabin, I heard a booming set of footsteps behind me. I turned around to see the same creature, except this time, I could see it clearly. It did look like a grizzly bear, but with horns and eyes glowing a bright crimson blood red. My dad and I screamed as we ran back to the cabin. We made it just in time to close the door
as whatever the creature was hit the door with brute force. My dad began to panic, placing the deer down and rushing the kids and my stepmother upstairs. I kept on hearing this creature scratching at the door, and every so often it tried to break the door down. It roared so loud my ears began to ring. I decided I was going to try to scare it away. I went upstairs to my bedroom window, opened it up, and got my Winchester ready. I had the massive beast in my sights as I fired at it. After I hit it, it let out a roar and ran back into the woods with the earth shaking behind its every step. Everything went quiet again after that. I ran downstairs and looked outside to see nothing but large footprints in the snow. I opened the door and looked at the damage the creature caused, and all I saw were huge scratch marks. I then went to the footprints left by the creature, and to my surprise, there was no blood, even though I'm sure I shot it. It was only after this event that I discovered the legend of the Ozark Howler. Occasionally we do hear its howl at night, but my dad and I have learned to respect it. I haven't seen the beast to this day, but Ozark Howler, let's never meet again. The Forest, from John J. I live in a house in Oklahoma, out in the Ozarks. In my time here, since I moved here in 2005 so me and my wife could live close to her parents, I've encountered many things, whether it be supernatural or not. I've seen flashing lights zip through the sky and heard strange howls during morning hikes. Just last week, when my wife drove to the store in town with our 2 kids, they saw huge muddy prints on the porch when they got back. And when she got inside, the dogs were shaken. But the scariest encounter I had was when my brother was visiting us from Utah. He, his wife, and their 3 kids stayed for the week. It was supposed to be a fun week of hiking, hunting, and fishing on our vast property. Our fairly big house was packed with 5 kids and 4 adults, so it's safe to say outside time was much less stressful for me. Nothing happened the first 3 nights, but on the 4th, things started to feel off. When me, my brother, my son, and his eldest son went hunting, something felt weird. I walked faster and faster until I realized I was jogging slowly and I was ahead of our group. Everyone asked why I was rushing like that. I just responded by saying, I don't want to get to the spot too late, that's all. Deep down, I knew I was scared of something watching us. I swear I could hear breathing outside our own. We got to our spot that was perfect for hunting. It was on the far side of the property, so there were more deer here. 3 hours later, and we had nothing. It was getting dark and my son and nephew were bored, so they began to skip rocks in the creek. It was then when we realized the whole time it was very quiet. It was so silent, it was weird and scary to us. My brother made an excuse that we should go home to eat, so we began to walk back, defeated. In front of us as we walked back home, we began to hear a crunch in the woods, and a yell so loud it couldn't be human. It sounded like a screaming girl and a bear mixed into one. I tried to tell myself it was just a mountain lion, but just then, I saw it. A large creature ran across the path. I fell back in shock. The thing had long fur, and it was big like a bear with glowing eyes. I would have said it was a bear, but the horns on it told me otherwise. I tried to think of what it was, but I mainly saw its face and some of the body. We ran home, but I kept telling myself it was a ram or something, but deep down, I knew what I saw was a monster. We were almost home when we heard something running behind us along the trail. It was so fast, we nearly had no time to react. We jumped out of the way, and my brother tried to take a shot at it. I fired at it as well, but the creature ran away into the forest. We recovered quickly and ran inside the house. unaware that everyone else was watching from the back porch after hearing the gunshots. We ran inside, locking the doors and closing the windows, all while trying to explain the situation to everyone in there. My youngest niece, who was only 8 at the time, freaked out. She ran to her older brothers and my kids. Together, they all huddled up scared. My eldest son held his rifle tightly while shaking. After a while, we all sat at the couch trying to forget by watching some TV and playing board games after dinner. But we couldn't think clear. We were all just listening for any sudden moves outside. Our 3 dogs were also scared out of their minds. Even the 2 big ones who stay outside were in here after my daughter protested the idea of them sleeping out there with that monster near us. As the evening progressed, one by one, everyone went to sleep, until the adults were the only ones awake. We played poker and drank coffee until about 11:30, when our dogs went ballistic, barking and jumping and running around, waking everyone. Then we heard a crashing sound from the shop outside. We all were terrified. We grabbed our guns, which were at the ready, and ran out there. My son and nephew were in pursuit behind us. We fired towards the shop, and then crash, it came running out. We all fired at it, a rain of bullets hitting it, yet the creature didn't fall. My brother shot at it too. He knows he hit the side of it. It ran off making noises that sounded like it was running out of air. We all froze. Soon after, my wife and sister-in-law called in my son and nephew. My brother and I decided to see where the thing had went. With our blood pumping, we tracked it, but the tracks quickly ended at one of the creeks on our property. We went back to clean up the shop mess. I was beginning to calm down until I saw the mess of my tools all across the floor, and the old truck I'd been trying to restore had been dented. We cleaned up what we could, then we went inside to sleep, all the while hearing the howls again. That really scared me, but the howls were different. It sounded hurt and sad. Soon the howls were more distant. I almost felt bad for it, but then I remembered that it tried to kill me and my family, and it ruined months of work on that old truck. The next morning was normal, and we didn't mention it. That morning I went down the dirt road leading to my neighbor's. I asked him if he'd heard anything last night. He said, "Yeah," in a shaky voice. He then pointed to a hole in the ground. "That thing killed my dog." We talked for a little while. He explained the creature came around 9 o'clock and attacked his dog. He scared it away with a shotgun, but it was too late. I went back home once we were done talking to fix up my shop some more and break the news to my daughter that the neighbor's dog, who she was fond of, had died. The next few days were normal. I thought of the events of that night less and less, and when my brother's family left, things went back to normal. Before I knew it, my week off from work was over. As the years went by, I forgot about the thing more and more, until now, 5 years later, because my brother is coming to visit again in a few weeks with the family. I was happy for a little bit, thinking about being with my brother and my son who's coming back from college for winter break. And then I was reminded about that night. It was years ago, but thinking about it gives me chills. I guess the upside is that it's going to make a good conversation near the fire when they do get here. A Haunted High School in the Ozarks, from J.D. A coworker told me this unforgettable story about his time in high school. I'm going to write this from his perspective. Central High School in Springfield, Missouri is haunted. I know what you're thinking. Every kid says their school is haunted. But my story is different. I saw it. Central was actually the first high school in Springfield. The original brick building with its tower still stands, but has now expanded with many new wings. We'd all heard the stories about the steam tunnels that connected the buildings and the supposed hangings, but far more compelling was the story of the deadly principal who would whip troublesome students to death. That would have happened long ago when Springfield was a small town and not the Queen City of the Ozarks. We had heard the rumors, the stories that were likely exaggerated, but being high schoolers, we knew we had to do one thing: be at the school late at night. I was the one who came up with the idea that we needed to join the drama class. They were preparing a performance of South Pacific, and as I explained to my group of friends, the way to get in would be to join the class as stagehands, stay to clean up after the performance, and then just stay. And that was what we did. Well, only a couple of us actually got onto the crew, but after everyone else had left, letting the others in was simple. We split up into 3 pairs, myself and Sarah, Rich and Paul, and Michelle and Dan. We didn't have flashlights, and this was before we had cell phones, but the moonlight from the windows and the familiarity of the halls allowed us to get around the school very easily. After about an hour, we began to think perhaps the stories were just stories. We began to make our way to the gymnasium. We started to compare experiences, but everyone said the same thing. They hadn't seen anything nor heard anything strange. And that's when a chair flew across the gym and slammed into the wall. "What the heck?" I gasped before I saw something else. Swarms of glittering little things crawling across the floor. They were cockroaches. We'd see cockroaches in the gym on occasion, but usually 1 or 2, not hundreds. "Let's get out of here," yelled Michelle, and we hurried to the nearest exit, a stairway leading up to the 2nd floor. It wasn't until we got upstairs that we realized that going upstairs probably wasn't the best course of action, but the cockroaches didn't seem to follow us there. As we stood next to a classroom, catching our breath, we heard loud footsteps down the hall. All of us backed up against the wall, trying to let whatever this was just pass by. As the loud, plodding footsteps came nearer, our tension grew higher. "Oh, screw this," Rich said, and he ran into a classroom, Sarah following quickly after him. The door slammed shut behind them. "Guys!" I called. I almost didn't notice that the footsteps had stopped. Suddenly, we heard them scream and something slammed against the wall. And then something else hit it. They kept on screaming. Paul pulled at the door, but the handle was stuck. Finally, after a few minutes of them screaming and something hitting the wall, it opened. We entered the classroom. All the desks and chairs were knocked over, and some had clearly been hitting the walls. How they'd gone that far was a mystery, as they were pretty heavy. We found Sarah crouched in a corner crying and babbling incoherently, a puddle of moisture underneath her. Rich, on the other hand, was stumbling toward the window. "Get him!" I called, and Dan ran towards Rich, grabbing him. "Let me go. Just let me jump. Let me die," Rich cried. "Guys, this is enough," I said. "We need to get out of here." Michelle and Paul helped Sarah up, and helping Dan with Rich, we made our way back into the hall. As we stepped into the hallway, all at once, all the doors slammed shut. Then they all opened again and slammed again. "Screw this," Michelle yelled, and she and Paul began hurrying down the stairs, supporting Sarah between them. Dan ran after them, and I pulled Rich after me. The cockroaches downstairs had seemingly dispersed as we made our way to the nearest exit. Pushing at the door, nothing seemed to happen. "Come on, push it!" Michelle yelled, and Paul, Dan, and I struck the door together, forcing it open. We pulled Sarah and Rich outside, and as we made our way to the cars, we heard the door behind us slam shut. Dan helped Rich to his car while Michelle and Paul brought Sarah to the car they'd arrived in. As for me, I ran to my own car. As I was about to climb inside, I happened to look back at the school, looking at the tower. There, in the top room, was a window. And very clearly, I could see the outline of someone looking out the window directly at us as we made our escape. It was then I realized the most horrifying thing of all, that we knew there was something in the high school. It knew we knew, and we had to go back to class on Monday. Encounter with a Bear, from LaDonna Steele. This happened in 2015 in November. We had bought a piece of land in Highland, Arkansas. For those of you who don't know Arkansas, Highland is between Ash Flat and Hardy near the Missouri border, just under Thayer. It is extremely rugged and woody, with jagged cliffs and hills that would make a billy goat say ouch. Well, our land hadn't been cleared of trees, vines, or rocks ever. It was as wild as you can get. Plenty of copperhead snakes, too. We set up our tent to stay the night, and got a good-sized fire going. It was a little chilly. As soon as we settled down for the night, it got really nice and quiet. The partial moon was beautiful, just what you camp for. I couldn't sleep, but my husband was out like a light, so I got up and went outside the tent. I tended the fire a bit and whatnot, trying to get sleepy enough. Now, I'm a trucker, so wild things never scare me unless they're bigger than me. I'm 5'2" and about 160 pounds, strong like stocky strong. You have to be strong if you drive a truck, and willing to go the extra mile if you have to. About 1:30 in the morning, I hear something coming through the knee-high leaves. Something big. Humans sound different when they walk through leaves, so do deer. But this was large and bulky, and it didn't care if you heard it or not. Now, me and hubby had only brought a .22 long rifle with us. We hadn't taken into account that we might run into a predator able to kill us. Way too much city living. This thing is completely black and moving like it has no cares in the world. It could see me, but I couldn't see it fully. Fire is a great thing sometimes. What I mean by that is you can't see anything past the glow of the fire. It's like a wall of light and you're blind. It moves past me to my right at exactly 25 feet out, just out of reach of my small, crappy flashlight, dang it. I think to myself, as I'm wanting that spotlight we left at the house, I didn't think we would need something you could flag a 747 down with. I have an iron rod I was stirring the fire with in one hand, the crappy flashlight in the other. Turning to face the invisible stalker as it circles to the rear of our tent, I walk to the sound of its feet going through the leaves. I'm trying to stay away enough to be able to fight it if I had to. I still don't have a clue what it is. My flashlight beam lands on its eyeshine, great blue eyes. I know from hunting deer they have red eyeshine, and most animals have a red or yellow eyeshine. 100% of the time, blue means cows or horses or bears. Now this eyeshine was a brilliant, beautiful blue. So I run at it, saying, "Ha! Ha!" in as deep a voice as I can muster, just a step or two, stomping. It then stands up on its back 2 legs, and I kid you not, it sniffs me. Now real fear is kicking in like a mother. I now know exactly what it is, and we only have a .22. Shaking, I stand my ground, letting it know I will not back down. It walks off into the fallen trees and brush where I have no hope of seeing it for the rest of the night. That's right, it stayed out of sight, but it stayed there making sounds like sniffing and grunting all night until it was almost dawn. I guess that's the best I've been scared of any animal on Earth. I think all he wanted was the hamburgers we bought, as fast food is a weakness of most bears. I thank God he didn't want those stupid things enough to maul me to death. Do not bring food on overnights in the Ozarks, people. It ain't worth your life. The following story is from an episode from last year, titled 5 Scary Stories to Fall Asleep To. It matches this theme, so I've decided to add it. They told me they'd leave you alone. From Pity K. They told me they'd leave you alone. I remembered this story when I was driving home late the other night, and just thinking about it really creeped me out. This didn't happen to me, but I did hear it from my ex-girlfriend's grandma years ago about a friend of hers. We'll call her Grandma Z. Z worked as a therapeutic masseuse at a spa in a nice little town in northwest Arkansas. To give you a bit of an idea of what kind of person Z was, she lived in a little stone cottage with a shrine to a Hindu holy man as its centerpiece, and she carried pipe tobacco in her Volvo to sprinkle on roadkill. Now, she claimed it was a Native American ritual to help ferry the animal's spirit into the next life, or something along those lines. She was a nice enough woman, but obviously a bit eccentric. That being said, she seemed sincere and a little more than creeped out when she told us her story. Another masseuse that Z was close to at the spa, I'll call her M, arrived at work one day in the middle of the week in a haggard state. M was a young woman in her early 30s. She was friendly, and most of the time she had a bubbly personality. But on that day, she was aloof, downcast, and had bags under her eyes. Z noticed this the moment she walked in the door, but with work to do, she waited for a better time to ask M if everything was okay. When lunch came around, Z approached her friend and asked what was wrong. M brushed it off initially, saying that nothing was wrong, that she was simply tired. But Z persisted. M began to tear up then, and started to sob. Z embraced her and told her it was going to be all right, that she could share what was on her mind if she needed to. M's sob subsided a little, and she began to speak, but then stopped. What she had to say, she told Z, was too crazy, and Z would never believe her. Z told M that she'd be surprised at what she may or may not find believable. So M composed herself a bit, and then began her story. M, her husband, and young son lived in a house about 20 miles outside of town. The house and the property were beautiful, essentially the couple's dream home. It included plenty of acreage nestled in a valley in the Ozark Mountains, and the house had a huge picture window in the living room, overlooking the valley and the forested mountains beyond. The night before, she'd awakened around 3:00 a.m. Nothing had startled her awake, no nightmares, no having to pee, but something had definitely awakened her, something that she wasn't aware of just yet. She lay in bed in the dark for a while, listening in the silence, trying to go back to sleep, but she couldn't. She then carefully rolled out of the bed, trying not to wake her husband, and then she made her way through the dark house to the kitchen for a snack. As she walked through the lightless living room, she looked out of the picture window and froze. There was something standing on the deck just outside, a small silhouette outlined in starlight. She studied the shape in wide-eyed fear as it stood motionless on the deck overlooking the valley. It seemed to be looking up. Her shock turned to concern and confusion when she realized what the figure was. It was her 8-year-old son. She quickly flung the sliding door to the deck open and wrapped the boy in her arms, asking, "Are you okay, honey? What's wrong? What are you doing out here?"
I'm looking at the lights,"
he said. Then he pointed out into the clear night sky. She followed the direction of his finger and saw several orbs of soft red, blue, and orange lights hovering over the valley. They were like bright stars at first, but then they moved slowly, deliberately into a formation. First a line, and then a cross, and then a diamond, and finally something that resembled the Big Dipper. There was nothing natural about their movement. They could not be shooting stars or aircraft. They weren't moving like that. It was like they were some sort of signal, almost as if they were communicating with something or someone. Im released her son from her arms and stood up hypnotized, staring at the lights too, as they changed formations and pulsated from dim to bright and back to dim again. Her son tugged on the hem of her nightshirt and said that he was cold. She broke her trance and took her son quickly by the shoulder, leading him inside impatiently. She slid the door closed behind her and locked it, doing her best not to look back out over the valley. She closed the blinds on the big window in the living room and ushered her son into her bedroom to sleep with her and her husband, with the lights on. Im stopped talking and looked up at Z, who looked back at her with eyes widened in amazement. She began to sob again. "Do you want to hear the really crazy part? The reason why this is so scary?" Z's mouth hung open as she thought about how to respond. Before she could reply, Im continued. Her father was a physicist who'd worked at a government lab in New Mexico. He was never able to tell her what exactly he did for reasons of national security, so to say. While working in the Southwest, he'd fallen in love with the region's harsh but beautiful mountains and desert landscapes. After divorcing Im's mother and retiring early with a handsome government pension, he bought a small ranch in Arizona. In the summertime, Im, then a young girl, would stay with her father at his ranch. It was a very remote property, part of its allure for him. It was in the foothills of some mountains in the desert, but it had access to a water source, and there was a small pond back behind the ranch house, overgrown with tall cattails. Early in the afternoon one summer day, Im's father left the ranch to run some errands in the nearest town. It was a brutally hot day, and Im did not want to ride in the stifling hot truck, so she begged her father to let her stay so she could swim in the pond. Reluctantly, he agreed. Once her father had left, Im put on her bathing suit and made her way down a small path of hot rocks and sand to the pond behind the house. The sky was almost impossibly blue in the clear, torturous Arizona summer heat. A slight breeze rustled the reeds and scrub brush, but it was otherwise silent, as if all the animal life had perished or gone underground to escape the relentless desert heat. As Im rounded the bank of cattails that obscured the pond from the house, she froze at an unexpected encounter. 3 tall beings were standing on the opposite side of the pond. They were all identical and stood facing her as she came into view, as if they'd been waiting for her. Im couldn't move. Whether that was from pure fear or something else, she couldn't tell. All she could do was stare in horror and disbelief at these things. They stood about 7 feet tall, each one completely indistinguishable from the other, as if they were clones or triplets or mirrored images of each other. They were vaguely humanoid, 2 unusually long and skinny arms that ended in spindly hands with long fingers, 2 long and thin legs, slender, elongated torsos, and skinnier necks. Their heads were long but proportional to the height and build of these things, whatever they were. They had ruddy tan and completely hairless skin, and wore what seemed to be blue skin-tight jumpsuits. But the strangest and most awful aspect of these things were their faces. They were completely featureless save for the eyes. No mouth, no ears, no nose. Just 2 somehow human-looking, but somehow not human-looking, eyes set into the blank tanned plane of their faces, staring dispassionately and motionlessly at him. She blinked once, and soon found herself lying on the floor of her father's living room, right on her back. She was wrapped in the towel she'd taken with her to the pond, as if she'd been swaddled in it. The sun had gotten significantly lower in the sky. She could tell by the way it slanted in through the yellow blinds of the windows at a long angle. She sat up, confused and beginning to panic. She heard the ticking of the old grandfather clock and looked over at it. The time read 5 p.m. She'd somehow lost nearly 3 hours of time. How's that possible? How had she even gotten back to the house? Just as strangely, she was completely dry. Not a bead of sweat had gathered on her, even though her father's house lacked air conditioning and was sickly hot. Her father arrived not long afterward, pulling his truck down the long driveway of the ranch. When he entered the house with his sack of groceries, he found him in a state of distress. She told him in a panicked frenzy what she'd seen, what had happened to her at the pond, how she'd somehow lost 3 hours of her life. The old physicist stared coldly into the distance, waiting for his daughter to finish the story, then told her, "But they told me they'd leave you alone." M was shaking and began to cry again. Z held her and she buried her face in Z's arms. "That's why I'm afraid," she said. "I'm afraid that they came back for my son." Bad encounter in the Rockies. From Marcus. My 2 friends, Joanne, Jordy, and I, were hiking outside of Banff National Park. We were going up some mountain that belonged to the Rockies. I don't really remember which. We're all experienced outdoors. There was a little bit of snow underfoot at the time, but it was sunny and bright out. The mountain was real short, yeah, and we were aiming to set up a sleeping area on top. There it was plateaued and flat enough to chill out for a night, but still high with a pretty view. We were probably 100 feet up the mountain when stuff started to seem out of the ordinary. I noticed that the trail had these deep gouges in it, going like a foot or 2 down into the earth. They were pretty wide too. There were 4 or 5 of them consecutively, and then they stopped. I asked my friends what they were. They just shook their heads. My best guess at the time was some sort of animal dug it out. But they were really big. Seemed dumb a bear would waste that much energy for something so pointless, and I couldn't think of anything else that had the size or power to do it. Plus, these markings must have been new too, because there was no snow at the bottom of them, despite the path being blanketed in it. Whatever, we kept on going. As we went up the mountain, we saw more and more of these gouges, like every 10 meters up the trail. Given their frequency, we thought they may have been natural or part of some development process. But erosion didn't work like that. And what would park workers be doing all the way up here? The markings seemed to be too random to be man-made. Then we began to pick up on this smell. I don't know how to describe it other than mold. It smelled like mildew. Yeah, back when I lived with my parents, our house got flooded. The basement, anyway. The odor was sort of like that, really damp and musky. Jordy could really smell it, and boy was he complaining. But he was right. The smell didn't belong up on a mountain. It made no sense. We were hiking for 20 more minutes when the smell faded. So did the weird dugouts in the dirt. Stuff was back to normal, pretty much. The sun was starting to hit the horizon, so we picked up the pace a little. Keep in mind, we had big packs filled with food, water, and our sleeping bags, so we were going kind of slow still. After a while, close to 700 feet up the small mountain, we made it to the area we were going to set up camp at. Once again, though, the mildewy smell seemed to return, like it was waiting for us. And again we found one of those weird holes. This time it was a lot bigger. Circular. It sat right in the middle of the plateau. The only reason we thought it was related to the ones from before was because there was no snow inside, telling us it had to have been made recently. It wasn't too cold up on the top. The mountain ranged up, connecting to others. Just next to the plateau, there was a forest that climbed the ever taller range of the Rockies. Because of the trees, there really wasn't much wind or anything. But Jordy and Joanne still went into the stretch of woods to grab material for a fire. It was late autumn after all. You should note that the two were a couple, so when they took a little bit to return, I wasn't concerned. I was still just focused on setting up the campsite. Normally, we'd construct a pit with a few stones to line the fire and reflect the heat, but this time I didn't bother. I thought the strange dugout in the middle of the plateau would serve as a perfect fire pit. My friends finally came back, both with their hands full of kindling and logs. Something I noticed was that Joanne was real quiet. Ordinarily, she'd be telling jokes or something, but she wasn't speaking at all. When we piled the wood into the pit, I realized the mildew smell had gotten stronger. I asked them if they could smell it too, and Jordy said yes. He mentioned it was darn strong in the forest. I then supposed it was the pieces of wood they brought back. Maybe it was rotted or something. But no, the fire burned great. The strange hole was honestly perfect for it. We heated our food, and it was fine. We could still smell the mold even over the fire, but it wasn't a huge issue. The sun set, but we were still cozy in our insulated sleeping bags. I think we went to bed around 9. Joanne was obviously upset about something. She barely said a word that night. Sometime later, I woke up to shuffling. I sat up in my sleeping bag. The fire was out, so I grabbed my phone and turned on the light. To my surprise, both my friends were gone. I got up, slipping on my boots. I was still fully dressed because of where we were. I called out their names and I kept shining the phone around the campsite. Their sleeping bags were still there, but they were empty. But their shoes were gone. Their backpacks weren't, though. After a minute or two of calling, Jordy suddenly ran out of the woods back into the campsite. He was out of breath and panicked. He shouted, "Joanne's gone!" I was confused. A pit started to form in my stomach. "What do you mean? Where?" Jordy told me that he had awakened to find Joanne staring at him, standing directly over him, breathing heavily. He asked her if something was wrong. She smiled, and that's when she spoke, but it was like she was using a different language, because he couldn't understand it. She then took off into the woods bordering the campsite. He did his best to keep up with her, but he couldn't manage. When he heard me calling, he came back to camp. I relit the fire because stuff didn't feel right, and I wanted as much light as possible. Then we took the larger flashlights we had in our bags and headed into the woods in hopes of finding her. Something really wasn't making sense, though. Jordy was too caught up in adrenaline worried about his girl, and I was too, to an extent. Still, I couldn't help thinking about how the whole situation was botched. Why the heck would she run into the woods pitch black like that? And the stuff about the words he couldn't understand, it was freaking me out. Above that, though, as we entered the forest, the smell of mildew was incredibly strong. It added to my queasiness. It clung to the air like it was a perfume sprayed just a few seconds ago. We were about 20 feet in, still walking quickly. We were calling her name, shining our lights around like mad. And then she responds. "Over here." It sounded like she was close by, off to our left. I shined the light over there, but didn't see anything. Jordy follows up with his light, but we still don't see smack. Keep in mind the moldy smell is still strong, overpowering almost. Then Joanne called to us again, only this time she was on the other side of us, the complete other direction. We both glanced at each other, wondering how the heck she was able to do that. We shined our lights again, and who would have guessed? Nothing was there. It felt as if we were being played with. This went on for maybe 3 minutes. Joanne would keep taunting us from different areas of the woods, and we'd look, but no one would be there. Jordy got real fed up, cursing at her to stop playing. At one point, he ran to where he heard the voice, and still we didn't see a glimpse of her. After that, everything changed. There was this big whoosh sound, like a giant gust of air just blew through the entire forest, and then this laughing started. It sounded like Joanne at first, only we couldn't tell what direction it was coming from. It was as if it was coming from all around us. To this day, I've never experienced anything like it. A few seconds in, it changed from Joanne's voice. It was like the second voice picked up, deep and throaty. It was really strained. You could almost call it masculine, but it was more animal than human. They were both laughing in unison before it picked up into a scream. It was ear-splitting, like a horse and a girl screaming together from every single direction. So me and Jordy booked it. The only reason we knew which way to go was because of the fire. We sprinted right back into the camp, and as soon as we got out of the tree line, it stopped. It was there 1 minute and gone the next. We were freaking out. Joanne was still in the woods. Some real bad stuff was going on. We were up on a mountain in the middle of nowhere, and it was pitch black outside. We just sat behind the fire, trying to think of something. We didn't even bother trying to rationalize it. We were both terrified. After a few minutes, Jordy manned up. He grabbed the little hunting knife he had in his backpack. It wasn't big enough to ward off a coyote, let alone whatever the heck that thing screaming at us was, but he wanted to get Joanne. So I followed him. I don't even know what we were thinking. We strutted back up to the forest, him with his knife, me with my flashlight, preparing for some duel of legend with whatever the heck had been messing with us. The moldy odor stunk so bad as we walked back up to the woods. The air got tenser and tenser, and finally, just as we were going to enter the tree line,
Jordy?
It was Joanne's voice again. I shined the light to where I heard it, not expecting to see anything. But, to our relief, there she was. She was dirty and freezing. All she had on was her inner layers. Her jacket and cargo pants and boots were missing. She walked out of the woods to us, hugging her boyfriend. And he was all, "What the heck happened? Why were you messing around in the woods? Where are your clothes?" She couldn't answer at all, like she had no memory of it. So we brought her back to camp, and I gave her the other jacket I had in my bag. All things considered, she seemed okay. We talked it out, and she didn't remember anything. The last thing she recalled was her and Jordy going into the woods to grab some firewood. She said she thought she heard his voice from up a little way and walked over. But that's it. The next thing she knew, she woke up in the woods in the middle of the night, and she saw us with the flashlight and called out to us. She didn't remember the cat and mouse game or the laughing, screaming stuff, and she was totally sure she never went back to camp, never had dinner with us. She proved it too. She was starving and ate almost all the rest of the food we had packed. The rest of the night we took turns standing guard. I worked most of the night as my friends slept. I kept the fire burning brighter than the sun, let me tell ya. Nothing weird happened. The only thing was I kept hearing branches snap out in the trees. No screaming though, no weird figures, nothing too bad. I went to bed around 3 when Jordy got back up to keep watch. I slept a few hours. As soon as it was dawn and we had the tiniest amount of daylight to work with, we booked it back down the mountain. We were all so tired, and the hike was really awkward for Joanne because she had to make do with a pair of running shoes. But we made it down. I can't say for sure what happened that night. Maybe Joanne was possessed, or maybe it wasn't even her at all. All I can think of is how quiet and alien she seemed to us that night as she ate and hung around the fire with us. There's one last note I'll end it on. When everything was settled and we were back at the hotel we were staying at before the hike, Jordy told me that during his watch, he was about to nod off when movement caught his eye. He focused, and just at the edge of the trees right beyond the light of the fire, he saw Joanne. She was waving at him. It was what looked like Joanne anyway, but the Joanne we had found was in her sleeping bag right by his feet. As he turned to confirm she was still sleeping, he looked back up and into the woods, but whatever it was, had vanished, gone without a trace. By the way he put it, it almost felt as if he was messing with me, but I can't be sure. Warrakin, around Glacier Lake. From Bilbo, 1776. As a younger man, I enjoyed hiking through many of the surrounding mountains of Montana that I grew up close to. The Beartooth Mountains are just one of the many segments to the Rocky Mountains, known for the massive peak in the middle of the range that looks like a giant bear's tooth. I was 16 when I and a few friends of mine decided to take a week and go for a bit of backpacking excursion to Glacier Lake and hike all the way back to Sheep and Goat Lakes. There were 4 of us. I will call the brothers Little G and Big G, as both names of course start with G's, and my other friend M. We all had our army surplus backpacking setups, a one-man canvas army tent, our big backpacks that carried everything from MREs to our clean socks and underwear, all amounting to about 25 pounds of food and clothing for each of us, save for me who had the cooking equipment. The first day went very well. It was the perfect time of year to take our time picking some sweet currant and huckleberries while we hiked. The trail going up the mountain is rather steep. A few hours later, we made it the 4.5 miles to the first lake. We decided to set up camp off the beaten path to the north side of the lake. We looked around for a bit, finding a good space that was relatively flat. We pitched our tents as the sun dipped behind the mountain, and the whole valley behind us grew dark in its shadow. That night we broke out our favorite MREs, mine being chili with beans. We decided to finally turn in after stoking the fire high and making sure to store our food packs in a tree. Little G said he would stay up for a bit. He wanted to make himself a walking staff out of a straight branch he had found. That night, I believe around 3 a.m., I woke up to a branch breaking. I listened for a moment, but I didn't hear anything. I then realized I had to pee really bad. Promptly, I extracted myself from the small tent, and forgetting about the sound that woke me, I stepped just past the tree line around the camp. Now that I was possibly in the most compromising position a guy can be in, and after the relief rushed over me, I immediately felt like I was being watched. I quickly finished up and backtracked real fast to the camp. Getting back into camp, I threw a new log on the fire, all while looking around me. I still just felt as if something was off. Little G had fallen asleep next to the fire and woke up when I put the log in. He looked at me a little bit funny, then promptly fell back to sleep, using his pack as a pillow. I thought about fully waking him, but I felt too darn silly, thinking I was just spooking myself. The fire began to blaze back to life and lit up the surrounding area well at this point. I sat down, my back to my tent, and added another log. I reached into my pack, checking for my pistol, berating myself for not just strapping the thing on at the start of the hike. Feeling more safe and confident with the fire now alive and well, and my pistol at my side, I slowly fell back into slumber. I awoke with the light of the sun just starting to blanket the landscape. Sitting up and looking around, adding a log to the fire pit, hoping some coals were left to restart it, I froze. I had caught something in the dim light, just outside the camp, moving in the underbrush. I slowly looked up, searching and straining my eyes. Seemingly materializing out of the shadows, I see a mostly featureless large animal creeping through the trees. I grab my truck keys, which have a small light on the chain, and click it on, searching for my headlamp with my hand in my pack. The small keychain LED light did not do much to reveal the features of the creature, other than to reveal that it was a dark furred animal, and all I saw was what I believed to be the back legs of it, before it suddenly disappeared behind some brush. I found my headlamp and put it on, and with it lit up, I looked and now saw nothing. I walked to the edge of camp, looking in the trees and underbrush and seeing nothing. I woke up little G, telling him what just happened. In a few minutes, with more sunlight reaching the area and everyone waking up, we discussed what it might be and just reaffirmed that no one was to go away from the group. Most animals never would attack a group of people, especially if the animal was on their own. The next 2 days went by without a problem. We hiked, we fished, set up camp, slept well, only now we had a watchman. The third night came about, and it was my turn to take the first 3 hours of the night watch. We had gathered far more wood since the first night, so we could keep the fire going without needing to search for more. I settled in and began stripping the bark from a stick I'd found to keep myself busy, throwing the kindling into a pile as the night slowly went on. About 2 hours into my watch, around 10 o'clock, I hear once again the snapping of a twig. I turn towards the sound, flipping on my headlamp. There was nothing there again. I scanned the rest of the surrounding forest and the trees and towards the underbrush, and then sat back down. The rest of the watch went smoothly, not hearing or seeing anything else. I traded out with Big G and told him what I'd heard. I fell asleep quickly and woke up to the sunlight bathing the land. Another day of exploring around Goat and Sheep Lake, and beginning a longer trek back to Glacier Lake, all of which was uneventful, outside of seeing some other wildlife, like a group of mountain sheep far off on the side of a taller mountain and some rock chucks. That night, however, would change that. That night, I had second watch from 11 to 2 a.m. M had the first watch and had not seen anything, and by the time he was already asleep, it must have been about 12. I was sharpening my knife as it had dulled from my nights of turning sticks into kindling. The scrape of my wet stone was loud in the relatively quiet forest. Crickets chirped, some cicadas were making their noise. Then, some of that noise went silent. Not all of it, as I could still hear the cicadas thrumming away. I didn't think much of it, just looked around for a minute and went back to my sharpening. A few minutes later, I look up to find eyes on me. Eyes that were hungry. Eyes I had never looked into the likes of before. Quickly, I went for my pistol, dropping my sharpening stone and gripping my knife in a ready-to-stab stance. This creature was weird. It was like some kind of dog-wolf, large yet shaped a bit like a buffalo, with the front legs and shoulder bigger and longer, and the back legs shorter. The head was like an elongated egg shape, almost like that of an English bull terrier, only slimmer to the tip. But the whole animal had long, pitch-black hair at its back that faded to gray, and then a deep red orange under its head to its chest, and larger than any wolf I'd ever seen in pictures. We sat there for what seemed like an age, staring each other down, me with the intent to only shoot if it moved closer, and its amber eyes looking into me, letting me know it saw me like a juicy steak, as the firelight slowly dimmed away to coals. I finally dared to move, and kicked another log over to the fire, a few sparks flying, keeping my eyes on the beast. It also decided to begin to move then, pacing shortly around the left side of the fire but not getting closer. It growled then, and what a sound. It both put fear into the air and sounded like a purr, even with the deep gurgle one would expect from such a big creature. For a moment I wondered if I had made a mistake in not shooting first and asking questions later, and that's when it lurched towards me. I instinctively leapt over the fire to the opposite side as it came closer, and I pulled the trigger, and somewhat disjointedly I heard myself yelling like a madman. A very weird sound reverberated through the air then, and a bit of a sick feeling rolled over me. It had been a good shot, at least to the point that it had hit the animal, and it made the sound of a surprised, twisted scream of a child mixed with a dog in pain. It then bolted away and was gone. About this time I turned to look, and found that 2 of the 3 others had pretty much ripped themselves out of their tents, and Big G was struggling with extracting themselves in a panic from a sleeping bag like their lives depended on it, all of them cursing and looking at me like I was a crazed lunatic, questioning away about what the heck that was. I turned, ignoring them, looking with my headlamp around the forest frantically, but it was gone. I finally got them all to be quiet by yelling, "Shut up!" I took one more look through the brush and forest around us. Looking to where I'd aimed to shoot, I found no blood. There was, however, a great amount of pine needles and dirt scattered everywhere, as though something had torn at the ground to leap away with all the force it had. Claw marks dug in deeply. The others joined me in looking at the spot, returning to their questioning but more subdued. After telling them what I saw, we were all up the rest of the night. We packed up camp as soon as the dawn began to light up the area, and we left that mountain. We reported the account to a forest ranger I knew, and we never heard more about it. He said he didn't know what it could have been, other than some wild dog. But through my own research, I have a feeling we had been followed for days by a very well-fed skinwalker, a wild wolfhound species that many natives spoke of in their folklore, the translation being carrying off dogs, as this creature apparently specialized in the old days in coming into native camps and taking their dogs for a meal. I wouldn't say this creature, that is still classified as a cryptid, even though evidence has been clearly found of its existence, is any more dangerous than a wolf, though in my opinion it looks far more frightening. I hope this is a reminder for everyone. Keep your friends close and a gun closer. Stay in groups when adventuring in the wilderness. We, after all, aren't always at the top of the food chain, without our numbers and technology. Chased in the Rockies. From A Piece of Pie. The story I'm about to tell you takes place from 1995 to 1998. When I was a teen, it was a traumatic time for me. I don't talk about it much. Me, my mom, and her new husband had just moved to a nice cabin in the Rockies, so it was secluded and big. We had 2 neighbors down the dirt road, but other than that, it was private. It was the only good thing about this time in my life. I could take a walk and forget about leaving my home in Denver with all my friends, just to live with my stepdad, who at the time I hated, even though he tried to connect with me as a father figure. I didn't care though. I was angry and mad that I didn't have a say in any of this. After a few months, I got used to things. I did start to like the place, and every morning before school I would take walks around the place, admiring its beauty. However, one night I was heading back from an after-school walk, when I heard someone say my name.
Johnny, come here.
It was like my mom's voice, but distorted. I wasn't far from the cabins, so I assumed maybe she was calling out for me, and it just sounded weird. So I rushed home, but once the house was in view, I stopped. I noticed the sound was still going, and it was angry now.
Johnny, come here now.
I knew then that the voice was not my mom's. It was too loud and strange. Just then, I could have sworn I heard crunching leaves behind me, but by the time I turned around, nothing was there. I ran off quickly. When I made it home, just in case, I asked my mom if she was yelling my name, but she said no. After that, I was shaken up enough and decided to not go too far on my walks for a while. A few weeks later, I began to explain away the incident. I soon felt brave enough to start walking my usual path again. Of course, this time I brought a large stick with me, and I would walk with my friend Brock, who lived down the road, as often as I could. One day we were walking on the weekend. We were talking about school and hunting when we began to hear whispers. This frightened us, so we ran the rest of the way. We spent the rest of the evening playing my new PlayStation. Brock would be sleeping over. At dinner time, we started to eat dinner in the dining room. My dad was running late from work, so we ate without him. At one point, Brock whispered to me, "So are we going to talk about those whispers?" My mom overheard, so we had to explain to her about these whispers we heard. When we were done, she seemed concerned, but we didn't talk about it. Soon we saw my dad's truck pull in. When he got out, I heard him say hello to me. The funny thing is, I wasn't even out there. I was confused. When he came inside and saw me, his heart dropped. He looked at me and looked at the door and opened it and screamed. He explained that he saw a figure at the basketball hoop in our front yard, and he thought it was me. He was very much shaken up about it. When I looked out there again, I saw it running away, he explained. He ended up keeping watch of the woods for a while with his rifle, and he even called the neighbors and Brock's parents to watch out. We went to bed, except for my stepdad, who stayed up with his rifle. Later in life, he told me what he saw. These were his exact words.
Around 12, I saw the thing. It was tall and skinny with hollow black eyes. I aimed my gun at it. I thought about firing, but by the time I lined up the shot, it was gone.
A few times I would hear it calling for me, saying my name. My mom later admitted she would hear the same thing, hers and my dad's names being called. It stopped after a few months, then went back again. After a while, I realized it would do it for the first 2 weeks in a month. So for those 4 months, every week I didn't go for walks. In 1998, I was heading for college soon. My stepdad, who I'd finally liked now, was working in the garage. It was getting late. It was the last week of February, so I assumed that thing was away at the moment, hunting or whatever it does. My dad said to me,
"Hey, can you hand me the bolts?"
I handed them to him. He was working on my mom's car, swearing and cursing at it. I helped him until we heard a knock on the garage door. Then something on the other side called our names loudly. My dad, in a hurry, yelled at it and told me,
"Get the guns now."
I quickly went to retrieve the guns. We made sure they were loaded and ready. We ran out the front door to surprise it. In the dark, I saw it. There was no fur on it. It was skinny and bony, and it looked at us. We fired, but I missed, probably from shaking so much. It ran away though, and we pursued it into the forest. We chased it, firing at it but never hitting it. We kept going until we couldn't see it anymore, and by then it was very dark. Then, suddenly, I heard, "Johnny, Johnny." We ran home. It tried to trap us by making us follow its voice.
but I saw it running after us and my dad fired at it again. I think we hit it this time. The thing slowed down enough for us to get away. When home, we explained what happened to my mother, who nearly had a heart attack when she had heard the gunshots and screaming. Later on, when we were cleaning our guns, my dad made a joke about it, trying to calm the tension. I miss him. He made things better. I wish I was grateful for him sooner. He was the first father figure I had. When he passed away in 2012, my mom sold the place and moved back to Denver. I visit her still. We don't talk about that thing anymore, but we do talk about my dad. I miss him so much, but one thing I don't miss was that place. I'll always remember the horror of living there.
Warning. The following story contains visceral depictions of animals fighting for survival. Battle of the Backwoods. From Anonymous. Nothing haunts a man more than the decisions of the past. The world threw something impossible for me to comprehend at an early age. I would soon find out that life is not all rainbows and cotton candy. Many people come here and see the majestic mist rising from the mountains early in the morning and think of it as pure beauty. However, all I see is gases the hills belch up from whatever they swallowed up the night before. Because for me, the mountains have tainted my very soul and left holes in my heart forever. The wilderness can grant many gifts: growth, new life, clarity, and a vast amount of opportunities. But also, the wild can suffocate you in sorrow and drown you in dread, given the right circumstances. Have you ever asked yourself what you would do in the event of needing a helping hand in a dire situation? This was the difficulty that I was faced with, which changed my life forever. I grew up in the foothills of eastern Kentucky, what I consider to be the base of the Appalachian Mountains on my grandparents' farm, mostly. I spent the majority of my childhood learning lessons of life with my grandfather. The value of $1 was also how I had my fun digging ginseng roots, hunting for substance, and wildlife population management in our area. My grandfather was a fur bearer like his father before him. Anything that was hard work pretty much is part of my upbringing. Looking back on those years, I would not trade them for anything. We went to church every Wednesday and Sunday, and always had a lot of cousins around to play within the creeks and streams around the farm. Taught early survival in the wilderness, I learned lessons that never came easy, but always held lasting impressions. We only went to town a couple of days a week when we visited the feed store for our livestock, and sometimes I would rent a movie from the video store uptown. That was as close as I got to the big city lifestyle as a child. The main thing we did most nights when the whippoorwills started singing and the lightning bugs came out was to gather our hound dogs and travel to the Daniel Boone National Forest to go raccoon hunting. We did this because, as I said, my grandfather and I were fur bearers. The raccoon population in our area is very thick, so this was part of our lifestyle to chase that hard-earned dollar. Also for wildlife management population control, because raccoons can carry and transmit more types of diseases than most animals in our area. We had 2 dogs at that time. Our young dog's name was Bo. He was a red tick hound, beautiful in every way. He was mostly red in color with a few white specks on him, almost the color of strawberry wine. Our older dog was a treeing Walker hound. Around here we just call his breed Walker, and his name was Old Jake. He was a giant of a dog for his breed, at somewhere around 120 pounds. He was a tricolored dog, meaning he was black, white, and tan. He was an absolutely great hound, and had a heck of a good nose on him for tracking critters through the mountains of the Daniel Boone National Forest. Old Jake wasn't afraid of anything at all. Once he would track a raccoon to a tree, it was his domain. On this particular night, it was the opening night of raccoon hunting season in the state of Kentucky, October 1st, 2003. My grandfather and I had decided to go on a hunting adventure into the Daniel Boone National Forest. He was in poor health, so I always had to handle our dogs and take care of them when we went out on our nightly hunts. We had a bit of a late start that evening, so we had to travel off of the beaten path on a 6-mile road called Shooting Range Road near the Clear Creek and Leatherwood area of the Daniel Boone. Once we got to the very end of the road and it came to a dead end, we parked our truck. We then got out, dropped the tailgate down, and opened up the dog box door. Bo and old Jake jumped to the ground, ran straight down a creek in the forest, and started hunting for a raccoon scent. A short while after, old Jake started barking on the scent track he smelled, and then Bo joined in with him, making that sweet southern hound music that whistled a gravely song through the crisp night air. They tracked the scent of the raccoon they were chasing up the side of a mountain and over a cliff a good 700 yards away from the truck. Shortly after that, the raccoon got tired of running and decided to climb a tree. Both the dogs let out what is called a location bark, letting us know that they found the animal location they had been chasing and will continue to bark until I get to the tree they're at. That's just how they're trained. My grandfather looked at me and said,
"Sounds to me they found it. Go on, grab the gun out of the truck and take the two-way radio with you so we can keep in touch."
As I said before, my grandfather was in poor health. He could not travel on foot very far. So I did just as he said, strapping the gun to my back, grabbing the two-way radio, and starting into the forest towards the location of our dogs. As I made my way in, I heard the sound of a pack of coyotes off in the distance, barking and howling, going on crazy as a coyote pack does. Grandfather called me on the radio, saying,
"Do you hear that pack of coyotes? You better get in there quick to the dogs. That way when they see you, they'll run away."
I know that might sound crazy to a lot of people, but in our area of Kentucky, coyotes are hunted hard because they can cause harm to livestock, so they're mostly nocturnal in our area and are terrified of people. In almost every case when a coyote sees a human, they run as fast as they can to get away from them, at least in Kentucky. After that, I started picking up my pace, trying to get to our hounds. However, it was too late. Just minutes later, the pack of coyotes had made it to our hounds, and within seconds, a massive fight broke out. I heard them grab a hold of Bo. He began to whimper and took off running to get away from them. But not old Jake. He held his ground right next to the tree he tracked the raccoon to. In his mind, he probably thought the coyotes were coming to take the tree away from him, but really they just wanted to eat him. Old Jake fought all over the place with the pack of coyotes. He was holding his ground for a while. Soon after, the whole dynamic of the struggle changed, and the coyotes were starting to fight old Jake as a pack. My grandfather called me again.
"Get in there quick. They're gonna kill him."
So I started running through the forest, scared for my dog's life. Suddenly, again, the fight changed, and Bo had circled back around and came back to help old Jake fight the pack of coyotes. Once again, old Jake was holding his ground, or so I thought. The coyotes were whimpering and screaming. It was just pure mayhem in the woods, an absolute battle. I soon made it to old Jake, and once I shined my flashlight on him, I saw that he had a coyote by the throat. Once he saw me, old Jake let go. That coyote took off running along with the rest of the pack. I walked over to old Jake, bent over and patted him on the head, checking him out. There were a few cuts and gashes on him. Overall, he was in good shape, being that he was just in a fight with a pack of coyotes and lived. Just in front of us was a huge black oak tree, and behind it, I heard the sound of a coyote whimpering, doing what I would call a blood gargle, choking on its own blood. Old Jake and I walked around to check it out. I was thinking that around this tree, we'd see that Bo had killed a coyote. But once we could see, I then noticed that it wasn't Bo. It wasn't Bo at all. It was a great big dog, very broad, bigger than the size of a Saint Bernard. It turns and looks at me while holding a dead coyote in its mouth by the ribcage. No part of the dead coyote was touching the ground. I stopped. The strange dog dropped the coyote out of its mouth and looked at me. That's when I realized how much I underestimated the massive size of this animal. It leaned forward and stood up on its hind legs in a really slow motion that I can only compare to an elderly person trying to get out of a rocking chair. At this moment, I thought it was leaning against something. That was the only logical explanation. This thing then took 2 steps forward while standing on 2 legs. I then noticed the chest. It didn't have a dog's chest. It had the chest of a man's abdomen too. Then the hands caught my attention. It was moving them up beside itself, and the hands were more similar to that of a man, but more like claws. I saw its face was charcoal colored, with solid black eyes of eternal darkness, with blood coating dripping down its mouth to its chest, like hot candle wax running down a wick. So much blood, not like the blood you would normally see in any type of animal fight. It was more so like it was eating the coyote alive during the previous attack, before my arrival. Again, the creature took another step towards me. I broke out into a cold sweat, my mind finally realizing what I was looking at was a darn werewolf. That is not supposed to be of this world. The feeling in my mind was just absolute horror, as if the world around me no longer existed. I was immersed in some sort of overwhelming sense of dread. In a millisecond, my fight or flight emotion kicked in. I jumped back and started to run. I shone my flashlight forward as I ran, and then back behind me, over and over to see what was happening. During this time, the sounds of my oversized gumboots were clicking loudly in the stillness of the night and the crunching of the dead leaves beneath each stride that I took. The creature then began to chase after me, moving at a pace I'd never seen. Soon after the monster took only a few steps, old Jake hit into him, lunging his body weight towards the dogman-type creature that made a loud thud noise of old Jake's body slamming into the monster. Old Jake snapped his jaws together, growling, trying to protect me from any harm. As I shined my light behind me, the werewolf just pushed old Jake off of him with one hand like he was just a gnat, a fly, a flea, like he was nothing and it didn't bother the creature at all, while old Jake rolled back onto the ground 4 or 5 feet. Then the creature continued to chase me, like I was the only thing in the world it was interested in. I started to yell out, "Put it to him, Jake! Put it to him! Come on! You can do it!" All the while, I continued to run for my life, my gun still strapped to my back. It was only a .22 caliber rifle. That wouldn't cause any harm to this creature, other than maybe aggravate it even more. I stood at 5'10", and this creature towered over me at least another 2 feet in height. As I'm running, once again old Jake attempts to stop him as it chases me, throwing his own body weight into the monster, and like the first time, it pushes him aside with ease. So back to the chase. The werewolf went in my direction as I ran. It had its mind set on me and me alone. I'm running with everything I had, all the energy my legs could produce, through the forest, towards the direction of the truck. I tried screaming again. "Come on, old Jake! Put it to him! Get him, Jake! Get him! Come on, Jake, I need you!" Yet this thing was gaining ground on me quickly. For the 3rd time, old Jake comes in towards the monster and hits him again with his body weight. This time, I heard a loud popping noise. Sounded like the jaws of death locking down on the creature. Before I turned around, I just knew that old Jake had finally made good contact with the monster. That's when I saw Jake had his mouth latched onto the hip of the werewolf, just hanging onto there like a chihuahua on a mailman. That was essentially the size difference. Old Jake just wasn't anywhere near the same size as this animal. The monster then stopped and grabbed old Jake with both of its hands, and as sure as I'm telling you this story now, it threw old Jake through the woods like a bag of garbage. I could see old Jake's body flying through the air, hitting low-hanging tree branches, leaves, and brush. I knew at that point old Jake was dead. It was just me and the monster at this moment. I continued to run, tears now rolling down my face, a sense of both sorrow and dread with the thoughts in my mind that this thing just killed my dog. I'm all alone. No one here to save me, not even Daniel Boone himself can come up from the grave and help me at this point. I'm a goner, for sure. The monster continued to run after me. It was so close to me that I could feel the heat on the back of my neck. I'm trying to run in a zigzag type of movement. While being overwhelmed with emotion, I started yelling once again. "Come on, old Jake, please. I need you." But no matter how many times I yelled and screamed for help, none came. Old Jake was gone. I stumbled over a fallen tree branch and fell face down on my belly into an old treetop that had blown over in the forest, maybe after a storm or something. I rolled over on my back, and the creature dropped down on all 4 feet. I started to crawl back into the mangled tree branches and decaying leaves, while the monster continued to pursue me. By then, the animal and I were at point-blank range, just a couple of feet from each other. It snapped its mouth and snarled, blood from the freshly killed coyote still dripping down its mouth, mixed with snot and drool while blowing its breath right on me, the smell of rot and decay coming with it. The whole time, I continued to yell, "Come on, Jake, come on!" But I knew that was it. This was the end, and I was trying to crawl for my life backward while facing the animal, just trying to find a way out. As the creature was now in range to grab a hold of me, out of nowhere, old Jake hits the monster broadside, throwing himself into it, and it rolls over onto its back. Jake climbs up on top of it and starts mauling him, snapping his jaws, just munching on the beast. Old Jake was really putting the hurt to this dog from hell. I heard Jake's jaws lock down someplace on the creature and the sounds of bones crushing. The monster let out a painful howl that felt as if it rattled the very earth I was crawling on. I realized this was my chance. I stood up and ran across the mountain once again. The whole time I could hear the battle that was taking place behind me, and I was no longer looking back. Unfortunately, the situation changed, and I could hear the monster finally turn back on old Jake. It sounded like it was ripping him apart. He was letting out painful barks and whimpers, making my stomach turn into knots hearing the pain old Jake was going through. At this time, I came upon a clearing not far from the truck, and I turned around, took the rifle off my back, and began to fire. The gunshots echoed off the mountains around me. I began to yell, "Come on, Jake, let's go!" But the forest had gone completely silent, and it seemed no noise at all could be heard. I ran down to the truck, opening the door and climbing inside. My grandfather said, "What on earth is going on?" I said to him, "Just drive. We have to go. We need to get out of here." I started to tell him what happened, every detail I could. I was trembling in pure terror. Calmly, my grandfather said, "Listen, if you want to hunt, fish, and do stuff as a man, then you need to realize that there are things in the woods that I cannot explain, and you have to come to terms with that if you want to continue to live this lifestyle." In his humbling words, he then said, "Since you are so upset, I'll go ahead and take you home, but we will come back in the morning to look for Bo and old Jake." I said to him, "No point in coming back. I heard what happened to old Jake. He's dead. Papa, he's gone. He fought for my life, but he just didn't make it." Once again, my grandfather spoke. "If everything you said is true, then you owe it to old Jake to at least come back in the morning and look for him. He fought tooth and nail for your life." As a boy of just 15 years old, what my grandfather said was both the law and the truth to me. Every single word was one of wisdom and knowledge, well beyond my years. We drove home, and I didn't sleep very much at all the rest of the night, knowing as soon as day broke, we were going to drive back out to that area to look for the hounds, meanwhile still being filled with mixed emotions about the event that happened just hours before. I felt everything from fear to heartbreak, an absolutely traumatic event. But as the morning came and the fog was lifted from the mountains, we loaded up in the truck and traveled back out to the location we had been hunting the night before. My grandfather got out of the truck, and I just rolled my window down. We both began to call for the dogs. "Here, Jake! Here! Let's go home!" We yelled for Bo too, but he had run far away when the coyotes had bitten him, so at the time I wasn't that worried about him. We would drive up and down the gravel road, repeating the same actions time and time again with no luck. So my grandfather said we would go home and return that evening to try once again. So that evening when we drove back to where we last saw our hounds, we started to call and whistle for them again. On down the road a bit, we could hear something moving through the forest coming out towards the road, and once it stepped out, my grandfather said, "Hey, Bo just came out of the woods, that big red tick dog of yours, so grab your dog leash and go get him." I said, "All right, Papa." I started to walk towards Bo. He was just barely moving slowly, and as I got closer to him, I realized that wasn't Bo. It was old Jake, covered from head to toenail in blood, some dry, most still moist. His injuries were beyond severe. Anyone who would have seen him at the time would have questioned how he was even standing, with a couple of broken bones and major flesh wounds across his body, but he was still alive. My grandfather walked over and grabbed all 120 pounds of old Jake's mangled body. He picked him up and carried him over to the vehicle, putting him in the back of the truck. I had never seen my grandfather do something like that. He was a tough love type of guy, but he was just as heartbroken at that moment as I was. Then we drove out of Daniel Boone National Forest back to the farm. Most people, I believe, would have probably, with a dog that was so severely injured, put him out of his misery and buried him. But we didn't. My mama did a lot of veterinarian work with our animals on the farm, and somehow against all odds, she was able to doctor old Jake up and pretty much bring him back to life. From that moment on, old Jake and I had a special bond. We were always best friends, and he lived a long and happy life. I'll never forget what old Jake did for me that night in the Battle of the Backwoods. If a dog loves its human enough, they will battle something that is unbeatable to keep you safe from harm. I gave up on old Jake's life multiple times that terrible night, and he fought for me repeatedly. That was a difficult thing to live with, on top of the trauma I was not ready for at that time in my life. Moreover, if it weren't for the wisdom of my humble grandfather, then we would have lost old Jake forever. Both have now left this world, and have been called way up yonder to hunt in the hills of heaven, hopefully. You can say what you want to say about what terrifies you the most, but to me, it will always be the thing I saw. I guess you could say it was a dogman, werewolf, hellhound, skinwalker. I'm uncertain, but what I do know is it bled and felt pain just like any other animal in the world. And so I know what I saw was tangible and real. By the way, about a week later, someone found Bo at a local country store, so we were able to get him back as well. If you don't have anyone to lend you a helping hand in a dire situation, then I pray you will at least bring a paw to pull you out, as I did that October night. Rest in peace, Papa Hank and old Jake. Your friend, Double A. Suffolk Skinwalker, from Jacob R. As of writing this happened about a month ago, right at the start of the urban archery season. My dad and I are avid hunters, hunting for both food and for the trophy of the hunt. We own about 38 acres out in Suffolk, Virginia. We've been hunting there for about 7 or 8 years now, but this has been the worst hunting trip of my life. My dad and I got out to the property at about 12:30 in the afternoon. We got our hunting gear on and parted our separate ways to our chosen ground blinds. I got into mine around 1 and got in and situated. As I sat there and waited, I decided to play Clash of Clans on my phone. Yeah, I know it's an old game, but it helps to pass the time. About an hour and a half into the hunting trip, I start to feel like I'm being watched, but I just passed it off as paranoia, so I go back to playing my game. After another half hour passes, I start to get bored. Deciding to take a nap, I slowly doze off and fall asleep for about an hour. When I woke up, I texted my dad to see how things were going on his end. Lo and behold, my phone doesn't have any service. At this point, the feeling of being watched returns twofold, and the forest has grown to be eerily silent. I see the reeds and branches moving from the slight breeze that's coming through, but I hear nothing. Then from my left, I hear my dad's voice say,
Jacob, Jacob, I need your help. Please come help me.
I look out of my ground blind, but I don't see him. I go back in, and by this point, the sounds of the forest have returned. So I go back to sleep for another hour or so. When I wake up for the second time, the sun has started to set, and I see this massive buck come out of the underbrush. I draw my crossbow and get ready to pull the trigger, making as little noise as possible. I start to hear what sounds like bones breaking, and the buck stands up on its hind legs. I look closer at it, and I see that its head is a skinless and meatless skull with rows of razor-sharp canine-like teeth. Before I know it, it no longer resembles a deer. It looks more like a malnourished person. Its skin is a light gray color, and it barely has any hair on its body. Its arms are so long they are barely touching the ground, and the figure is hunched over. Even in its current pose, it towers well over 7 feet tall. It opens its mouth and lets out the same phrase I heard earlier in my dad's voice.
Jacob, Jacob, I need your help. Please come help me.
But the voice is distorted from my dad's actual voice. Chills go down my spine and I start to tremble. The creature then puts its head in the air and starts to sniff. It lets out a low growl and says,
I can smell you. You're afraid.
I start to slowly unzip the ground blind. It quickly snaps its head towards me, letting out an ear-piercing screech. Then it chases me. I take off running to the truck, dropping my phone in the process. The forest is dead silent once again, and all that I can hear behind me is leaves crunching and twigs snapping as this creature inches closer and closer behind me. I'm almost to the truck when I trip on a root. I turn around with fear in my eyes and a cold sweat running down my face as this thing slows down to a walk and stumbles towards me. I'm cowering on the ground, and just at that point, I hear my dad's actual voice coming from behind me, telling me,
Jacob, run.
I do as I'm told, and all I hear behind me are the gunshots from my dad's pistol. About 2 minutes later, everything is quiet, and I see my dad running out of the woods towards me. We both hop in the truck and peel out of there. Since that day, we haven't gone into the property by ourselves. We always walk in together. Every now and then, my dad and I still hear that screech way off in the distance, and we both shudder. My advice to you: don't go into the woodlands of Suffolk on your own if you value your life and your sanity. Warning: the following story contains depictions of a dead animal. My unforgettable hunting story From John 897. I'm a 37-year-old male. At 6'7", I'm a pretty big guy, but I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about the time I almost died on a hunting trip. Let's begin. I was going to my hunting cabin in the woods with some pals of mine. About a quarter mile from my cabin on the gravel road I take to get there, I found a dead deer. But it was more than dead. It was mutilated. The body was in pieces, and the head was just gone. My hunting party and I got in my truck and floored it to the cabin. We were ready to get away from that thing and whatever might have done that to it. Later that night, we were out hunting as planned. At a certain point, we heard a stick snap about 30 feet behind us. Again, after seeing the dead deer earlier, we were spooked, so we headed back to the cabin. We fell asleep, but about an hour later, we all woke up to thudding on the walls of the cabin. We grabbed our rifles and went to check what made the sound. We expected to see a moose or bear, but what we saw out there, I could only describe as a wolf man. It stood at what had to have been around 8 feet tall. We were all horrified. It took a step towards us, and we just snapped out of our fear and began to fire at it. It screamed so loud, it brought all of us to our knees, but we kept shooting. Then it bolted into the forest and we ran to my truck. Once we started the truck, we didn't stop until we were back in the city we lived in. It was years before I went back to my hunting cabin. I haven't had anything like this happen to me since. However, I still wonder what would have happened if we didn't have our guns. What if we didn't go to hunt? What if we went for a different reason? A reason that didn't require guns. Yellowstone Backcountry. From a Kilo Northwind. I was a young 18-year-old backcountry guide in Yellowstone back in the late 1970s. As you might imagine, it was a rich front of fun and adventure. For example, there was a frosty September morning when I unzipped my tent to find a 3,000-pound bison grazing less than 10 feet away. Another morning, I played a nerve-wracking game of Ring Around the Rosie with a young bull moose, dodging around willow clumps until I guess he got bored of the prospect of stomping me to death. I still fear moose more than any other wild animal. Another time in Beckler Canyon, I'd eaten my fill of thimbleberries and lounged back in the thick bushes to relax. I was startled awake sometime later to the snuffling and rustling of some massive woodland creature. I lay hidden in the bushes in frozen silence until well after the sounds disappeared. A huge pile of berry-filled scat I found nearby confirmed my close encounter with a grizzly bear. Over the several years I worked in the park, I saw and experienced so many wonderful animals. Megafauna like wolves, bighorn sheep, elk, mule deer, and black bears, to the smaller creatures like marten, coyotes, skunks, porcupines, badgers, and my personal favorite, the pika. Some of these are dangerous. All of them are delightful. There really is nothing cuter than a bouncing baby buffalo. Google it, and you're welcome. This story is about an animal encounter, but not with any of the animals mentioned before. Every week of the short Wyoming summer, I would guide a group of 8 to 10 people on backpacking excursions through various trails of Yellowstone. Usually our outings were 5 or 6 days, and we covered anywhere from 45 to 70 miles in that time. In the wilderness of Yellowstone, this meant that at our midpoint, we might be as much as 35 miles and 3 river crossings from the nearest road or ranger station. Many of the clients were city folk or backpacking novices, so it was quite an ambitious adventure for them. Consequently, they always required a little hand-holding and quite a lot of instruction and encouragement. There were a handful of other guides in our organization, and it was standard practice for us to work in teams. I and my clients would start at one end of a trail while another guide and his group would start at the other. We would pass at some point in the middle, have a long group lunch, and share trail notes. It was always a welcome opportunity to connect with another guide friend. On this particular week, my group had started right at Old Faithful Geyser. Our destination was the Beckler Ranger Station, 60 miles away, on the southeast boundary of the park. Of course, this meant that the other group would be doing just the opposite, starting at Beckler Station and ending their hike at Old Faithful. In between, both groups would see dozens of astonishingly beautiful waterfalls, cross the Continental Divide a couple of times, enjoy world-class fishing, see some incredible and rarely seen thermal features, and of course, see plenty of animals. If the weather wasn't terrible and no one got lost or eaten, this trail was always a winner. One of my absolute favorites. My group was a cohesive group of fathers and sons who already knew each other. They were great people, but definitely out of their element. They were city dwellers, and they were bargain travelers. None of that is particularly an issue for me, just an observation. I was worried that a couple of boys were wearing vinyl shoes. You know the kind I'm talking about if you grew up in the 70s. Kmart specials, made out of some ballistic PVC. They aren't great for hiking, but they do make great blisters. Oh well, I'd rather have someone wear the shoes they're used to than wear a stiff new pair of boots. When we gathered round for a pack shakedown, it was less than ideal. One of the dads had about 15 pounds of camera gear, huge SLR 35mm and all the extras. Beyond that, there was lots of cotton clothing, some really crappy rain gear, some sketchy aluminum-framed packs, and way too many extras of everything. So basically, the usual. In the 70s, backpacking was different. In a way, it was simpler and purer. Not many people had ultra-light gear back then. Internal frame packs were a rarity. Compact liquid gas stoves were a novelty. In fact, it was almost more common to see army surplus than much specialized backpacking gear. I really wasn't concerned with the group. These guys seemed physically fit and they all had positive attitudes. The weather looked good, and we had pared their pack weight down to respectable levels. It would be a great week. After Old Faithful erupted right on time, we hit the trail. Within minutes, we were surrounded by pines and the traffic noises faded away. The hikers were chattering and horseplaying, but I knew a few miles in the sun would settle everyone down. We stopped at Lone Star Geyser and were lucky to catch another eruption. Not a great one, but a real treat considering that about 99.9% of park visitors will never even know this geyser exists. I prompted everyone to remember to drink. Then we hit the trail again. Our first camp wasn't really very far down the trail, so we arrived early and had plenty of time to cook a good meal, sort out our sleeping gear, and get to know each other. Everyone slept well, and morale was not a problem. The next morning, we climbed the Continental Divide and covered a lot of miles. There were the typical blisters, a few grouchy moments, and our first moose sighting. We lunched at Shoshone Geyser Basin, and I was gratified at the group's collective amazement at the place. A few of us swam in Shoshone Lake. Then we hiked on to camp number 2. The third day, we hiked downhill into the head of Beckler Canyon. The next 2 days would be a highlight. Shady trails, scads of massive waterfalls, and wild berries and great fishing. After setting up our camp that evening, we hiked a mile back up the canyon to one of the few spots in Yellowstone where it's legal, or even advisable, to soak in natural thermal springs. The boys hurried ahead and apparently surprised a skinny-dipping couple. As the poor woman scrambled to put on her swimsuit, the boys gallantly turned their backs, but not before getting an eyeful. Later in the week, I overheard one of the boys telling another in whispered awe of how beautiful the young lady was. Ah, puberty. Day 4 was the midpoint. On this day, we would meet the other group of hikers, headed the other way. If we timed it right, like we usually did, maybe we could meet by one of the major falls for a scenic lunch. Oddly, we passed both Iris and Colonnade Falls, with no sight of the other party. I began to dread that they might have met with some emergency and been delayed. In the backcountry, emergencies are amplified by distance and communications, especially in the 70s when, of course, there were no cell phones. On a previous trip, a client had a simple asthma attack, which would have been almost inconsequential in normal conditions. But at high altitude, with limited medication, the man had nearly died of hypoxia. So I was already on edge when we finally caught our first glimpse of the other group. It was already late in the day and they were still miles from their next scheduled camp. It only got weirder after that. As the group came near, I noticed the guide, my friend Mike, was hiking out in front. This is unusual, as the guide usually rides drag, or maybe somewhere in the middle. Clients love to be in front. And instead of the group being spread out a bit on the trail, which naturally occurs, the entire group could have been contained inside the length of a school bus. It looked so wrong. As they got closer, it was obvious that everyone in the party was quiet and subdued. In fact, they looked positively grim. I ran a quick inventory of what the heck might be going on. Had they had some sort of argument or fight? Had the crew mutinied on the guide? Had their group lost someone? Had someone been injured? In any case, the guide, Mike, and his whole group were somehow stressed or mad or something. Consequently, I held back in approaching my friend. So rather than stepping forward to meet him, like I would ordinarily do, I held back. I would let Mike come to me when he felt like it. In any case, I called pack break for my crew, and they all shrugged off their packs, starting to rummage for lunch and organizing water refills. They were a great crew, and now they were practically running themselves. By now, Mike's crew had hiked past most of my guys, and he was drawing even with me, as I was sitting on a downed tree about 2 meters off the trail. Mike and his group were all still in that bizarre tight formation, so much closer together than people naturally hike. It was confusing the heck out of me. It was about that point when I began to think that Mike was going to hike right past me, without even acknowledging me. What in the world was going on? My curiosity and alarm got the better of me, so I spoke up. I kept it short, because I could see he was really stressed about something. I just said something simple like, "Hey Mike, everything okay?" Without skipping a beat, he turned and said quizzically, "Do I know you?" I was stunned and confused by his weird response. I was about to stammer back some reply when he said, "Oh, right. We met on this trail last year." Then he flashed a weird, fake smile, waved and turned quickly around, and kept walking. It happened so fast that he was 20 yards up the path by the time I gathered my wits. Obviously, he didn't want to talk to me, but why? I watched him to see if he gave any other clue. Nothing. I then scanned his small party to see what that could tell me. Nothing. At first. As they hiked around the bend and began to disappear into the trees, I noticed that one of the hikers had only a small day pack. What? And another hiker had no pack at all. I had almost missed it, as they were hiking so closely together. I was stumped. I was dumbfounded. Why didn't those guys have gear? Why wouldn't Mike acknowledge me? I thought for a moment to run after them, but what would I do? I didn't even know what was going on. It all seemed almost unreal as I watched my guys casually passing around food and filling canteens. They were subdued and quiet as well. I had told them we would have lunch together with Mike's crew when we found them. We had delayed lunch by nearly 2 hours. They wondered what was going on too. Eventually, one of the dads asked me if he could help. I told him about the weird exchange between me and Mike and then about the 2 hikers with no gear. As we talked about it, I guess a few theories started to crystallize. It struck me like a slap that Mike was somehow under duress. I felt a hollow sense of brief panic and almost took off running after him. But what would I do? I still didn't really know anything. If Mike truly was in trouble, the last thing I wanted to do was make it worse. As I and the other adult continued to desperately puzzle over the situation, we heard the thubbing of a helicopter in the distance. The copter flew overhead at fairly high altitude. I doubted it could even see us. I wondered if it was constrained by the high walls of the canyon or if it was just trying to be careful. By now, I felt fairly sure that it had something to do with Mike's crew. I didn't know if we should try to signal the helicopter or if that would just cause confusion. In any case, I knew the helicopter would be unable to touch down anywhere around us, as the canyon is dense with old-growth trees and steep rocky walls for miles. In a moment, the helicopter was past us, and it was all a moot issue. Still at a loss for what to do, and kind of out of a dumb sense of duty and normalcy, I just ended up calling the end of pack break, and we got back on the trail. In 2 miles, we were out of the canyon and on the edge of Beckler Meadows, a massive flat grassland that stretches for miles. We found our campsite and set up camp. Sick with worry and still miles away from Beckler Ranger Station, I was doing a lot of anxious mental hand-wringing. I was torn between hiking out overnight to get help at the ranger station or hiking back up the canyon to help Mike myself. I was reticent to leave my crew in any case. I was honestly scared and confused. Before I could belabor the issue much longer, we saw 2 riders on horseback on the far edge of the meadow. They were covering ground fast. In a matter of minutes, they were at our camp. When I saw them up close, I didn't know whether to feel relieved or more worried. They were 2 park rangers, armed, and both had rifles in their saddle scabbards. Before I could say anything, the rangers simply told us to pack up and head south. When I asked why, they told me they had fugitives in the area, and we were to abort our trip plans. Naturally, everything cleared up for me in an instant. I quickly told the rangers what had occurred with Mike's party when we had passed them in the canyon. I told them about the 2 men with no gear. I was able to give the rangers details about what the men were wearing, and I let them know what Mike looked like too. I was even able to tell them that Mike's group was scheduled for campsite 9D1 that night, 3 Rivers Junction. At that point, the ranger canceled our evacuation order. With the solid information about where the fugitives were, and with positive IDs, the ranger felt we were no longer in immediate danger. Straight away, the rangers rode on into the canyon. It was a nervous evening and a long night. When morning came, we broke camp and started the hike across the long, grassy meadows. I was hopeful that Mike was already safe, but I had no way of knowing. I made the decision to cancel the last leg of our hike in order to get to Beckler Ranger Station 1 day earlier. I wanted an update as soon as possible. It would mean we would forego seeing Union Falls, which is arguably the highlight of the trip. But there was no way I could have waited any longer to find out if Mike was safe. We got to the ranger station a bit past noon. I had dragged my poor clients past some of the best fishing in the world. We had blown past Cave Falls and Dunanda Falls, but graciously the clients were cool about it. By now they were all in the picture, and they were very understanding. The minute we got to Beckler Station, we were fortunate to find a talkative ranger, and we got all the details. The 2 rangers who had ridden past us the day before had already radioed in with the resolution. Mike? He was safe. All of his crew were safe. The fugitives were in custody and had been taken out to the road at Shoshone Lake. The duty ranger was good enough to tell us how it had gone down. The fugitives were 2 young adults from the Idaho Juvenile Correction Academy over in St. Anthony, Idaho. In Idaho, individuals up to 21 may be retained in the juvenile system. These men had assaulted staff and escaped with a stolen vehicle. They had traveled the 30-mile-long dirt road between Idaho and Flag Ranch on the park's south boundary. They ditched their car after dragging the oil pan out and hiked into the park. They had overtaken Mike's group at their campsite in Beckler Meadows. Obviously, when they passed us, they were holding the group by threat. One fugitive had a large knife, which he had brandished, and the other claimed to have one too. They controlled the group by positioning one man right behind Mike and the other at the end of the column. They kept the group very tight together. With the information I provided, the two rangers had actually beaten Mike's group to their next camp. They had taken their horses on the far side of the river on the equestrian trail and had been hidden and waiting by the time Mike and his crew arrived to set up camp. Prudently, the rangers had waited until the party had bedded down for the night before moving in for a quick and easy arrest. One of the fugitives had been standing guard, while the other was curled up in a ground tarp, which they had taken from Mike. After the arrest, Mike was a pro. He and his crew finished the week-long hike. What else could they do? They were 25 miles from anything. He said it was probably the best thing for everybody, because they all had a couple of days of solitude to process the traumatic situation together. He said by the end they were joking about it, and it seemed like an integral part of their great adventure. By the time they got to Old Faithful, they were all friends for life. Mike did tell me that when the helicopter had flown over that day, the guy with the day pack had freaked out and ordered everyone to get under cover of the tree canopy. Mike said the man held him by the back of his belt with the knife resting against one of his kidneys until the helicopter had gone. As for me, I thanked Mike for his quick thinking and acting like we were strangers. I apologized for almost blowing his cover. Obviously, his sharp wits and selflessness prevented my whole group from getting tangled up with fugitives too. Who knows what the men might have done if they found out we were together. My group ended up having a good week too. We left the trail a day early, but they had certainly got their money's worth. If you're ever in Yellowstone, keep an eye peeled for dangerous animals, including the two-legged ones. Scary Yellowstone Experience from Mark F. This happened around 2 summers ago while I was camping and hiking in Yellowstone National Park. Prior to this incident, I did not believe in strange creatures or monsters. Oh, how that changed after this experience. To add some background, I'm a 25-year-old male who loves the beauty of Mother Nature. I find peace while spending time in God's creation, and I sometimes go alone just to clear my head. I'm an avid fisher, hiker, camper, and backpacker who has seen pretty much everything from bears to tarantulas in the wild. What I saw in the Yellowstone National Park was like no other creature I've ever seen in my entire life. I was camping deep south of the park by myself, and I was having the time of my life. The skies were clear with blue, and the sun was beaming down. I was just getting back from fishing when I heard a cry about 50 to 100 yards away. It was coming from my left in a wooded area. The noise sounded like a painful, elongated yelp, with the sound dying out slowly at the end. The cry sounded female, which was strange because I was very isolated from others, and I hadn't seen anyone the entire trip. I wasn't really scared at first, but I was definitely cautious of the sound. Instead of calling out the cliché, "Hello?" I decided to stay silent, as it's best not to attract whoever that was to my location. They could be dangerous or crazy, for all I knew. Plus, I did have my handgun and Remington shotgun, so I was ready if anyone tried to harm me in any way. Now, I'm a pretty laid-back guy, but when stuff gets serious, I'm always alert and prepared. I decided to get my fish into the cooler and go on with preparing my meal for the night as sundown was quickly approaching. I understand that some listening are wondering why I didn't hightail it out of there after hearing that noise. To be fair, it wasn't a big deal to me at the time. I honestly chalked it up to being an animal, and I understood that I was deep in nature. I mean, weird sounds happen all the time in the woods. However, if it was a person making the noise, why would I let them ruin this experience for me? I drove 6 hours and hiked for 3 to get to this spot, And I'm not packing it up just because some loser is trying to ruin my fun. If they wanted trouble, they would get trouble. I'm a fair, honest, and kind man, but you don't want to meet me in the dark. The sun went down and no other noises persisted around my campsite at all. I ate my meal and stargazed for around half an hour, thinking about my dad. He just passed away from brain cancer, and I was still grieving the loss of him. He had been on my mind a lot, and his death was the entire reason I came out to the forest. I wanted to clear my head. I wanted to find peace in his death, knowing that he didn't have to struggle anymore. At this point, it was pitch black, and I was so exhausted I went in my tent to crash after a long day. I hit the hay around 11:30. I had this awful nightmare where I was sitting in an unfamiliar room with my father. He was just staring at me with an angry look on his face. I asked him if he was okay and why he looked so mad at me, but he never responded to any of my questions. Instead, every time I spoke, he would interrupt me by opening his mouth and a loud metallic banging sound came out. It wasn't a noise a human could make at all. Every time I spoke, the noise got louder and louder, and I started to panic in the dream. And for some reason, I could not move. This metallic noise was so loud, it was driving me crazy. Finally, my father ran at me with the noise at peak decibel levels, and I woke up in a cold sweat. I was absolutely relieved that it was only a dream, but I wondered the meaning of it. My thought process was cut short when I heard that same metallic noise outside my tent. I couldn't believe my ears. Could I still be dreaming? The noise happened again and I realized I was more awake than ever. Someone was out there messing with my stuff, and that made me mad. I grabbed my shotgun and I burst from my tent as fast as I could to find nothing. Absolutely nothing. I turned on my flashlight on the shotgun. I beamed it around everywhere, but to my surprise, I didn't see anyone. I looked over the ground and found my thermos beaten in and bent. That must have been where the metallic noise was coming from, but who in God's name would be doing this to me all the way out here? I looked at my watch and the time was around 2 in the morning. I shouted for the person to come out and confront me for the damage to my property, but I was met with silence. I mean utter silence. No grasshoppers, no birds, no owls. I was terrified at this point, despite the massive shotgun I had with me. Could there be multiple people doing this? Could this be an animal? Is this a prank? I finally heard a loud thump around 15 feet behind me. I turned quickly, and I saw it. This creature, this thing, was not human at all. The moment I saw it, I even questioned my own faith. It was a tall, white, pale, humanoid figure that stood on 2 legs. It looked like a human, but it was all wrong. It was between 7 and 8 feet tall, with black sunken pits for eyes. Its eyes had no emotion, no pupils, but I felt it staring into my soul. It was deathly skinny, as I could see its bones, and its arms were so thin they could be snapped in 2. It had large black claws that were almost talon-like. It opened its mouth, showing distorted black pointy teeth that looked razor-sharp, and it spoke in a hoarse, scratchy voice. "Why are you here?" I was so terrified. I'd had enough. I began to fire at the creature with my shotgun. It bellowed in a loud screech that sounded like an elk and a screaming woman combined. It lunged at me with incredible speed and landed a hard blow on my head. I hit the ground hard, and the last thing I saw before I blacked out was the creature going crazy, destroying my campsite When I came to, it was light out, and everything had been destroyed, as well as everything inside it. My shotgun and handgun were torn apart. They were now useless. I don't want to know how this creature was capable of that. It must have massive strength. I stopped and wondered why I was even alive. Why didn't the creature shred me to pieces? Did my gun scare it off after it hit me? Did my shotgun even do any damage? I realized that I needed to leave at that moment. Nothing was salvageable, so I just grabbed my truck keys and I started my 3-hour hike back to my truck. The entire way back, I was just processing what happened the night prior, and everything I believed in was gone. I was certainly concussed. That creature had given me a strong blow to the head. I can't believe something like that exists in the world, and it chills me to the bone to know it's still out there. I got home and told this story to nobody. What am I supposed to say? I might sound absolutely nuts if I do. Who will believe me? All I have to say to the listeners on here is to not hike or camp alone. I am very lucky to be alive. To this day, I've stopped my old hobbies, as now I'm horrified to go back in the woods. Ghost Girl at Yellowstone, from Jackson 5522. First off, I want to say this was the scariest moment of my life. We go on a family vacation every year. This year we were going to go to Disneyland, but that was canceled due to the Rona. So we decided to go to Yellowstone instead, because there's less people and guidelines of social distancing. On the day of departure, we left around 6 at night, as my dad doesn't get off work until 5. In the car and on our way to Yellowstone, I fell asleep. I was super tired the next day. Suddenly, I woke up at one point because of a loud bang. I looked out the window and I saw this woman in a white dress. She was staring back at me. She had these crooked and yellow teeth. She mumbled something like,
"Hi, what's your name?"
I screamed. My mom told me to knock it off. It's only my imagination. I told my mom to look. She's right there. But when she looked and I looked back, the woman had vanished. We didn't see anything. We made it to Yellowstone early in the morning. I went to use the restroom while Mom and Dad were unpacking the car. As I proceeded to do my business, there was suddenly a knock at the bathroom door. I answered it. "Yes? Who is it?" No one responded. Then it happened again. Once more I tried to answer it, but there was no response. Not until I heard the voice of a girl giggling outside the bathroom door. I ran out of there as fast as I could. Thankfully, nothing else weird happened that day. Monster at Yellowstone National Park, from Mariah C.W., and read by guest narrator Carmen Carrion.
I never thought my mom's chain-smoking habit could land us in so much trouble. She entered us both into a contest to win a 3-day stay at the Marlboro Ranch in Montana. I ended up being the one winning despite being a non-smoker. There were 50 winners, and each could bring one guest, so there were 100 people in total that went on the trip. It was my first time flying and will probably be my only time. I had to take my anxiety medication to even feel somewhat normal. We landed at the Bozeman Airport, and from there we were shuttled to the ranch. The little town we stayed in resembled a saloon setting, complete with Western decor. We stayed in the room Aspen, which was actually nicer than the other rooms. It had a living room for some reason and was larger than the other rooms. I'm honestly not sure why we got the nice one. When we arrived, all of the gear that we would need for the activities they had laid out was sitting on our beds. There was stuff for mountain biking, horseback riding, and I think even rock climbing. This was shaping up to be an incredible experience. I didn't know how fast that thought would be extinguished. The very first day was the best, at least at first. The weather was absolutely perfect. Crystal clear blue sky, sunlight beaming, a gentle breeze stirring up leaves. It was serene. The tour guides took us through Yellowstone. We got to watch Old Faithful erupt. You could see the steam coming off of the geyser. There was a section where we could overlook the waterfall. I will guiltily admit that I wasn't retaining much of the history and descriptions of the attractions, as I was too absorbed in the beauty of the scenery. Our group that had around 30 people in it ended up splitting up to hike some of the trails around Yellowstone. My mom, myself, and maybe 5 to 6 others broke off with one of our tour guides. We hiked, and not too far into the tree line, the smell hit us. I'd imagine if you took a dead mouse, a pack of meat you left in the fridge for a year, a decomposing body, and mixed them all up in a blender, you'd get the smell that was assaulting us. It was hard to fight back a gag. My mom is much more sensitive than I am. She threw up. Thankfully, everybody else held their stomachs. We asked the tour guide about the smell, and she hesitantly told us that very rarely animals will perish close to the trails, and it was possible that's what we were smelling. We ended up finding what we thought was the source of the smell. A white-tailed deer lay maybe 10 feet off the trail, its insides completely torn out and its limbs twisted at odd angles. It had a look of pure terror locked onto its poor face. My mom threw up again. The tour guide hurried us past it and started telling us about predators in Yellowstone: black bears, grizzly bears, coyotes, wolves, and a couple of others, any of which could have been responsible for killing that deer. The tour guide took us quickly through the remainder of our hike, and my mom and I were shuttled back to our room. We didn't dwell too much on the deer incident. It was just one of the park's predators that killed it, right? Nothing to be worried about. The second day, we went horseback riding. We ended up wearing the wrong jackets on accident and were freezing the whole time. The weather was overcast, drizzly, and downright miserable. We were both nursing hangovers from the previous night. It was an all-expenses paid trip, including alcohol. The only things you had to buy yourself were Tylenol and batteries. They even cut us checks for $1,150 to cover the taxes that we would have to pay on the trip. Drinking the previous night had been a mistake. Bouncing on the horse in the cold with a pounding headache, it was a recipe for a bad time. The trail we took was only wide enough for 2 horses to be side by side at a time. There were roughly 10 of us, with somebody guiding us at the lead. My mom and I were in the very back, unable to hear the person in the lead and relying only on following the crowd. We were about 15 minutes deep when my mom said, "Mariah." I looked at her. "Yes?" I inquired. My mom looked over at me. "What?" she asked. "You said my name," I replied. "What did you want?" "I didn't say your name," she said, rolling her eyes at me. She was in a pissy mood, so I didn't push her. Somebody had said my name, and I didn't reckon it was the person at the lead that I couldn't hear. Who said it? Was my mom just messing with me? I heard it again after not even 2 minutes. I looked over at my mom for the second time. Did you say my name?" I asked her, a slight tremble in my voice this time. "I think you need your ears checked, or your brain checked, because I have not said a word this whole time," my mom replied. I heard my name called probably 5 more times. Each time I looked at my mom dumbfounded, but she never even glanced my way. She had to be messing with me. There was no other explanation. After we finished horseback riding, we went back to our rooms and put on our appropriate jacket for hiking. Rather than spend another night drinking, We wanted to go back to Yellowstone and hike some of the trails by ourselves while we continued to shake off our hangovers. We were both able to ride a shuttle back into Yellowstone and take one of the trails up into the mountains. We actually talked, made plans for the evening, and discussed what we'd like to do the next day. When we heard twigs breaking and footsteps on the path, we didn't think much of it at first. Just other people on the trails, right? There were at least 100 people to account for, on top of the regular tourism. There could be anybody taking the same trail as us. When I heard my name called again, I stopped. My gut was telling me that something wasn't right. This time, I didn't hear my mom. I heard my fiance's voice, who was back home in Kentucky. When I stopped, so did the footsteps behind us. Somebody was following us. Through the haze, I turned around, but saw nothing. My mom pestered me, telling me I was just being paranoid and there was nothing to worry about. We continued, but as we did, so did the footsteps. This time they were faster. Then that smell from that first day hit. My mom doubled over, vomiting. I looked behind us again. I could see something through the mist. A moose, I thought at first, because it was so massive. But it was all wrong. The legs were bent inward and it was deathly thin. So thin I could see actual bones through this thing. I swear I could see flesh slough right off of its body. Its piercing yellow eyes bore a hole right through my chest. This rotten creature cantered towards us, its strange gait sending an icy ball of fear sinking into my gut. I always thought that when people say they froze out of fear, they were willfully staying that way or were exaggerating. Not true. When I say froze, I was glued to my spot. I couldn't move if I wanted to. My mom rose back up and turned around, breaking me from my state. I could see a scream building on her face. "What?" she started, but I clamped a hand over her mouth. We stared at the creature and it stared back. I almost soiled myself, I was so scared. Voices erupted from in front of us, behind the creature, jolting us out of the stare down. I think the noise frightened it, because it ran away, disappearing into the trees. My mom and I ran, right past the tourists, right to the shuttle, and right up into our room. It was a cold, sleepless night. No amount of heat could scrape the fear out of our bones. At some point in the night, I awoke. I wasn't sure what had awoken me at first, but then I heard it, a scraping sound against the window. I looked to see a long, crooked claw raking itself down the window, a horrible screeching sound emitting from it. I glanced over at my mom, who was fast asleep. I pulled the covers over my head, tendrils of fear licking their way through my limbs, leaving me in its gut-wrenching grip. I couldn't fall back asleep. I laid and listened to the scraping sound for hours, until eventually the sun began to rise and the sound dissipated. When my mom awoke, I went to the window looking out. We were on the second floor, a good 15 feet off of the ground. Whatever was scraping the window had really been tall or could fly. My mom didn't talk much the third and final day. We went and got a full body massage and tried to drink the memories away. The flight back was even worse than the flight there. I was just thankful to be headed home, away from Yellowstone, and away from the freakish rotten moose. I thought that I had left all my worries behind me. That was until I awoke in the middle of the night in the perceived safety of my own bed. The scraping sound was back. A wave of fear and nausea rolled over me as I tried to write it off as a branch, or something natural hitting my window. I glanced up, only to find myself staring into the bright yellow eye. I could almost make out a smirk on its disgusting, rotting face.
"You're mine,"
it murmured, in a deep, gravelly, distorted voice that sounded worse than the nails on a chalkboard. My ears rang, and once again, fear took over and ate away at my stomach. The creature continued raking its claws against my window like a cat playing with a mouse before it kills it. Panic bubbled in my throat. I got up, grabbing my blanket and pillow and taking it to the couch. The following morning I said nothing, but the dark circles under my mom's eyes tell me she had her own demons pursuing her last night.
Paranormal Cabin from KM8642. This incident happened in November 2018 at a cabin in the Adirondack Mountains in New York State. The cabin is located in a private camp owned by my alma mater. There are about 10 cabins on the property, each of them isolated and private. I've been going to this camp for 30 years, and before this trip, I've never had anything odd or supernatural happen to me. Attending this trip was just me and my 16-year-old daughter. It was her first time there. We arrived mid-afternoon. The cabin we rented was about a quarter-mile walk from the parking lot. It sits in a pretty glade surrounded by the forest, and a small path runs past the cabin and continues on into the woods towards the next cabins. The cabin's construction is extremely rustic, made wholly of logs hewn from the surrounding forest. There's a porch that is covered with a wood railing. To the left on the porch is a wood rack built up against the railing. This is an important detail for later. The main room has a large stone fireplace and hearth. There's a couple couches, a dining table, and a galley kitchen. The only water source is a 10-gallon plastic container situated to the left of a sink that's set in the middle of the counter against the wall. The bedrooms are in a separate section behind where the fireplace is. Each bedroom has 2 single beds, one against the wall on the left and one against the wall on the right. There's a window between the beds. After unloading all our supplies in the cabin, we went outside to chop wood, as the cabin is without heat or electricity. Light is provided by propane lanterns. After a sweaty half hour, we had enough wood split to last at least 24 hours. It was already getting dark as we loaded the wood inside on the stone hearth next to the large fireplace. The excess wood we placed in the wood rack on the porch. We enjoyed our first night, eating a roasted chicken we'd bought at the store. I built a fire in the fireplace and kept feeding it until there was a nice bed of coals. We turned one of the couches around to face the fire, then sat down and read our books while intermittently chatting. It was very peaceful. The only sound the crackling of the burning wood, and the warmth of the fire was soothing. We went to bed early and got a great night's sleep. After breakfast the following day, we went for a short hike on the property. I showed my daughter a few of the other cabins in which I'd stayed in the past. It was a cloudy fall day, a bit chilly and windy. We got back to the cabin around noon. I fed the fire to get some heat going, then we had sandwiches for lunch. We sat on the couch in front of the fire and enjoyed the silence for a while. Once again, each of us reading our books. This is where the story gets interesting. Out of nowhere, we heard a sound behind us, outside the cabin. To me, it sounded like one of the logs on top of the wood rack on the porch had rolled. Just picture the sound a heavy round log would make if you rolled it across the top of other logs. My daughter and I immediately looked at each other. "Did you hear that?" I asked. "Yes," she said. She pointed towards the back of the cabin, which was odd because I'd heard the sound coming from the front where the porch is. I figured it was probably just the acoustics of the cabin. My first thought was that it was some kids from one of the other cabins just messing around. Remember, there's a footpath that runs closely past our cabin. I thought someone walking by decided to mess around with us. We both stood up and I looked out the window towards the path. I didn't see anyone. I looked at my daughter and saw some fear and confusion on her face. I said to her, "I better take a look outside." For protection, I picked up a long, thin split log from the hearth, easy to swing at someone if necessary. With more than a little trepidation, I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch, closing the door behind me. I took 2 steps and stopped. I looked first to the left, and all I saw was grass and forest. I then turned to the right, where the wood rack was. What I saw changed my life. It all happened so fast, a matter of a few seconds. When I turned, I saw something hovering above the wood rack, exactly where I thought the sound had come from. It's hard to describe. It actually looked like an octopus's tentacle, but a foresty version of it. Light brown on top with white spots and white underneath. But it did not look solid. It was like a phantasm, glowing and shimmering. The instant I saw it, it pulled back and was gone around the side of the cabin. It was as though it knew I'd seen it, so it quickly pulled its tentacle back. I've often read stories where people say they were so scared they couldn't move, and I always think, come on, you're in danger, move, what's your problem? Well, I now know why they don't move. They literally can't. I was so scared it was like my feet were nailed to the porch. My entire body went numb. My brain was telling me I should jump off the porch and run around the corner of the cabin to see what this thing was. But my body would not move. After a minute or two, I got enough courage to move. I turned around and I went back inside. I felt pale and flushed, as if I'd seen a ghost, which I guess I had. My daughter was standing there looking at me, and she could tell something had happened. I saw something, I said. Her eyes got bigger.
What did you see?
She asked in a shaky voice. I told her. I was nervously tapping the piece of wood against my leg. I walked over to look out the window again. I was trying to act normal and brave so my daughter didn't panic. I still didn't see anything. I better go walk around the cabin to see if I find anything, I told her. Stay here. I walked outside again and closed the door. Although I was still terrified, I knew I had to at least do a full circle around the cabin to reassure myself, and especially my daughter. I stepped off the porch and onto the ground. I went right, towards where I'd seen the phantasm. I poked my head around the corner of the porch. Nothing. I did notice, however, that on the ground right next to where the wood rack is on the porch, there were a bunch of twigs and a small branch or two, meaning if a person or animal had been standing on the ground next to the porch, I would have heard twigs snapping. And yet, I had heard nothing. There's no way an actual being had stood there. Gaining a little confidence, I proceeded to walk around the cabin, inspecting the ground and the surrounding area. Not a single thing was out of place. Not a footprint to be found, nothing disturbed. I walked back into the cabin and told my daughter. Well, there's nothing out there, I said. I guess that's good. She nodded tentatively. I restoked the fire and told her to sit with me on the couch. We propped our feet up on the hearth and soaked in the warmth, lost in our thoughts. She then asked me,
"Do you think we should leave?"
I thought about that. I understood her concern, but I honestly didn't think we were in danger. If she insisted she was too scared to stay, I'd pack up and leave, but I didn't want to. I don't think so. If it was something that meant us harm, it would have attacked me. This seemed to mollify her. We sat a while more, then I noticed it was twilight outside. I lit a few of the lights that are mounted on the wall, and I said, "Why don't we make dinner? I'm starving." She kept reading for a bit while I worked in the kitchen. There were plates in the drying rack on the counter that I put away. I then noticed a large puddle of water sitting on the counter to the right of the sink. The container of water on the counter was on the other side of the sink. It was way more water than a few drying dishes would cause, but I just figured I must have spilled some water as well. I took a towel and mopped up all the water. I filled a pot with water and put it on the stove to boil to make pasta. The boxes of dry goods we'd brought were on the small table against the wall. I grabbed for a box of pasta, and at first it wouldn't budge, like it was stuck to the table. I finally lifted it up and I saw water dripping from the bottom. I felt around and the box was soaking wet. I then checked the other boxes on the table and they were all wet as well. There was a large puddle on the table. This was a real head scratcher. As I mentioned, there is no plumbing in the cabin, so no running water. I called my daughter over and showed her the table, and I also told her about the puddle near the drying rack. She was just as confused as I was. We looked under the sink. Nothing there. I checked out the plastic water container, but there were no leaks in it. I used a flashlight and examined the wall above the counter, but nothing. I checked out the ceiling as well. Once more, nothing. We'd been there 24 hours, and there had not been a single drop of rain. There were no drips coming from the ceiling. Besides, the roof is slanted, so it's not like there'd be standing water up there. We cleaned up the water and wrote it off as an oddity. We cooked the pasta, heated up some sauce, and had a tasty meal. We relaxed at the table for a bit, then began cleaning up. I brought the dishes over to the sink and placed them there. I caught a reflection coming off the counter to the right of the sink and leaned closer. No way. There was once again a large puddle of water there. I called my daughter over and showed her again. We were both absolutely perplexed. I mopped it up again and forgot about it. To this day, I have no idea how the water got there. There's no rational explanation. But that isn't the end to the story. We went to bed, both of us still rattled from the day's unnerving events. As a precaution, I placed a metal folding chair against the door to the cabin, figuring it would topple over and make a lot of noise if someone opened the door, as the door had no lock. We eventually fell asleep. My daughter was lying with her head at the far end of the bed, closest to the wall, which is an outside wall. I lay with my head in the opposite direction, closest to the inside wall. After a fitful sleep, I awoke around 7 a.m. The cabin was freezing cold, as the fire had died hours before. I knew I had to get up and start the fire and get some heat in the cabin. But it was warm and cozy in my sleeping bag, so I just lay there for a few extra minutes. Suddenly, I heard a scratching sound coming from the corner of the room where my daughter lay. It sounded like someone had a sharp metal pole and was dragging it along the outside of the cabin. Even weirder, the scratching sound was moving along the wall, in my direction, and as it moved, it gradually got louder until it filled the entire room and felt, to me, like a physical force. It went all the way across the outside wall and then turned the corner. Then it came all the way across to the wall behind me. I was lying with my back to the wall. When the scratching stopped, it felt as though it was precisely at the midpoint of my back. The entire sequence had taken about 5 seconds. My daughter did not wake up. When it stopped directly at my back, I lay there frozen. I began praying to Jesus to not let me get hurt. Whatever this thing was, it seemed focused on me. I have no idea why. In the 30 seconds I lay there praying, I didn't hear sound nor feel anything on me. But it was as terrifying a 30 seconds as I've ever had. Finally, after about 5 minutes, I found the nerve to sit up. At that point, my daughter woke up. I asked if she had heard the scratching, and she looked at me like I was crazy. She obviously hadn't. I told her what I'd heard. We made ourselves a quick breakfast, straightened up the cabin, and got the heck out of there. I didn't relax until we were in the car driving home. As we checked out, though, I did ask the camp manager if they'd ever had reports of anything paranormal in the cabin we'd stayed in, or any other for that matter. He said no. To my frustration, some of the people I've told this story to have not believed me. I attest that every word of it is true, and my daughter is a witness. I was not drinking or doing drugs. I was 100% lucid. I haven't been back to that camp since then. I do plan to head back soon, staying in a different cabin. And if something else happens, I'll be sure to let you know.
The Cabin, from Anonymous. It was the middle of winter time, early January, I believe. This time of year, right after Christmas, we usually get quite a bit of snow. 2 cousins and I decided to go on a trip and stay in a cabin for the weekend. We had a family member who owned a cabin toward the mountains, and we decided it would be a nice getaway. We would head up there on Thursday night and return home that Saturday morning. The family who owned the cabin had warned us about strange sightings and things that had happened at the cabin. They claimed their young son had been standing at the kitchen window and was pointing outside. When the mother asked him what was the matter, he had told her there was a woman standing outside. There had been no one there. All 3 of us, being skeptical, decided to go anyway and have a good trip. If a woman outside was the most harm to come, we really didn't see a problem. There was also a weather forecast of a winter storm coming in, but we all 4 had 4-wheel drives and knew how to drive in the snow. Nothing, we decided, would stop us from a weekend of relaxation at the cabin. We had all of our stuff packed with enough food and drinks to last us a weekend, and were soon on our way. We finally made it to the cabin. It began to flurry snow, but we figured it would make us more cozy at the cabin anyway. There was firewood for the fireplace, and we had remembered the hot chocolate and coffee. We got settled in and were relaxing at the fire we had built. The wind had begun to howl, and the snow was now an inch deep outside. Believing this was as bad as the weather would get, we relaxed for a few hours. We talked and laughed and were having a good time. After several hours, we all decided to go to sleep. That night's sleep was the best I had slept in a long time. I don't know what it is about sleeping in a cabin that just gives you a warm feeling. I remember waking that morning to a wonderful smell of sausage and eggs and bacon. You could almost hear it sizzling, the smell was so strong. I rolled over and decided to have a cup of coffee, and see if whoever was cooking needed some help. I was met in the hall by my cousin. We will call him Joe. "Wow," Joe said, "I am starving. That kitchen smells amazing. But when we entered the kitchen, not a soul was around. There were no eggs, bacon, or sausage frying. The stove was turned off, and it looked like the pans had not even been touched. We wrote this off as the strange things that tend to happen at this cabin. "Well," said Joe, "if there is a ghost here, I sure wish we hadn't just imagined that breakfast." We laughed and vowed not to say anything about it. People would just think we were crazy anyway. About that time, we heard someone come through the door. We will call this person Charles. "It has come a blizzard outside. Probably a good idea if we try to crank these trucks up. If it gets much worse, we will have to head out sooner, and a dead battery is not good," said Charles. Now, we had all come in 3 pickups. All 4-wheel drive, and not an issue with any of them. The 3 of us grabbed our keys and walked out to start the trucks. My ignition rattled but would not start up. It was then that I heard the other 2 trucks struggling to start and then silence. After checking all of the trucks, it seemed there was nothing wrong with any of them. Irritated and wondering what on earth we were going to do, we all walked back inside. There was a phone inside the cabin, and we decided to call and see if a buddy might make their way up and give us a lift. The phone line was silent, though. No dial tone. "What are we going to do?" asked Joe. "Well," I answered, "the last thing we want to do is let this fire go out." Charles decided he would go out to the woodshed and bring in plenty more firewood, and then we would see about eating something. We were too far from town to walk back, so all we could do is hang tight. At least, until we could figure something out. After a few minutes, Charles came back in shouting, "Hey! We may have neighbors!" Now, I had never heard talk of anyone living close by, so I asked what he was talking about. Charles claims he was out at the woodshed and heard a giggle. When he turned, he saw someone walking in the snow. When she turned around, he said it was a woman. He said she turned and walked around the other side of the woodshed and was gone. We all went out to see which way she might have gone. When we got to the woodshed in the area Charles had said he seen her, there were no footprints. Now, the snow by this point was about 5 inches deep. I have never seen anything walk through snow that deep and not leave a print. We all called Charles crazy and laughed it off. Deep down, though, I believe we were all 3 wondering what the heck was going on. The rest of that day passed, and we all went to sleep hoping the next day would come with better luck. I woke the next morning to grease sizzling and the same glorious smell coming from the kitchen. Again, I would find the kitchen empty and simply pour myself a cup of coffee. Joe and Charles walked into the kitchen about the same time and grabbed a cup of coffee too. "Truck still won't crank," Joe said. We all sat in the living room at the fireplace for a while trying to figure out what to do. It wasn't like we didn't have people who knew we were there. So we decided if Sunday came and we hadn't come home, someone would come looking for us. This day passed just as the first, and finally it was nighttime. We were still sitting in the living room when we all 3 heard what sounded like footsteps coming from the kitchen. I got up and walked toward the kitchen. It was empty. No one was there. We all turned in for the night, hoping that someone may show up later the next day when we didn't show up at home. Sunday morning, my eyes flew open. Once again, the aggravating smell of breakfast that I knew would be there. I walked into the kitchen and was joined by Joe and Charles. "What do you think?" asked Joe. "Try the trucks?" I simply nodded and we all walked outside. I put the keys in the ignition, not really even hoping at this point that it would start. The engine revved and my truck was running. I heard the other 2 trucks crank as well. All 3 of us looked at each other, equally shocked. 2 days had gone, and now all of a sudden all 3 trucks are running. We didn't even turn them off. We ran into the cabin, grabbing and throwing everything in no particular order into the trucks. We just wanted to get the heck out of there. I was focused on loading up when I heard Charles say, "Look, in the window." I looked up and stared in shock. In the kitchen window looking out at us was a woman. She had long brown hair and seemed to be wearing a nightgown. She was quite pretty and appeared to be waving at us. We all shared silent looks. That was all it took. We finished loading up and all jumped in our trucks and started down the mountain, not looking back. To this day, we don't really understand what happened, why 3 trucks seemed to stop running, and on this Sunday we were set to leave, all 3 trucks fired right up. And the woman? Whoever she was, we have told people what happened. Some believe us, some think we just came up with a good campfire story. When we told the owners about the woman, they nodded and said that she is there quite often. Today the cabin is no longer there. It was sold, and I have heard it finally was burned. As far as what still lingers on the land, I don't know that either. Do things stay there when places are gone?
The following are older stories about cabins that some folks might not have heard yet. Enjoy.
Grandpa's Best Friend, from Mythology Loves Horror. The hunting cabin was just as I remembered it. It was tiny, hardly bigger than a tool shed, and after a year of neglect, dust now coated every surface. I hadn't been there in almost 10 years, not since the last time I went hunting with my grandfather Sebastian. I'd been so terrified by the thing we saw in the woods there that I hadn't wanted to return, and my parents just assumed I was too bored to want to spend 2 weeks with the boring old man. But Gramps still came to visit us. Thankfully, we never went there. When Gramps passed away a year ago, he left the cabin and the 30 acres surrounding it to his only remaining grandchild. At 20 years old, I had never expected to set foot on the rural mountainside again, much less inherit it. But a bad breakup had left me with the decision of moving into the cabin or into my parents' basement. The choice had almost been hard to make. The local newspaper, the Village Times, had claimed that Gramps died of a bear attack while out chopping firewood behind his cabin. I didn't really buy that story though, and even as I pulled my beat-up old Ford into the unpaved driveway, I had my hand on my rifle. Though if that thing came back, I was sure it wouldn't do much to it. But still, it made me feel better. I hadn't seen it in a decade, but if that creature was still out there, I would be prepared this time. At least I hoped. Several hours later, I was unpacked, and the cabin was decently clean. All of the utilities were still hooked up, and the refrigerator was well stocked. I had taken the week off of work to adjust to my new life, and I was planning on just relaxing for the next few days. My first night and day passed uneventfully, but by the second night, things were getting a little weird. I had spent enough time in the country as a child to be familiar with the wildlife here. Raccoons, skunks, bears, other mammals. But the freshly made claw marks on the side of the cabin, they weren't anything that I recognized. I woke up on my 3rd morning to gouges in the wood, and I was definitely unnerved. They were too large to belong to any small critters, and far too high up to be from coyotes. They were even too wide to be a mountain lion or bear. In this neck of the woods, that ruled out everything logical. As I studied the claw marks, I wondered how I could have slept through them being made. They definitely hadn't been there when I first arrived, and the fresh marks stood out in a bright contrast to the weathered wood of the cabin walls. I supposed a human could have made them with a knife, but I didn't have neighbors for miles. Who would be skulking around out here just to prank me like this? It didn't make any sense.
It crossed my mind that maybe my ex might have done it, just to freak me out. But Sandra lived almost 50 miles away and did not have the address for the cabin in the first place. I don't use social media enough to bother listing my new address, and we didn't have friends in common or anything like that. I eventually shrugged it off, deciding to let it go. I knew that worrying about it wouldn't help. That afternoon, though, I found myself driving the 10 miles into town and buying some motion-activated floodlights and a motion-sensing camera. 2 more nights passed, and each morning, I woke up to the claw marks getting closer and closer to the cabin door. As much as I wanted to believe it was a prank, I had to admit to myself that the evidence was overwhelmingly against that idea. The floodlights would turn on, and the camera would snap, yet somehow, all I would ever see in the photos was an empty yard. I had even tried to set up a video on my phone, but all it managed to capture was a vague blur of movement at the edge of the screen. I had enough. On the 5th night, I went outside, rifle in hand, settling comfortably on the porch steps. There was no noise, no sound to indicate that the usual nocturnal critters were up and about. I shut all the lights off and waited for the creature that I knew would come. Hours passed, and as 1 a.m. rolled around, I snapped myself out of a doze. I could hear something moving quietly out by the edge of the woods, where I could make out a figure skulking about, its features hidden in the shadows. As the animal drew closer, I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, because there stood Sebastian, my supposedly dead grandpa. He wasn't wearing any clothes. He paused mid-step, his head slowly turning to face me, probably hearing me gasp from shock. Grandpa looked sickly, with skin pale and ribs visible. He was bald now, his once Santa-like beard and hair gone. "Grandpa?" I called out. I could hear the quiver in my own voice, and my hands were shaking from terror. The rifle had fallen to my lap, nearly forgotten in the intensity of seeing my presumably dead grandfather. I'd been so convinced that what I was about to see would be that antlered creature that I saw years ago, the one I knew killed Sebastian. But I never considered once that my grandpa was still alive. "Grandpa, what are you doing? Come inside." Tears were streaming down my cheeks. I didn't care what my grandfather had been doing this whole time or why he was out there. All I cared about was that he was still alive. I wanted to hug him again.
Run, you stupid boy. It's coming."
His voice barely sounded human anymore. His voice came out all wrong, and before I could respond, Grandpa was bounding into the woods on all fours. He was gone in the blink of an eye, the bushes hardly swaying where he had passed through. The woods remained as eerily silent as they had been before, even though my grandfather's retreat should have made a large amount of noise. Not a second later, a low growl came from behind me, the sound reverberating off the cabin walls. A massive creature, the one that I remembered, approached from the side of the cabin. Within seconds, it became clear to me that it wasn't a human or an animal, unless someone was wearing an amazing and terrifying costume. The creature was every bit as surreal as I remembered. Long, pale limbs sprouted from an emaciated torso. An ivory deer skull shined in what little moonlight managed to bleed out through the clouds. It was wearing ragged old buckskin leggings and had beads around its neck. I could not see its eyes though, but I knew without a doubt that if it had any, it was staring directly at me. I knew not whether it was a windigo or a skinwalker or something else, but it didn't matter. It was here. Before I could take in any more detail, the creature began to laugh, a guttural sound that echoed in my head hauntingly. It was laughing so hard at me that it nearly doubled over. I realized that its limbs were able to wrap around its body almost twice. I raised my rifle, firing several times at it point blank, all of those rounds lodging firmly into the creature's neck and torso. The being looked down at its new piercings. Then, without a problem, almost comfortably, it began to dig out the bullets at an unhurried pace. It dropped them onto the ground like a child plucking flower petals, and it seemed to sigh in irritation as it dug out the final one.
Pointless.
It just spoke. What was going on? What did this thing want? Did Grandpa always know about this horrendous-looking thing? My head began to ache with the strain of trying to understand all this. It seemed to sigh as if annoyed by the bullets. It then lifted its claw and pointed it at the cabin.
Inside. Go.
I was all I could get out in reply to this thing speaking to me. I blinked profusely, and the next thing I knew, the monster was gone, and standing there was Rufus, my Grandpa Sebastian's best friend. Rufus had been around as long as I could remember, and had always been a kind old man. He supposedly lived on the other side of the mountain, even though I'd never actually seen his house, let alone been to it. Rufus just always sort of appeared out of nowhere, often startling us so badly that we had almost shot him a few times.
What in tarnation you doing out here, whippersnapper?
Rufus? Am I dreaming?
Nah, you're not dreaming. But you need to get inside before that thing comes back. That thing that looks like your grandpappy.
I was shaking so tremendously from fear that I could barely move my limbs at the time, but I managed to navigate the steps. I'm not entirely sure why I obeyed Rufus after seeing that thing, but after seeing Rufus's familiar face, there was something calming about it, making this insane situation more easily dealt with. I needed some semblance of normalcy in that moment, so I went about my usual pre-bed routine, ignoring the fact that nothing made sense anymore. Mindlessly, I made sure all the windows and doors were locked. I took a long hot shower to relax myself. I crawled into bed, my adrenaline finally calming down. I think I was in shock. I noticed I was repeatedly reassuring myself that I would wake up and everything would be as it should be. Just writing this down was hard enough. I have no idea, no ounce of understanding for what went on that night at the cabin. I'm more confused than I ever thought possible. Who really was Rufus? And what was that thing that looked like my grandpa? The House and the Cabin, from Kaiju Arcadia. When I was 14 years old, me and my girlfriend went to my grandparents' house. We agreed to actually do a test of courage in the middle of the night, an excuse to go explore some abandoned and creepy places. We asked my grandpa if he knew of any places like that. He told us about an old abandoned house and cabin at least a kilometer south of where we were. He said that the house was owned by a man from Ohio named Derek Shod from the 1900s, but he suddenly disappeared and was never heard from again. We were skeptic of this story. My girlfriend and I weren't very strong believers of these kinds of things, so we decided to go to that location, not entirely spooked by that story. My grandparents didn't want us to go, but like teenagers, we disobeyed. We ended up sneaking away and running off in the middle of the night, searching for that house and cabin to the south. The only thing we had on us were 2 knives, 2 flashlights, and a few extra batteries. As we were searching, I could feel that the forest had eyes and ears. The entire way through, it was like someone was following us, watching us closely. When we finally found the house and cabin, a sudden cold breeze blew, giving us chills straight up our backs. We entered the house first. We found a lot of creepy things, like books about demons and witchcraft, strange graffiti that we didn't understand, some very weird paintings, and worst of all, at least to me, a bunch of dolls in every room we entered. The house was only a common American house. That's the way I'd describe it, as I'm from the Philippines. We were scared now, but we were still ready to see that cabin. So we exited the house and cautiously made our way over to the wooden cabin. It was about 50 or 60 feet away from the house. While I was walking behind my girlfriend, I heard a strange voice. "Over here. I'm here." I stopped right then and there, looking around, trying to find what called me. All I saw was a small bulge of cement. I approached it and then just stopped. I couldn't help myself but stop at that position. All I remember after that was complete blackness. Apparently, I blacked out. When I woke up, I saw my girlfriend also lying face down on the ground, just outside the cabin. We never made it to it. I panicked a bit and approached my girlfriend. When she woke up, she screamed, scaring me. "Leave us alone!" I was surprised, and I took a step back. I asked what was wrong, and she said that a man had been following us from the very beginning. What? I looked at her face and saw how pale she was. She looked very frail and sickly. With us scared, and now possibly in danger, I gave her a piggyback ride and carried her out of the forest as far as I could. We soon made it to the dirt road near my grandparents' house. When I put her down, I saw that no time had passed since we had first entered the forest. When we left, it was 11:38. But when we came back out of the forest, it was only 11:39. A single minute had passed, despite us walking over a kilometer back and forth. I called my uncle to come pick us up. A few minutes later, he showed up, and we rushed my girlfriend to the nearest hospital. When I told my uncle about our adventure, he got pissed and shouted that we were very, very lucky to come back alive. He said that some other people had tried to investigate that place, but many were hurt when they returned. Unfortunately, my friend actually got a permanent scar from the damage on her head after blacking out. We didn't do anything like this again for several years. Luckily, we're both alive and well now, but we won't be going back to any strange cabins. The Island in the Lake, from names James 0933. Rachel, my fiancée, and I were on hour 17 into our drive to her family's cabin in northern Minnesota for a small vacation. I glanced at her with heavy eyelids to see that she was fast asleep in the passenger seat. The last 2 hours of the trip were spent through desolate back roads in towns that consisted of 100 people and a lone stoplight. I could feel myself immersing into the solitude as the roads began to be labeled by numbers instead of names. Finally, I turned onto the long stretch of road that winded through the forest and led to our destination, the cabin. Siri let me know there was 2 miles left. Then everything went back to silence. The car slowly trudged over the underdeveloped road as large chunks of gravel crunched and tumbled beneath the wheels, while towering pine trees loomed above us, blocking out any stars. We arrived, and I was so exhausted that I considered just sleeping right there in the driveway. I'd never been to this cabin before, but upon first glance it was quite cozy. It's not one of those decked out cabins that rich people buy, but it had 3 bedrooms and set just offshore to a small 1,100-acre lake. We quickly unloaded everything and collapsed onto a bed that smelled older than time. Though we were completely beat, we were excited to spend some time away from it all. The sun lit up our room early the next morning, and I was filled with a huge sense of relief when, out of routine, I checked my phone to see that there was no service. Nobody could bother us even if they tried. Rachel offered to drive to the nearest town to get some groceries, so I could settle in and check out the cabin myself. I rifled through hundreds of dusty books that sat on the shelves in the living room. Then I pulled out a dozen board games as I excitedly planned out our time ahead. I made my way outside and onto the dock that stretched out into the lake. A small boat lightly rocked in the water, and the dock creaked and groaned underneath my feet. I stared out at the lake and finally felt the last of my anxiety dissipate. As the drive to town was around half an hour, I figured I would set out on the lake to do some fishing. A small island caught my eye that sat close to the middle of the water. It was maybe 100 yards in diameter and was filled with dense trees and shrubs. Something about it drew me toward it. I can't really describe it, but it's like it slowly sucked me in. The island had an almost eerie glow about it, like it wasn't really in the same world as ours. I anchored maybe 50 feet from the shore and started casting. It wasn't 30 seconds after that I felt something hit my boat. I had nearly had whatever was on the line up to the boat. It must have gotten off the hook, I thought, hit the boat before swimming away. When I reached out to reapply the bait, I saw a fish dangling off the end of the line still. An uneasy feeling washed over me when I saw that it was completely mangled. It was nearly ripped in half with tears all along what was left of its body. My first thought was that a bigger fish must have jumped on it, but I didn't feel any sort of struggle that would indicate such. Maybe an otter, I thought, but again, I didn't feel a struggle when I reeled it in. I tried to ignore this and moved on to the opposite side of the island, resuming my fishing. But again, the next thing I hooked suddenly stopped fighting. I pulled up another shredded fish carcass. This happened a few more times as I was just curious at this point as to what was happening. I looked toward the island and felt such dread, like the island itself had eyes and was staring me down. I slowly rowed myself away to another spot closer to the cabin and started to catch some actually intact fish, all the while taking brief glances at that island. After hauling in a decent-sized bass, I heard Rachel pull into the driveway, so I decided to make my way back and try to forget about this experience. Over dinner, I casually brought up the island to Rachel. "So I saw there was this island in the middle of the lake. Have you ever been to it?" I asked. "Oh, that? Nah, my dad always just told us to not go over there. He said the land is still owned by the family of some woman who used to live there," she responded. "Wait, someone used to live there? How?" I asked. "Yeah, he said that there was a woman who had a house there. She owned some knick-knack shop in town till around 50 years ago, when she died. She'd have to row to the dock every morning just to get to her car," she explained. "Must have been a pain in the butt to get groceries there," I said with a laugh. "Yeah, my dad said she was super creepy, and they would sometimes catch her staring at them from the shore while they fished," she elaborated. "Well, that's just weird," I said, kind of laughing it off. "Yeah, but I'm pretty sure none of it was real. I think he just told us those things to keep us from going to the lake and messing around," she said with a laugh of her own. The rest of the day was spent playing various board games, reading, and just lounging around the cabin. However, each time I passed the living room window, I felt that distinct feeling of being watched. Each time I would glance out to see that island looming in the distance. Curiosity was starting to nag at me, especially now that I was told that there was a house sitting by itself, probably untouched there for decades. A few days passed by, and we spent our time doing more of the same. While relaxing like this was exactly what I needed. I couldn't get my mind off of that island. I had barely done any fishing since I did my first trip on the lake, as I always felt like something just didn't want me there. I couldn't take it anymore. I decided that once Rachel fell asleep, I was going to row out there to check it myself. It probably was just some urban legend her dad had concocted to scare the kids. But part of me wanted to know if it was real, wanted it to be real. I sat up in bed reading, waiting for Rachel to fall asleep. She fell asleep faster than anybody had ever met, and could sleep through a hurricane, so I knew I wouldn't have to wait too long. She really wasn't a fan of anything creepy, and going to an abandoned house in the middle of the night was not something she'd be interested in. But I did feel kind of bad doing this without telling her. Then again, I knew she would just protest if she knew. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight, a hunting knife just in case, and my phone to record anything noteworthy. Rachel was asleep within minutes of laying her head down, and after waiting maybe 20 just to be safe, I turned out the lights and quietly made my way out of the cabin. It was dead quiet outside as I made my way down to the dock. No frogs, no crickets, nothing making a sound that night. I pushed off the dock and rowed my way toward the island. Each dip of the oars into the water seemed so loud in the complete silence of the night. I was so anxious to see if Rachel's dad's stories were true or just legend. Either way, there was something off about this island, and I desperately wanted to see it for myself. I pulled up to it and circled around for a minute. The moon was bright enough for me to see the shoreline as I scanned for any spots that were clear enough for me to set anchor. Finally, I spotted a stump jutting out from the land that was partially submerged. The boat drifted towards it as I grabbed a hold and hoisted myself onto the land. I tied the rope to the stump, and after making sure it was secure, I clumsily stepped through the thick brush until I made my way onto what appeared to be someone's yard. I switched on my flashlight to see a disheveled home sitting in the very middle of the island. It stood 2 stories, with rotting walls and a caved-in roof. No way, I thought to myself. There really is a house here. All of the windows were broken, and the entirety of the house was suffocated by an overgrowth of ancient vines. The trees were so dense around it that it blacked out the sky above as this house stood, forgotten by time. I remembered to pull out my phone right then, to capture anything I might find. I swept the beam of light over the house after I hit record, then I made my way over. My feet crunched on fallen, dead branches and leaves. That sense of dread returned to me with a vengeance. I'd come this far, and I was not going to turn back now. I shined the light on the front door that sat ajar. I shone the light through the openings where the windows used to be. It was eerie to say the least. Whoever lived here really must have owned a knick-knack shop or something, because dozens of miscellaneous items were strewn across the floor, coated in years of thick dust. A box spring mattress looked as if it had been thrown across the room as it sat partially upright against a decaying wall. I put my weight into the door, and it agonizingly creaked open, letting out decades of neglect. The air was dense and unforgiving as I swept my phone all around to record all these long-forgotten memories. Dozens of various trinkets, household tools, and ceramic animals covered the floors as I carefully stepped over the abandoned piles. I shifted the light to one corner of the room and felt my heart jump where I saw a pile of maybe a dozen baby dolls lying in a heap. I made my way towards them as the floor creaked and groaned. I was seriously starting to get the creeps as I noticed it was significantly colder in the house than it was outside in the summer night. Some of the dolls were missing their heads, while others had dirty and torn clothing on them. Right above the pile, I noticed a picture hanging on the wall. I blew off the thick coat of dust and went into a coughing fit as it blew directly back into my eyes and down my throat. When I came to, I saw it was one of those creepy old-timey photos of a family where no one was smiling. just vacant expressions staring back at me. There was a 30-something-year-old woman holding a baby with 2 little boys sitting by her sides. I realized they were standing in front of the house that I was currently invading. I turned around and my blood ran cold. Standing at the opposite edge of the room in a doorway was a small boy lit up in the beam of my flashlight. I jumped out of my skin and screamed as the light illuminated this figure. He was maybe 7 or 8 years old, with sandy blonde hair and deep brown eyes. The light in his face didn't seem to bother him as he stared straight through me. I quickly recognized his face as one of the boys in the photograph. "Sir, what are you doing here?" The words slithered out of his mouth and up my spine, sending a cold chill throughout my body. I sat there dumbfounded as I stammered at the ghostly figure. "Can you help my brother? Please, sir," the boy requested of me. I was speechless. He quickly turned and darted into the room behind him. I stood there for a moment, but then I realized I had all of this on video and I was seeing dollar signs. This was the most incredible and terrifying thing I'd ever witnessed. I took a deep breath, made sure the phone was still recording, and made my way into the room. I passed through the doorway and into a room that looked pristine. Clean floors, painted walls, and wooden rocking chairs. It even appeared that night had turned back into day, as the room looked dimly lit in the early morning light. I spotted yet another child off in the corner, just sitting on the floor, looking away from me, while the one who urged me into the room was leaning over something wrapped up on a couch. I made my way over to him, then glanced over his shoulder to see a baby cuddled up in a blanket cocoon. "He feels cold, sir. He hasn't made a sound in a long time, and we don't know what's wrong," the little boy said to me with sadness in his voice. The other child began rocking nervously, hands clenched around his legs as he formed into a little ball. "Can you help us, sir?" the boy pleaded. The rocking child began to whimper and mumble under his breath. "I'm sorry, I don't know what I can do to help," I spoke to him. "Is your mother around? She can help you." It was at that moment that I heard a sound coming up from a staircase that I hadn't seen before. It started out very faint, but as the sound gradually grew, I could make out the heartbreaking sound of a woman crying. It persisted until it was a full-fledged wail that was ringing throughout the house. The boy rocking in the other corner quickly rose and sprinted out of the room. "You should leave, mister. She doesn't like visitors." At that moment, it was like something flipped a switch, and the once immaculate room was now dark and cluttered with disgusting furniture that was torn and rotting. The wailing from upstairs hadn't ceased, and I heard loud, vicious stomping on the floor right above me, rapidly, making its way to the staircase and starting the descent to the room I was in. I felt frozen in place. I shined the light down onto the couch to see a dirty, dust-caked doll lying there in a blanket. I looked back up at what sounded like a raging bull hit the bottom of the stairs, then just stopped. So did the crying. I fell back and waited for what felt like hours for something to show itself. I tried to crawl backwards as my legs seemed to stop working. After what felt like an eternity, it started its way towards me, and my heart sank. Thud, thud, thud. Each pause between the steps was more suspenseful than the last. I sat there, hands shaking as my flashlight trembled with them. I tried to force myself to turn it off, but it was too late. I watched in horror as a figure dark as night with long wispy hair and gangly limbs lumbered into the room. It seemed to stop and face me for a moment, and I could feel tears running down my face. After a brief pause, it made its way to the couch. It looked down at the old doll and stroked its head with long, bony fingers. It let its face collapse into its hands, and it began sobbing once more. Same as before, it gradually grew louder and louder until it was nearly deafening. It picked up the doll and held it tight to its chest,
before letting out an ear-piercing scream of pure despair. I was somehow able to get enough of a grip and pull out my knife, but as I did, this thing's neck violently twisted towards me and postured up. It towered high above me as its head nearly grazed the ceiling. At last, my legs found the strength I needed, and adrenaline kicked in. I stopped the video and pocketed my phone before making a mad dash for the door. I heard rapid, heavy stomps close the distance instantly, and I felt a tremendous force knock me through the doorway that I'd been running through. I frantically looked up as my flashlight had fallen from my hands, but I could still make out the figure hurling itself through the beam of light, which was coming from the flashlight wherever it had landed. A symphony of screaming and crying was coming from this thing. It stood over me as it pinned me to the ground with immense strength. I managed to shake my arm free. I then attempted to slash at its face with the knife, but it grabbed my wrist with such force that I felt it was going to snap my arm. It clenched its cold hands around mine and slowly guided the knife down towards my stomach. I tried punching it with my now free hand as it slowly lifted my shirt and began running the blade down my abdomen. I screamed out in pain as it pierced my skin. I felt warm blood slide down my sides. My free hand frantically grasped for anything to use to defend myself with, when I felt it go over a large piece of broken glass. Without hesitating, I grabbed it and stuck the thing in its eye. It let out a horrible cry and fell off me as I managed to sprint out of the house and into the boat. I could hear it crying that same mournful wail as I pushed the boat off and made it back to the cabin. I pulled in and tied the boat down before sprinting up to the house, but when I opened the door, I heard a horrible sound. The same crying was coming from somewhere inside my cabin. It sounded muffled at first, but grew in volume as I approached our bedroom. I made my way to the door, and as I opened it, the crying stopped. All I saw was Rachel slumbering peacefully the way I'd left her. I checked the closets, checked under the bed, checked every room in the house, but could find no sign of anything out of the ordinary. I dove under the covers and curled up tightly next to Rachel, my body trembling in terror. I decided right there we were leaving the following day. I couldn't be here anymore. I don't know if it was exhaustion or the result of high adrenaline wearing off, but I somehow found sleep after cowering under the covers for a while. I had a dream, though. It was me walking to the shore of the island. I could see our cabin in the distance, a small candle in the living room providing it enough light to be seen. However, I had no control over my movements. Whatever I was actually seeing through looked down at the water, dove in, and began swimming furiously toward the cabin. All the way I screamed for it to stop, but it only gained speed. It climbed onto the dock and sprinted at an unnatural speed, the earth seeming to shake underneath its feet. It opened the door of the cabin, slowing its pace, carefully making its way through the living room, then down the hall. It stopped and looked right at the bedroom door. It creaked open the door and walked inside. There I was, sleeping like a baby. I watched its disgusting, monstrous fingers slowly reach down towards me before violently grabbing me by the throat. I jolted awake and immediately shook Rachel up. "We have to go now." "What?" she replied in a groggy tone. "Just start packing. We're leaving right now." I rushed her into the car and hastily threw everything I could find before speeding down the unpaved road and away from the place. Rachel groggily asked me what was wrong, but I couldn't seem to answer. I felt as though I was in shock, and I couldn't get any words to come out. It was then that I remembered the video. I'd recorded it all. I pulled out my phone and handed it to Rachel. "Go through the videos. Watch the most recent one," I told her. "I don't understand what I'm looking at here," she said in an exhausted voice before handing me the phone after watching for a few minutes. "What? Please, babe, just watch it through," I pleaded with her.
She mumbled something but was already asleep again. I didn't really care that she wouldn't see it now. I was just happy to be getting away from that place and back home. I stopped at a rest stop a few hours into the trip. The sun had just finished rising. After making a trip to the bathroom and grabbing a few sodas from a vending machine, I decided to take a look at the video myself. Either Rachel was just half asleep, or the video didn't come out clear like I'd hoped. I pulled open the video, and my heart sank. There was no house in front of me, just dense brush and a huge pile of bricks and wood, the remains of a home. I scrolled through 2 hours of footage of me just standing there, staring straight ahead at nothing. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I scrolled through the video, and it was over 3 hours straight of me just standing there. I went to the end of the video before some movement finally caught my eye, because the end of the video consisted of me slowly pulling up my shirt, dragging a knife across my stomach, and grunting in pain, before I dropped the knife and sprinted back to the boat in a panic, making my way back to the cabin. For several hours of the drive, I just sat in silence, unable to comprehend what all had happened. Even when Rachel took over driving, I would not let myself fall asleep in fear of having another nightmare. I didn't want to tell her, and I hoped that she was too tired to even remember me showing it to her. After the long 17-hour drive was finally over, we started to unload our stuff from the car. Rachel was gathering up all of her things while I started to haul in the larger pieces of luggage into the home. I walked into the house and set down all the luggage I was carrying. I felt a sense of unease take over. The air was thick and heavy and the house was freezing cold. I reached for our doorknob to the bedroom and felt my heart sink. Just beyond the door, I could hear the faint sound of a woman sobbing.
It stood behind me, from Luke B. This happened some years ago, but it has stayed with me ever since. When I was around 15 years old, my family decided to take one of our regular trips to the Drakensberg mountain range of South Africa. We ourselves live around 2 hours away in the town of Durban. My grandparents had owned a plot of land in the area for an incredibly long time, before I or my parents were even born, and they told me that they have never experienced anything out of the ordinary in the area. Right next to the plot of land, there is a river that can and often does get extremely full, but it's mainly used for swimming and fishing. This plot of land is also located next door to a nature reserve, and that nature reserve starts about 20 meters from the bank on the other side of the river. The nature reserve isn't anything extreme, and doesn't hold a large majority of the big five: elephants, rhinos, leopards, lions, and buffalo. But there have been reports of leopards and hyena returning to the area, which makes sense due to the large population of baboons in the area. I love to spend time outdoors, so one day during our stay at my grandparents' plot of land, I deeply wanted to go hiking, so I began to ask all the members of my family if they wanted to accompany me. My brothers both said no. My parents said they were busy, so did my grandparents, and even my cousins were busy. So I made the fateful decision to go for a hike by myself. I didn't know that going for a lone hike would result in one of the most terrifying moments of my life, and that it would stay with me till this very day 7 years in the future. As I set out into the Drakensberg mountain range, I stopped to take in the majesty of the wilderness. Out here, the world is empty of people, cities, and roads. It's deathly quiet, except for the odd bird call and gurgling of the river. I began by following the river upstream to the foot of the closest mountain. This went off without much of a problem. I walked on, enjoying the peace and quiet.
As I got to the foot of the mountain, I looked up, and I could see small black spots rushing around on the mountainside. I could hear the distinct call of the chacma baboon. They were barking at me, which was to be expected as I was an intruder in their habitat, but I wasn't concerned. These baboons are not used to humans, so much so that they never come very close and were unlikely to try and hurt me. I continued walking around the base of the mountain, the baboons seeming to follow me. They were making sure I wasn't trying to sneak up on them, I guess. Not that I would do that. As I walked around the mountain, the baboons slowly started leaving me alone when they realized that I wasn't a threat. Soon it was peaceful again, and I continued walking. After about 30 minutes, I came across a small outcrop of rocks that I had never seen before. I've been walking this area since I was around 5, and I was very accustomed to it. The rocky outcrop made a sort of shallow cave, and you could see the back from the opening. I decided to go inside and look around. Inside, there was one of the most amazing things I'd ever seen. All along the walls were rock paintings, beautiful paintings depicting daily lives of hunter-gatherers in the area, long since integrated into society. I continued to walk around the cave until I came to the deepest part and looked upon the wall. On the wall was another cave painting, but this one was different. This one was strange. I could not make out what it was depicting, but it was definitely painted with something that wasn't normal. It looked like blood. I could feel a sort of energy or some sort of power emanating from the painting. I reached out and touched the wall, and I regret doing that. Because when I did, I felt something standing behind me. At first I thought, okay, maybe it's a baboon. Maybe one of them got curious and followed me in. But I can't stress enough, it was not a baboon. I turned around and the first thing I saw was a dark black mass. It was blocking the entrance to the outcrop of rocks. I looked up and I saw its head. This beast, this massive hulking thing, had a cow's skull for a head, but the teeth were that of carnivores, much like dog teeth. Its eyes were what looked like red lights glowing in its skull, and I could tell that this creature was old, extremely old. Considering the odd painting on the wall and what it appeared to be made of, I couldn't help but think I had summoned this thing here, that the cave painting was the key to why this creature was here. But I was still stuck in the back of this outcrop with nowhere to go. This creature looked directly at me, and its mouth began to open slowly. Out of its jaws slithered a long gray tongue. Black sludge poured from its mouth, and I swear it began to speak, but I could not make out what words it was saying. The sound this creature made was like wet gravel scraping against metal, but I knew it was talking to me. I was so shocked, so terrified, I could not move. My legs locked in place. My back pressed against the wall of the outcrop, it stepped forward, not making a sound now. Its arm reached out from the black mass that was its body, eyes glowing brighter. It reached for me, and before it touched me, I blacked out. I woke up a few hours later, outside the area where the outcrop was, but the outcrop was gone. Nowhere to be seen. I have no idea what I saw, and I have no idea what it said to me, but I feel that what I encountered was something like a skinwalker or windigo. But what I can tell you is that I still see the creature to this day. Whenever I have bouts of sleep paralysis, this is what I see, and I know now that I will never forget it, and I may always see it.
He follows. From Forrest S. I have to start by stating I love the outdoors and nature. If given the option of going for a day on the town or being out in the woods, I would choose the woods every time. I live in a small coastal town in California. The beach itself is less than 20 minutes away from the town, and everything is surrounded by wooded hills with a river that runs through. It's beautiful here, really. Lots of places to see and explore if you like the outdoors. I'm out there anytime I can, and it was one of those times when I noticed him. I was out one day hiking along the riverbed, wandering aimlessly really, when I noticed there was a smell. It was something I had never smelled before while hiking. It was sweet smelling, overbearingly sweet. It's difficult to explain beyond that, but it wasn't from anything that would normally be out in those woods. And I had to know what was making the smell, so I kept wandering and sniffing here and there to try to pinpoint what was making it. After a while, with no luck, I stumbled upon a clearing I'd never seen before, hidden away within the trees. The smell was very strong from this spot, but no matter how hard I searched, nothing in the spot seemed to be making that smell. I'd given in to the idea I would not figure out what was causing it, and I decided I was going to take a selfie while in the new spot so I could remember it later on before I left. As I began to head back, I pulled my cell phone out. I was adjusting the camera while walking, and that's when I saw it, or him, barely anyway. There seemed to be someone on the path about 30 feet behind me. I hadn't heard them approaching, and I watched in alarm as the figure I glimpsed noticed I stopped walking. In response, they ducked low to the ground, hiding in the tall grass. This set off many alarms for me. I was alone deep into the riverbed. Tons of trees and woods separated me from town and other people. I stood, shaking as I tried to zoom in on my phone camera to see what the person behind me was doing. It wouldn't give me a clear view of what they were doing though, which just made me more afraid. Suddenly, I felt angry for panicking. Panicking wasn't going to help in this situation. So I turned around, glaring at the spot this person was hiding. I wanted to make them think I wasn't afraid of them, and I hoped they would think that too. I stood there, unmoving, hoping they would get the point. They seemed to notice I knew they were there, and I watched as they slowly began to rise up and the panic returned full force. It became clear very quickly that whatever had been hiding in that grass was not a human stalker. It was tall even at this distance as it raised to its full height. This thing had a tall, dark gray body and antlers atop its head. It had no clothes on and seemed like it was almost showing off at this point, like it was saying it didn't care that I was looking at it. I felt too stunned to move, as the thing then took a few steps towards me on two legs. Run. My mind screamed, "Run now!" I wanted to listen, but it seemed like my legs just would not let me move. I stood watching as my heart pounded. It began to walk closer, taking its time to get to me. When it stopped, it then tilted its body sideways in a very exaggerated manner, like it was trying to see behind me. It stayed like that for a few moments before quickly snapping back up. With one last look at me, it quickly sidestepped into the trees and out of sight. It felt as if my heart had stopped. What had just happened? What was that thing and where did it go? Why did it tilt its body like that? Numerous questions ran through my mind. Was it going to come back? There was the sound of twigs snapping behind me.
I whirled around in a panic to see there was a group of hikers coming closer. They seemed just as surprised to see me as I was of them. I must have looked panicked, because one of the women there asked me if I was all right. I looked like I was about to cry. I didn't know what to say to her or any of them about the thing I just saw. I didn't know what it was or if it was dangerous, but I knew I didn't want to walk back out of the woods alone, or for them to walk that way, so I lied to them. I said I was being followed by a large animal, that I thought a mountain lion was stalking me. We do have mountain lions and bears here, lots of wildlife, really. The other hikers seemed alarmed as I pointed further ahead, stating it was not too far that way, and they shouldn't head that direction. They all agreed and asked me if I wanted to head back and walk with them to keep safe. I agreed, and we all made our way to the outskirts of town. I'm grateful for those other hikers showing up when they did. I'm not sure what it was or what it wanted, or how long it had been following me through those woods, but I know he's there now, and I know he or it is probably still watching people. Haven turned to hell. From Anonymous. I'm a 15-year-old female from the UK, and I've always been a bit of a nature fanatic. From a very young age, my parents have taken myself and my younger siblings to forest parks, National Trust estates, and the like. It was in one of these forest parks that I felt most at home. Until last year, that is. Almost every weekend, my family and I would go for walks and picnics in this forest. It is, in my opinion, the most beautiful place on earth. It was on one of these picnic weekends that I experienced the following horror. Sometime in mid-July of 2019, when the weather was cloudy but warm, it was the perfect time for a picnic and walk. We found our usual patch of grass over to the far left of a clearing, where we were able to keep an eye on the younger children who were busy climbing trees. After eating lunch and playing with my sisters and cousins, I decided to head up to the top of my hill. The location of the hill was about 15 or so meters to the back left of where the climbing trees were, and was a relatively steep hike to get to the top, but the end result was always worth it. The top of Rhododendron Hill was always full of life. From the breeze in the trees and singing birds, there was always pleasant noise. But not today. As soon as I reached the top of the hill, I stopped. It was completely silent. I couldn't hear a thing. No birds, no wind, nothing. My usually peaceful yet buzzing haven didn't feel the same. It gave off this foreboding vibe that weighed heavily on my chest. I began to feel unexplainably uncomfortable. I came to the conclusion that as it was a slightly busier day, the wildlife was simply keeping its distance, so I headed over to a low log and sat down. Suddenly, there was this awful stench in the air. It smelled like the time my mom had left uncooked chicken in our fridge when we were on holiday, leaving it to rot. The smell made me so nauseous that I had to turn to my right and empty my stomach. After bringing my lunch back up, I raised my head slightly and looked directly in front of me. What I saw scared the living daylights out of me. About 3 meters in front of me was this rhododendron tree that was about a meter off the ground. Beneath all the leaves and flowers were these 2 humongous, hairless gray paws. I stared at the paws for a few minutes and was beginning to calm down when a thought occurred to me. Wait, why are there only 2 paws? The second after I thought this, They moved. It was only a slight movement, but still enough to make me want to get my butt back down that hill. I had just stood up and had slowly began to back away when I heard the most bizarre thing.
Help me, Marcy.
That was my dad's voice, but at the same time, it wasn't. My dad wasn't here, he had to work. So who in the world was that?
Help me, Marcy.
It came again, this time dragging out my nickname. At this point, I had backed up against a tree, too shocked and confused to move. Now, whatever was behind that tree had moved again. This time I was able to see everything, although I really wish I hadn't. The paws I saw previously were the same, but the legs were all wrong in relation to the size of the paws. They were too thin and skinny, and it looked like it had bought the wrong size skin as it hung off in places. The torso was almost human, but was grayish in color, and once again too skinny. So much so that its ribs were on full display. The creature's arms looked murderous though, with long clawed hands at the end of arms that appeared to reach past its knees. Its head, however, made my blood run cold. It had the head of a wolf, or something that resembled one anyway. Its snout was rolled back into a chilling grin, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It was the eyes that terrified me the most, however, as they appeared almost human in shape. They were hazelnut brown and stared right into my soul. I felt myself begin to feel less afraid, and more as though I should walk towards it. I can't recall what I did after that, but the next thing I knew, I was sprinting down the hill at full speed as I heard the most bone-chilling screech. It was like a woman's cry, but crossed with a wolf howling and other animal screams. It almost sounded slightly static. Once I made it to the bottom of the hill, my uncle had come running up to me. "Was that you screaming?" he asked me. I couldn't get anything out, so I just shook my head. After that, I blacked out. I woke up 2 days later in my own bed, with my parents and uncle crowding me. From what I could gather, for they were all speaking at once, I had blacked out after reaching the bottom of the hill. They had heard the scream too and thought that I was hurt. Then my mom ranted about how scared she was when she saw me unconscious, and how she thought that I was never going to wake up. You know, the usual worried parent stuff. Then my uncle asked if he could speak to me alone for a minute. He went on to tell me that once I passed out, he noticed a figure at the top of the hill from where I ran. He mentioned that he knew exactly what it was. He didn't tell me its name, as he said that's what draws it to you, but he simply said it was he who walks on all fours, or something like that. That day wasn't brought up again between us. The reason I'm posting this now is that I found out last week that my uncle was killed by a bear on a hunting trip over in the US, where he's originally from. In his will, he left me some old photo albums, a sum of money, but weirdly enough, he left me a load of his old notebooks. It took me a couple of days to bring myself to read them, but when I did, I was astonished. He had books filled with his notes on skinwalkers and windigo and other folklore stuff. He had also left me a letter, which read, "Hey, nutcase, listen, I know you must be confused at all this stuff, but since you're 16 now, I think it's time I told you the full story of what that thing you saw that day at the forest park was. I've done a lot of traveling through America over the years, and that thing you saw was there for me. It had been stalking me from 2013. Don't know how to get rid of it, but I will. However, it's seen you now, and I don't mean to frighten you, but it could be after you now, too. If this letter gets to you before your 16th birthday, then it must mean I'm dead. If that's the case, then I'm so sorry, Amara. Just know that I love you very much, and I hope that my notes help you, even if only a little. Lots of love and hugs from Uncle Graham. Although the note was short and crinkled, it still broke my heart to read. He must have been planning to tell me himself, but had to make sure I knew what the books were about, in case he never got the chance. So far, I haven't seen that thing again, but if I do, well, at least I know more than I did the first time. Let my story be another example to you of why you should always be cautious in the woods and never go places alone or without protection of some sort. Maybe some of you would want to stay out of them in general, as I do now. This world is full of mysteries that we don't understand. One thing that I constantly question, however, is was it really a bear that killed my uncle? Or was it something else? Something far more sinister. Creepy Woods Creature from Angela W. I'm going to share my experience from what I can recall. It was 2002 and I was walking with some friends through the woods. Suddenly, my friend Sam screamed. We all ran over to her, and I noticed she fell over a tombstone and got a good scrape on her knee. I was amazed that we somehow stumbled into an unmarked cemetery. After all, I've lived in this town outside Houston for almost 7 years, and I've heard nothing about a random cemetery in the middle of the woods. Sam finally got up from the ground, whipping the dirt off herself. My friend Jess then yelled, "Hey, get over here. Look at what this tombstone says." "Witch heretic beware," I read aloud. Huh. No name. And beware of what? We walked around the cemetery. Some tombstones were marked with just stones, and much of the text had been eroded and rubbed off from age. The ones we could read were creepy. It seemed that all the graves were from supposed witches, devils, Jezebels, and monsters. Just creepy. I never came across any kind of cemetery like this before. We walked around the stones when my friend Lacey said, "Hey, do you hear that?" We all went silent, even held our breaths. Then we heard a whisper. "Run." Sam spoke up. "Did someone just say run?" We all huddled together, scared. I could feel Lacey squeezing my hand so hard it was going numb. Sam continued, "Do y'all see a shadow on your right? A tall one?" We looked over, and I did in fact see a tall, dark figure in the trees. Either it was actually 8 feet tall, or my eyes were playing tricks on me. No, it was tall, and it was getting closer. Lacey spoke. "What is that smell? Smells rotten. Ripe. Like, I don't know, it's burning my eyes." The whisper came again. It was louder this time. "Run." We were not going to be told a third time. We ran so fast until we realized that we were lost. "Please don't stop. Something's right behind us," Lacey said. I turned towards her. All I could say was, "What in the..." When I saw it, something inhumanly tall, with whitish grayish skin, and that ungodly smell had been coming from it. Better yet, it had no eyes, just dark holes. The same could be said for its lips, which were just a thin line. I screamed loud enough to tear up my throat, and we all began to run. We heard a voice, distorted, almost human, behind us.
Hello. Stop.
We soon made it to a road, and to our luck, there was a family in a truck changing a tire. They were kind enough to allow us to ride in the bed of the truck. As we did, we were all trying to calm ourselves and catch our breaths. We never talked about that night again, and we all eventually drifted apart. As for that entity we'd seen, I realized it must have been 7 or 8 feet tall or so. It had grayish pale skin, with an odor that smelled like a herd of rotten deer. Its skin was sagging, as if its skin didn't fit, and it had round eyeless sockets. When it yelled at us saying hello, stop, it seemed its voice was trying to mimic a person, but I can't be sure. All I can say for sure is to beware of any random cemeteries in the dark around Houston. Wild Man in Tennessee. From Anonymous. My father has always hunted, ever since I can remember. He never had less than 2 or 3 hounds at a time. These days, I guess you could say he's retired from the sport. His legs won't let him travel the woods the way he used to. Now he owns a few small feists and hunts the occasional squirrel. In his youth, however, there's not much ground in the mountains of Tennessee that he hasn't covered. Now, everyone says that if you're in the woods long enough, there comes a day that you will finally see something. For Tennessee, there have been stories and rumors of mountain lions and pumas that live high in these mountains. Anyone who has hunted much of their lives here will tell you that there are things in these woods that only a few men have seen. My father, however, believes that one night he and 2 other men he was hunting with ran into a wild man. This figure has been called such. We've all heard of Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Ape Man. My father is unsure what the true term should be for what they found. He and a cousin and uncle went on a late hunt one night. They gathered their dogs, loaded the trucks, and set out into the woods. He recalls that they had been hunting for a little over an hour when the dogs appeared to be barking up on a ridge. When you coon hunt, you turn your dogs loose and follow close by until they give you a good loud call, letting you know they have a tree. When my dad heard the dogs, he told his cousin he was going to walk around the ridge and see if they were coming from that direction. His cousin decided to walk straight up the ridge to see if the dogs might be at the top. About 30 minutes later, they all met back up, and my dad says he remembers the look on his cousin's face. His cousin was pale white and looked as if he had been scared by something. When they got him to calm down, he told them what he had encountered at the top of the ridge. He said he had made it to the top and spotted one of the dogs. It seemed to be whining, and then it took off in another direction, tail tucked. He said he had wondered what was making the dog so nervous when he heard a crunch about 20 feet in front of him. When he looked up, he could only stare. Nothing was making a sound. The woods had gone dead silent. Standing only 20 feet away was a sight he could not even believe. He said it stood taller than a 6-foot man. The hair on the thing was 1 inch long and black as coal. The eyes looked almost human and were what he described as wild eyes. The thing had an angry look to its face that would make anyone want to run. It was standing next to a tree on its hind legs like a man. Its arms hung to its sides, and its fingertips were nearly to its knees. When he saw its hands, he found long red nails that came out from the fingers. As for the smell, he described it as skunk-like. It almost took his breath away. What scared him the most was the growl that came from this thing. He said it was almost like a man's yell combined with a roar. That broke him out of his shock, and he began wondering if this thing was going to charge him. He had no gun with him at the time. He was the only one out of the three who was not armed, and he knew he was alone unless he could reach the bottom of the ridge. He saw a log lying on the ground and decided against running, afraid that showing fear towards it would only make this thing turn on him. He picked up the log and began beating a nearby tree, screaming at the thing as loud as he could, praying for a miracle. All at once, the thing turned and ran away back into the trees. When asked later if he believed he scared it, he would deny this, saying he doubted something that big was afraid of him, but rather it didn't really care to approach him, or maybe it didn't see a need to. He would claim that anything that big probably didn't see many creatures as a threat. After the beast had turned, he told them he had ran as fast as he possibly could back down the ridge, in case it changed its mind and decided to come back. By this time, they had located the dogs, but none of their dogs seemed thrilled any longer to be in those woods. They simply stayed tucked under the men's feet, whining with their tails between their legs. They decided to take the dogs back to the truck. After loading up the dogs, my dad suggested they go back in and see if they found anything else. The cousin was resilient to enter the woods again, but was soon convinced, as now they were together and had guns. They began walking back to the area where the cousin had encountered the thing. After walking for a while, a stench filled the air. My dad would describe it as a soiled, yeast-like smell. Said it was like the worst body odor or skunk smell you would ever experience. They continued walking until they thought they were surrounded by this smell. That's when they noticed the ground. There were leaves and grass mounded and piled around on the ground. He said it looked like some sort of nesting or bed. The smell even seemed to linger on the mound, and they imagined maybe the thing slept here. That's when they found hair matted into some of the leaves. They picked up some of that hair, and just like the cousin's story, that hair was black too. My dad said you could smell the stench on the hair. It was then they heard a growl. It echoed and seemed to be pretty far from them. Even so, they all decided now was the time to go. They all turned and ran back to the trucks. They were finally making their way to the road and didn't say anything as they all climbed back into the trucks, speeding away. My dad says he never saw the thing his cousin described. In some ways, he wanted to know what it was his cousin had seen. He asked this cousin what he believed it had been. Man or beast, it was obvious the cousin had been terrified. From the description they were given, my dad and his uncle wonder if rather than some Bigfoot or Sasquatch legend, there was another explanation. Could it have been a wild man? My dad says the cousin described it as being tall, but just over 6 feet, and it was built and stood a lot like a man, and the eyes were described as human. There was no glowing or imaginary horns like some of the things we've heard about when told of Bigfoot. This seemed raw and wild, but also very human-like too. Either way, there's one lingering question that is always asked. I asked the question to my dad as well. Why is it that we don't ever get good pictures? Why is it out of 3 men, no one that night decided to take some of the hair? Why is it that we only have these stories? Their answer? Fear stopped them. Whatever it was, this thing could hurt a man. My dad does have his regrets about simply leaving, but worries what could have happened had they stayed. This never stopped my dad from enjoying a good hunting trip. For years he would continue to hunt the mountains of Tennessee, and he has never seen this creature himself. But if what his cousin described that night was true, we may in fact have our own Sasquatch or wild man, or whatever it might be, right here in our cozy mountains of Tennessee. Camping Trip from Catherine C.C. A few months ago, my best friend invited me to go on a camping trip with her family. I obviously said yes, knowing that her brother would be there. I had and still have a huge crush on him. I packed up my stuff and said goodbye to my family. Then they picked me up. The trip was only for the weekend, but a lot can happen in 2 days. We went to a campsite that was an hour away from our town. The sun was setting by the time we got there. Now, this campsite was very popular and had a bunch of people in different parts of the woods, all of whom seemed very friendly and private. We got our tents set up, and I luckily shared a tent with my friend and her brother. This was around September, so it was freezing at night. There was a bathroom, but we would have to walk to it, which would take about 15 minutes there and back. I very stupidly did not come prepared for the cold at all. All I had was a pair of sort of fuzzy pants and a short-sleeved shirt as my PJs. I know, very dumb. Anyway, every time I had to go to the bathroom or my friend had to go, we would have to go together. One night I woke up around 1 a.m. I really had to use the bathroom. It was around 24 degrees, which was really bad for me. I really didn't want to walk to the bathroom for 15 minutes in that kind of cold. I considered doing my business outside the tent, but I was scared that someone would wake up and see me doing it. I pretty much had no choice, so I decided to walk to the bathroom. I looked at my friend. She looked so comfy and warm, so I decided to go alone. Another very, very stupid decision for me. I wrapped my friend's super fuzzy blanket around me, put my shoes on, and walked out of the tent. The second I went outside, I felt like an icicle. My face felt numb. I shook it off and started walking. It was so dark I could barely see anything, and I started to feel scared. I was about 8 minutes into walking, so I couldn't just turn back now. I walked for a little bit more until I heard a twig snap on the very left of me. I shot my head over and held up my lantern to see if it was just a person. But there was no one there. I brushed it off and thought maybe it was an animal. I kept walking until suddenly I heard leaves crunching behind me. I stopped and I turned around, and the crunching stopped too. Shakily, I held up my lantern again to see if I was being followed. There was no one in sight. I tried walking again, but I heard leaves crunching once more. My heart was racing, and I started to run as fast as I could. I could hear something running behind me, after me. Luckily for me, I was fast enough, as I could soon see the lights of the bathroom. I've never been so happy to see a bathroom in my life. I ran inside, shutting the door behind me and locking it. I was breathing so hard, I was terrified. I walked over to the mirror to look at my face. My cheeks were so red. I looked down, and through the mirror, I could see a person's foot in one of the stalls. I froze. I stared at the bare foot, covered in cuts and bruises and dirt. It was so pale and skinny, almost inhumanly so. There was so much dirt under the toenails, it just looked gross. At that moment, I didn't know what to do. Slowly, I tried to approach the door, to leave, when I heard a woman's voice speak.
What are you doing in the woods at this time, my dear?
I couldn't breathe or speak. I think I was in shock or something, because I literally couldn't do anything. The woman then said,
Let us play a game, shall we?
I looked to the stall to see the horrid, ugly foot take a step forward.
Let's play. What do you rather, my child?
The stall clicked open. My throat closed. I quite literally couldn't breathe.
Would you rather die in the woods or die right here?
My body suddenly activated. I opened the door and ran so fast. I was racing through the trees. I lost my shoes and my feet were getting shredded by the branches and the thorns, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get back to the tent. I'm not sure if my mind was playing tricks on me, but I heard that woman laughing very subtly. I finally saw my tent, and I opened the zipper and pounced inside. My heart felt as if it was going to explode. My friend and her brother stayed fast asleep, but I could not sleep that night, nor the night after. That was the scariest night of my life, and that definitely wasn't human. My cat and I almost died. From Gator Puppet. After dropping out of college and moving out, I got my hands on a phone. This was around the time when texting and cameras were improving by the year, so it was very exciting to me. I live out in the country, and the nearest neighbor is about a mile away, and the road ends to a forest about 500 yards from my house, so the house was very secluded. I have a cat named Callie. Callie is a hunter and is more active at night. She mostly stays on my porch because frogs like to jump out in the light, allowing my cat to, well, you get the idea. On my porch is a metal table surrounded by some wooden chairs and a swing. After all, it wouldn't really be the country without a porch swing. One night I was staying up texting my friend about available jobs around the area when I heard the table begin to vibrate. I look out the window next to me to see my cat on the table. I thought it was funny, then leaned over and took a picture. I sent it to my friend, wondering if he would find it humorous.
Dude, did you get another cat? I totally see some eyes under that swing.
You ever feel what it's like going down a roller coaster? The feeling of your insides in free fall. That's how I felt, alongside shivers along my neck, and the blood withdrawn from the surface of my skin, leaving me cold. I took a look at the photo, and sure enough, I saw 2 white dots right under my swing. My cat then began to hiss and go haywire. I didn't want to look outside in fear of what I'd see, but Callie was out there, with whatever that thing might be. I peeped out the blinds to see not white, but dark yellow eyes fixating on my cat, who then began to run off the other direction. I jump and knocked over a comb on the end of the couch I was laying on. As if it knew I was looking, those eyes darted right at me. I couldn't budge. If I moved, then it might think I'm dangerous, my instincts told me, but my body wanted to run and find my cat to protect her. Within these few seconds of our eyes focused on each other, waiting for the next move, it went first. The eyes went from 2 feet in height, all the way up to 8. The shivers grew more as my torso started to shake, and then a low hum was heard by both of us. A car. I then saw a beam of light hit the top of the trees of the forest and work its way down until it was illuminated. Black, messy fur and a dark gray chest, legs bent back and long arms that reached its kneecaps, if you can call them that. But the creepiest part was its head. It had the head of a wolf or dog, but its eyes and eyelashes looked more like they belonged on a human. Its ears ended with fur, and much of its teeth were more human-like too. I saw those teeth when it began to snarl. It growled low and loud enough for me to feel it. As soon as I saw this, it bolted away. It got on all fours and ran the entire 500 yards in what seemed to be less than 10 seconds. Turns out some hunters came late at night to repair some hunting stand they owned. But I think they saw it too, and quickly stepped on the brakes. They pulled into my gravel driveway and asked if I had some coyotes living in the area. I was still in shock of what happened, and my jaw was shaking. I couldn't speak. He then just came right out and said it.
That, wasn't no coyote, was it?
He then told me how his father saw something darting around in his backyard, and then he caught a glimpse of it. He then described the exact same thing I saw. That's what I saw, I replied in a shaky voice. He then went on back to his truck and drove on out of here. I went back inside with the phone blown up with messages of my friend asking if I was there. Callie retired at my door, demanding to be let in. I immediately got her inside. I knew right then what I saw looked like a werewolf. At the time, I was debating whether or not the supernatural was real, but I can now guarantee that it is. I'm just glad my cat is safe, and that hunter decided to head back home, and I get to live another day. She followed me. From T.J. Sowers. This story happened in Burns, Oregon. One year I was elk hunting with my dad and family. I wasn't really hunting myself, I was just tagging along. At the time, I was only about 8 or 9 years old. I had a crossbow that just shot small, sharp darts. We drove along a road until we found a spot to get out and walk. I stayed in the back of the truck, sitting there and eating some snacks. Eventually, I got bored and decided to go out and walk too. I grabbed my crossbow and hopped out. I walked for what felt like 20 seconds. Eventually, I got to this open cliff area. There was such an eerie feeling there. Just then, I heard something in the bushes, like something about to come after me. But, of all things, my aunt walked out from behind a tree. She said to me in such a weird way,
"Don't wander off by yourself."
The weird thing was, she had walked off with my family to go hunting in the opposite direction a long time ago at that point, and she hadn't made a sound until she exited those bushes. I lost sight of her on the walk back. I waited at the truck for my family to get back, and when they did, my aunt was with them. It was the strangest thing. I wonder what happened that day. Was it really my aunt that found me in the woods and disappeared, only to come back later with the rest of the family, never speaking a word of it? Or was it something else? I don't know what it was. From Jesse Jinx 13. These events took place over the course of about a month in the summer of 2017, in a trailer park in Parsonsburg, Maryland. I'd been down on my luck and recently found myself homeless, while my aunt was trying to convince her fiancé at the time to let me stay with them. Luckily, one of their neighbors was nice enough to let me stay with her. She was a very nice older woman, and only asked that I help with chores while staying there. One night, I think the third night I was staying there, the woman came out of her room to ask if I was knocking on the wall. She said she had been hearing knocks in a pattern of 3 at a time. I hadn't heard anything, and I told her as much. About 30 minutes later, from around the open kitchen in the window, I heard what sounded like heavy footsteps outside. They sounded oddly loud for being on dirt, but I decided to put it out of my mind. About an hour later, from outside the window behind the couch I was sitting at, I heard what sounded like the noise the aliens from Signs made. My family had me watch that movie when I was about 6, and ever since it's always creeped me out. So, feeling creeped out, I decided to move to the other couch across the room. The noises continued until I eventually fell asleep a few hours later. When I woke up around 7 in the morning, the noises were still going on. Nothing else happened for the few days I stayed with my aunt's neighbor. When my aunt's fiancé at the time was finally okay with me staying with them, I moved on over. It was a few weeks later when the next occurrence of something weird happened in that trailer park. My aunt had a black lab and would let him out right before she goes to bed and put him on a runner. She'd wait out there while he did his business. I would occasionally hang out with her while she waited for the dog, because I really only like the outdoors at night in the summertime. One night while we were waiting, I noticed the dog was standing as still as a statue. He was just staring at the tree line of the woods that surrounded the trailer park on 3 sides. I decided to look where he was staring, as this was unusual for him. What I saw was jarring to me. I do believe in most legends, as there's definitely things we as humans cannot explain out there. I just never expected to encounter something like this myself. What I saw was a tall, lanky, emaciated, bald, and pale figure leaning out from behind a tree. The nearby streetlight cast a hue on it, making it look almost gray in coloration. And using the trailer near the tree line as a judge of height, the top of its head was even with the top of the trailer. Its eyes just looked like dark voids, and I couldn't make out a nose on it. Its mouth was closed with a neutral-looking expression. As it stared at us, with the dog and I staring back, I began to feel an intense anger growing inside me, but something made me think it was causing it, as if it wanted me to charge at it. I told my aunt we needed to get inside, and I told her we needed to keep a hold of the dog's collar when we let him off the leash, so he won't go charging after the thing. We managed to get inside with no problem, and shortly after, my aunt went to bed. Unusually, that night the dog decided to sleep on the floor in front of the couch I was sleeping at, instead of my aunt and her then fiancé's room. Then, as I was about to fall asleep, I began to hear something messing with the doorknob on the front door. It sounded like someone was trying to open it, but it was either unfamiliar with how doorknobs work,
or it couldn't actually grip the doorknob. After about a minute of trying, it stopped. The next day, my aunt was outside playing with one of her kids, while the baby was asleep and her oldest was doing homework, when she suddenly came back inside with a very uncomfortable look on her face. She told me while she was out there, a small rock went flying past her face, after which she heard a growling sound that seemed to originate from right next to her ear. Her kid apparently heard it too, so she ushered him inside quickly. After this, I decided to order some sage and sweetgrass to attempt to cleanse the house to see if it might help. After it arrived, I was researching cleansing rituals because I wanted to get it right the first time. But before I could actually perform the cleansing, the sage and sweetgrass both vanished from where I'd been keeping them. I would have seen someone messing with them. They were right next to the rest of my things under the corner table, between the two couches in the living room. After a couple of weeks of nothing else weird happening, I wound up moving somewhere else, and I have no idea if anything else happened, as my aunt and her now ex wound up separating soon after. I don't know if any of the experiences were linked in any way, but I suspect they were. If anyone knows what this was, I'd appreciate the info. Survivalist Running Scared, from RoboGirl99. My brother during high school was obsessed with becoming a survivalist. He never missed an episode of Man vs. Wild. He had this big plan to go to the Boulder Outdoor Survival School after graduation, located in southern Utah. They offered a 28-day course on the wilderness survival experience. He turned 19 right after graduation, and as a gift for his birthday and graduation combined, our parents decided to pay for his tuition. He came home 20 pounds lighter and full of confidence. He said his experience had opened his eyes to a new world. Afterwards, he would plan regular survivalist trips on his own or with a friend when he had free time from school, as he had started college that fall. It was on one of these trips that he found that there were more things out there to survive than simply the elements and nature. My brother's name is Micah, and this is his story, from his point of view. I had asked my friend Zane to go on a 3-day excursion, hiking up in Olympic National Park in Washington. It was mid-November and already going to be cold. We were on our fall break from school and were looking for some excitement. I took every chance I had to show off my survival skills to friends. I'd been on several weekend trips since school started. I tried to find a new destination every time, just to heighten the adventure. We left on a Friday afternoon just after our last class before break began. I would rather have started early. We were too excited to wait. It was a 2-hour drive to the park, and by the time we got there it was around 2 p.m. We unloaded our packs and headed out. The weather was misty and cold, but we were dressed for the occasion. We walked until maybe an hour before sunset, not getting but a couple of hours into the trip. We found a place under a giant spruce tree where we could quickly build a makeshift shelter. Now in this particular area, there was no camping allowed, so we had to get a little ways off of the trail to stay out of trouble. I had packed my basic survival backpack with everything we would need for a few days. Since Zane was a newbie, I went ahead and brought a few snacks and extra other things to ease his way into his first experience. After we finished with the shelter, I pulled out my flint fire starter and set to making a fire, which I should have done first because it was getting really dark. Luckily, I was getting pretty good at it, and I had it done pretty quick. We settled in and got warm around the fire, eating some snacks. We had got there too late to scavenge or hunt for food, but we'd have plenty of time for that the next day.
so we decided to call it a night. We would just get an early start in the morning. Shortly after curling up in our sleeping bags, and just as we drifted off to sleep, we heard banging coming from a little deeper inside the forest. It startled us both, so we sat straight up. It sounded like someone banging tree limbs together or up against a tree. After listening for a bit, we decided it was probably a couple of elk bucks going at it over a female. I'd never actually heard that before, so it was just a guess. I'd never been scared to be out in the wilderness, so I never imagined anything unnatural. The weird thing was that it went on for hours, and surely that couldn't be normal. This didn't occur to me until the next day. So, completely at ease, we both bundled back up and went to sleep. I'm not sure what time it was when we heard a noise so loud that we both came right out of our sleeping bags. The noise sounded like a bear, but more of a howl. I knew that black bears were common here, but I'm pretty sure that's not what they sound like. We could tell at this point sunrise was maybe an hour away, so we waited a bit until light began slowly breaking through the trees and began to pack up. We made our way back to the main trail. Then we were on our way. We didn't hear anything strange all day. We made it to what I believe was the Grey Wolf River. It was such a nice spot, and once again it was off the main trail a ways, so we decided to call it a day. We set to work making a new shelter, but wanted to wait on the fire until later, to not draw attention to our campsite. Fishing was next on the agenda, but we didn't even have time to get our gear ready because things got pretty wild right about then. I was squatting down getting some things out of my pack when something went flying over my head and splashed right into the water. I stood right up and looked at Zane. He was looking at me with a puzzled expression on his face. A few seconds later, another object flies past his head, only barely missing him. It looked like a rock, but who would be throwing rocks at us? Suddenly, we hear that same roar-like howl from the night before, but it was so much closer. I yelled in the direction of the sound, telling whoever it was they better knock it off. I lied and told them I had a gun and wasn't afraid to use it. That was followed by the sound of someone or something very large running through the woods around us, stopping just at the other end of our campsite. Now, I don't scare easily, but just as the running stopped, we caught wind of this stink that smelled like a skunk spray mixed with crap. It was totally quiet for a moment, and then the roar came again, closer than last time. We scanned the forest and our gaze froze on a figure too large to be a man. They were standing upright on two legs. It was either really muscular or covered in hair, or both. It was a little foggy, and that made it hard to see details. Our first instinct was to try and scare it away, whatever it was. So we started grabbing rocks or whatever we could find, throwing them in its direction, while yelling at the top of our lungs. I breathed a sigh of relief as it backed slowly into the forest, but strangely, it didn't seem to be startled by our threats. I'm not scared of things I understand, but this was different. I suddenly decided that it might be time to grab our things and get the heck out of there. We were packed up in what felt like seconds. We headed straight to the main trail, back the way we had came. It only took us 5 hours to get back out of the park, but for the first 4 hours, we could hear that thing following us, banging trees, making its threatening sounds. I refuse to give up on my love for the outdoors, and I'm still planning several survivalist adventures, but I will make sure I'm armed before I go back. If you're ever out there hiking the trails, you should probably make sure to stay on the trail and not venture off.
After all, it may not be safe out there. My fortress of safety saved my life. From Captain Fallout 28, from the Truth Is Here subreddit. I like to think of myself as a professional survivalist, because I've been researching and collecting things for a major crisis since I was a kid. I remember my 13th birthday, I asked my parents for an emergency survival bag. I got it too. It was a brown canvas backpack that came loaded with everything to last 3 days for 4 people. It also had a first aid kit, a fire starting source, and multiple light sources. Later on, I started adding tools to my collection, and then a rainwater collection system. That was the beginning of a kind of lifestyle for me. I'm not paranoid exactly. It's more like a hobby that makes me feel secure. I have friends and family members who laugh at me and make jokes at my expense, but I know they'll come looking when the apocalypse happens, but most of them will not find me. I'm 28 now, and a few years ago I bought some land. I'd been looking for a while and finally found 12 acres with an old abandoned house that had a basement. I've spent most weekends since the purchase turning the basement into a fallout shelter. Take note that I do not give my name or location. Luckily, my wife is a fellow prepper too. We're kinda like Bert and Heather Gunner from the movie Tremors, but a lot less uptight. That is one of my favorites, by the way. I could go on and on about the fortress of protection we've built together, but that isn't what this is about. So, back to the story. A few weeks ago, I began installing a ventilation system, one that keeps the air clean and breathable by cleaning the air that comes in from outside. I was really preoccupied with my work, so I didn't notice that I'd left the main entry door open, which I try not to do, so no one can hear me working or wander up on me and discover our location. I was drawn from my work by the sound of my wife's voice calling for me, which is when I realized I'd left the door open. I didn't even bother to check the security cameras, which was one of the first installs, because I recognized my wife's voice. I made my way to her, wondering what she was even doing here, as she was supposed to be working late tonight. I made my way upstairs, and while climbing, I heard her voice again. I walked through the shell of the old house out onto the front porch. I looked around, but I didn't see her or her Jeep. I thought maybe I'd been hearing things, but just in case, I yelled her name a few times. When she didn't yell back, I decided just to be safe, I would walk a lap around the perimeter of the house. Just as I made my way back around to the front of the house, I caught a glimmer of something in the moonlight next to where the tree line ended by the field in front of the house. I was instantly on guard, worried that someone may have just discovered our secret fortress. I reached for my hip where I usually carry my pistol, and suddenly remembered that in my hurry to get started, I'd forgotten it. I guess I would just have to talk my way through this one. I look back at whoever was out there and I yell, "Hello," asking who's there. It was just silence, until I realized it wasn't a someone, but a something, when it snorted and a small cloud of steam rose up into the moonlight. A second later, it took a step forward, and the moonlight caught its eyes the way headlights catch a deer or cats. Its eyes were a glowing yellow, and what I thought might have been branches from a tree turned out to be horns, not antlers, but more like what you would see on the head of a steer. I was starting to take note of several other things. It was unusually tall. From that distance, I'm not sure, but maybe 2 feet taller than myself, and I stand 6 foot even. Last I took note that what I had assumed was a coat was the hair covering this thing's body. I would have gotten more detail, but this thing took another step and dropped down on all fours and headed straight for me. I ran like I have never run before, back into the house and to the shelter entrance, almost falling down the stairs while trying to lock the door behind me. I barely had the door secured when something amazingly strong and heavy began banging on it. I was scared for a minute that it would cave the door in. I shouldn't have doubted that though, because I put that door there and I made it to withstand just about anything. After what seemed like an eternity, but was only maybe a minute, this thing finally stopped, and it got quiet. I remembered my security cameras then, and I decided to go look and see if it would catch anything. Would you believe that I actually watched this thing walk right on out the front door, but the camera doesn't have a recorder, so I know what I'm installing next. I'm not sure what it was, but I am sure that it wasn't my imagination. And I'm also sure that it left huge scrapes and a few dents on the shelter door. One other thing that I'm sure of is that I have no doubts that my fortress of safety saved my life once, and may very well save it again. So, you want to be a YouTuber? From Country 1989. I bring you this story of an event that changed mine and my friend's view of the woods. It happened years ago. We were interested in survivalist nature. You know, man versus nature. See how to survive in unseen situations. Here's a quick rundown of the gang. Mike is a VA therapist, and Tessa, his dog, is the cure to his magical treatment upon numerous returning war vets, which is how we both met. I'm a double-tour Afghan Marine vet myself. As for Butch, he's a unique character. He's 5'2", Italian, and highlights everyone's day with how he used to be a powerlifter, but he never made it out of his mother's basement. On to the story. We all planned a location and gathered our gear. We had originally planned going up north in Michigan. I mean way up north. But funny enough, Butch's mom needed him back in a few days to help her set up bingo. So we decided the west side of Cadillac, Michigan would do. We replanned our route and made our way. Once we arrived, we knew it was pretty late. We were going to need to hike in before it turned full blackout, so we bagged up our gear and hit the trail. I noticed along the way Mike kept having to nudge Tessa to quit getting so close to him. She was kind of acting like she was scared of something. I shrugged it off, mostly because Tessa was a retired war dog. Allegedly, she came from the 101st Airborne, and from what I was told, had 2 confirmed takedowns. But I'm not sure how much of that is true. So we figured maybe she was in a clingy mood. We reached a good location to bed down for the night. We set up camp and began foraging for wood and other supplies. Butch was the mule and carried a majority of the gear, so I stayed and helped him. Mike and Tessa went on looking for dead wood. Butch and I set up and talked a bit about what we wanted to shoot the next day. Butch jokingly said, "Dig me a foxhole and I'll sleep in it." I laughed, like he had ever slept in one in the first place, I thought. It was starting to get dark out when Mike got back with the firewood. He looked annoyed and extremely agitated. We asked him what took so long. He said with a huff, "It was Tessa." Halfway out, she would nudge him every time he bent over to get a piece of wood, or she would randomly start growling at the brush or trees. Butch asked if there was anything weird out there, but Mike answered with a no. There was absolutely nothing he could see that was out of the ordinary. I looked over at Tessa. She was sitting next to Mike, constantly looking back at the dark woods.
sometimes moving her head only to look at Mike. Once again, I didn't pay much more mind to her. We had dinner cooking in the pot, and were just gabbing about ideas and dirty jokes and whatnot. We finished dinner shortly after, so we began to wind down for the night. Once again, I looked over at Tessa. I noticed she was looking in the same spot as before, not to mention she didn't even touch her food yet. Weird, I thought. Suddenly, she got up and was looking at something I couldn't see. For me, it was just too dark, but she was following something with her head. Unexpectedly, a tree came falling down and landed perfectly in place on the fire we had built. We all sprung up to our feet, in confusion and panic for a moment about what happened. Luckily, Mike and I both have rifles, and Butch has, well, pepper spray. Butch isn't a big gun fan. We watched in that direction of the woods, expecting something to come forward, but it didn't. We then heard a loud and deep yelp from the east, and one more from the north of us. Then, in an instant, something grabbed hold of the tent and dragged it away into the woods. All we saw was a massive blur in the dying firelight. Then the other tent was ripped and dragged off too, and yet somehow we still hadn't seen who or what was doing this. While this is going on, the yelps and yelling are continuing in the woods around us, until it all stops. Off in the distance, we saw 3 tall figures break the tree line. They casually came closer to us, but never drew close enough to the fire, as if they were scared of it, or they didn't want to be seen. Then again, there wasn't much fire left burning at this point. Whoever they were tall, massively muscular, and each one had a different color in its eyes. One was blue, another red, and the last had a glow of orange. Then, they all roared at us at once. We were so horrified, we ran back to the truck. We made it back in one piece and got in. Mike fired it up and flipped on the headlights. I kid you not, we saw 3 of the things 5 feet from the front of the truck. One of them covered its eyes with its arms to shield them from the light. The others yelped and roared. These definitely weren't people. They were creatures covered in reddish-brown fur, each one nearing 8 feet tall. Mike floored it in reverse, and we made it out of there, silent and shocked all the way back. In the end, our survivalist YouTube career futures retired immediately. At least for a while, I did not want to go back out there. The Hansen Road Survival, from Silver Bullet 54. The outdoors is a place to test man against nature. You have troopers who call themselves survivalists. They'll boast that they've seen everything. However, I highly doubt they'll admit to seeing something they can't explain. A creepy roadside encounter makes this fact all the more chilling. In 2016, my best friend Grant had a cousin visiting from out of state. His cousin, Bradley, was a so-called survival expert. He always regaled Grant with stories about his fallout shelter, underground bunker, and safe house in the case of the collapse of civilization. He also tried to impress me by retelling a story that I believe is fabricated, as it involves escaping a pack of wolves in Colorado. One day I heard him and figured he was retelling another farce until I heard the phrase, "Woods of Hansen Road." I walked over and said, "You've been to Hansen Road in Doylestown? Near Sawmill Run?" He nodded smugly and said, "I stared down the red lights of the ghost." Grant's glance told me that, like Bradley and I, he knew the legend of the road. "Can you take us there?" A girl named Carly asked him.
No, girls get scared easily, but I'll take Grant and Justin.
He said we would do a 3-day survival journey. We had sleeping bags, food, drinks, and some other miscellaneous items. As he drove, Grant told us all about the lights of Hansen Road. Plenty have seen them, but no one knows who or what it really is. Even a Pennsylvanian like myself didn't have a guess. Bradley said it was eyes, red eyes that belonged to a demon. My own previous experience with what I think was a demon in New York made me really hope it wasn't one. Grant postulated it was some kind of wild animal or spirit. Again, I didn't know what to think, but I was intrigued. When we stopped, we saw that there was a power outage.
Great. The lights hate company, Bradley said.
We camped out in the pickup truck Grant had driven over in. Bradley had the back seat while Grant and I were in the truck's bed. Nothing happened at first, but soon enough, something very creepy occurred and ended up being a double whammy. On day 3, Grant asked me if I had been awakened the previous night at 4 a.m. I told him I slept like a log. When he said that was bad, I asked why.
I saw the lights, he whispered.
Red? I asked.
Red and green, he replied. Maybe as tall as Brad.
Brad was about 6 feet tall, and I don't even reach 5'8", so hearing that freaked me out.
What should we do?
Brad asked when he heard us discussing the lights. Maybe we should cut it and run, I suggested. Bradley shook his head and said,
Okay, now let's get an answer from someone who isn't a wimp.
Grant added, maybe we could try to fight back. A man happened to drive by with his window down and replied,
Fight the lights of this road. Good luck. I've seen him before, it ain't corporeal.
That night, Grant and I were in the back seat and Bradley was in the bed. At midnight, he let out a shout and dove into the truck. Bradley was pale and trembling and told us,
Get me out of here.
The lights? I asked.
Worse.
When we got back, Bradley handed us a small piece of paper he said he found sitting in the bed of the truck. It had just 4 words on it. You can't kill this. Bradley continues to do survival challenges in other states, but he admitted that one thing he'll never survive is another night on Hansen Road.